Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, we will see second part what if Harry Potter became the Supreme Lord of Time and Destiny. Here's a quick glimpse. After the final battle goes horribly wrong, Harry is thrust back to the night it all began, armed with the knowledge of the future and the power to bend time itself. This time, fate won't decide the outcome, he will. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Let's start the story. Harry was glad to be back at the castle. Although he enjoyed his holiday, Hogwarts just had something that always called him back. As he ate his dinner, he looked up at the head table. He was surprised that the headmaster did not confront him about his holiday activities the moment he got back. Harry guessed that the old head was opting for a surprise attack, hoping he would let his guard down and then get the information when Harry least expected it. Harry smiled at that thought. He never relaxed enough to let that happen. Living in a war for so long honed his instincts that it was second nature to him to be on his guard. Around him, his friends were happily sharing their holiday stories. Hermione was disappointed that Ron and Neville did not find anything in the Longbottom library. However, she was very pleased that the two boys put so much effort into it. Harry decided to stop pondering the devious plots of the headmaster and join in the fun. He told them about his new friend Eleanor and some of the fun they had. Harry did not tell them how he met her, he felt it was a private matter. Hermione was thrilled that this new friend was magical. Finally there was a girl could join the group. Ron just laughed at his beakish friend. Neville was interested to hear that she was also a seer. Ron, being as ever Harry's tormentor, did not take long in teasing Harry about his new girlfriend. He jokingly threatened that he would write Ginny and tell her he was cheating on her. Harry just laughed it off, saying that he was not dating anyone and so he could not possibly be cheating. But unbeknownst to his red-haired friend, the comment really hurt. He really missed his Ginny and even thought he was writing to this Ginny, hoping that someday something would happen between them. He sometimes felt that he was cheating on the women he loved in his other life. He just shk his head at his own stupidity. As they left the hall, WD caught up with him and gave him the next term's Quidditch practice schedule. As Harry looked at it, he wondered how he ever passed first year in his other life. There was barely enough time to finish homework, never mind studying. The bigger question was how Oliver passed his owls. His obsession with the game had to be unhealthy. Luckily, he already knew all the work, so he would have no problem keeping up. He was a bit annoyed though that it would interfere with his training schedule of his friends and his independent research. He would have to think of a tactful way to reduce practice time. That was a mission, an almost impossible mission. It was only the third day of term and it was already in full swing. His friends had developed the habit of skimming through BKS every time they had a spare minute. Ron, the ever-lazy one, kept trying to convince Harry to just tell them. Harry said it would be a misuse of his gift if he told them. Eventually he said they were destined to find it on their own and that he was not allowed by fate to tell them. He felt bad for telling his friend this load of bullshit. After all, his opinion of fate was anything but GD. That was definitely not suitable for his friend's young ears. He rationalized that it was a necessary evil to preserve his own sanity. Harry really could not remember that Ron was that annoying. Then again, he was probably just like him at that age in his other life. Strangely enough, Dumbledore had still not confronted him and he was starting to get the familiar feeling of paranoia. Harry was starting to look forward to their first appointment with the head on Friday, just that he could get it over with and get on with his life. He looked at his watch and saw it was almost time to go down to breakfast. He was waiting for his friends in the common room. Hermione had already left. She wanted to quickly get a BK from the library before class start. 4 boys came bouncing down the stairs. Ron and Dean were once again arguing about soccer and Quidditch. Neville and Seamus just shk their heads as they walked down to He Hall. Harry, mate, Seamus said as they almost reached their destination. When did you get that CL tat? Oh, you notice it? Harry answered with a smile. He wondered how long it would take his RM mates. T asked about it. I was branded with the mark just before I came to Hogwarts. Let me tell you, the ceremony hurt like hell. But I did not notice it before now. Dean said, abandoning his discussion with Ron for more interesting news. Yeah, I covered it with a glamour charm until now. My master did not like it though, he said I should display it proudly. Oh. Up in the headmaster's office sat unworried headmaster. After Harry asked him to stop following him, he had devised another way to keep tabs on his young charge. He placed listening charms in the first year's favorite haunts. He also enlisted the portraits to report on the boy and his friend's actions. As a final precaution, he charmed a small snitch with listening and invisibility charms. He could not risk using it too often. The boy was very bright and could possibly find it, but for now, it was his best way to get information. Today was the first time test flight of his little spying device. He was very busy this holiday with all the charm work he had to do to keep track of the boy. Through his efforts, he was determined to save the boy from darkness. What he now heard was shocking and very worrying indeed. Was it possible that all his efforts were in vain, that the boy was already under the control of the Dark Lord? That he was already a Death Eater at the tender age of 11? It could just not be true. Then again, it would explain his knowledge of the dark arts. For a long time, the similarities between the boy and Voldemort had been bothering him. Was it possible that Harry was so alike to the evil wizard because the dark wizard himself trained him? Dumbledore hoped with all his heart that it was not true. If it was, then the wizarding world was dead. Just like the previous time, the news that their favorite potions master would be refereeing their next match was greeted with trepidation. WD almost had a fit and he wanted to double their practice time. Harry could not figure out how the boy planned to achieve that. There weren't enough hours in the day. Katie had to take the PR Quidditch fanatic up the hospital wing to get a calming draft. Harry wondered what had changed in this timeline that Oliver reacted to the news so badly. It was small things like this that made him worry. Harry's friends were also concerned with the news. They were worried that Harry would be the professor's next victim. After all, he almost murdered their defense teacher. Everyone knew the man hated Harry. Ron even suggested that Harry should injure himself to get out of the game. Harry reassured his friends that he would be all right. He would make sure that he wore his protection amulet during the game. Hermione seemed to be comforted by that. She had finished making amulets for all of them during the holiday. The group almost never TK them off. It was just one of those little things that bound them close together. At that moment, Neville strolled into the common room with a huge smile on his face. "Whose cream did you steal?" Harry asked his grinning friend. "Malfoy," Neville answered. "He and his GNS thought I was an easy target without you guys to protect me." Harry frowned and Ron muttered some choice words, earning a scowl from Hermione. Neville just smiled again and continued to tell them what happened. "The stupid snake and his girlfriends reckoned I was simply a squib hiding behind my famous friend. He tried to hit me with a leg locker, but I was too quick for him and disarmed him. Then I put all of them in body binds and left them." "Are you sure that was wise? You could get into trouble for it." Hermione asked worriedly. "That's the best part of it all. I went to McGonagall and told her everything and gave her the idiot's wands. She said I handled it correctly, although she did not approve of me leaving them like that. Anyway, she gave me 20 points for bravery and GD spell work. You should have seen the snakes' faces when she unfroze them and gave them detention." Harry felt around in his pockets and pulled out a chocolate frog. He passed it over to Neville. "Nice one, mate." "Yeah, that was BLDY brilliant," Ron added. Neville ate the frog and LKED at the card. He froze for a second, just staring at it with disbelief. "I found him," he said in a small voice. Ron got up to see what Neville got, thinking he found a rare one. "Nev, it's just Dumbledore, I have a lot of him." "What is the big deal?" "LK, Flammel. I found him." Hermione TK the card, reading it aloud. She gave an excited LK at Harry and then jumped up to get something. Harry smiled at his friends. "I told you, you would find it in a unique way and that all the library time was unnecessary." Ron just punched Harry on the shoulder. "You still could have told us, you know." Hermione came back down the stairs with a humongous BK in her arms. After a bit of paging, she found what she was LKing for. "Oh Harry, really your tip is lame. Think old not new, really." Harry just laughed at his bushy-haired friend. "Hey, let us in on it. The suspense is killing me," Ron said. Hermione once again read the text out loud. Neville could not believe what they had found out. Ron just wished could get his hands on a stone, and then he could buy his heart's desire, a Quidditch pitch and team. Hermione were more interested in the theory behind the creation of the stone. Harry just wished he could destroy the damn thing and get it over with. He did not need any money and his life was already twice as long as he expected it to be. Finally Friday came and the anticipated appointment with the headmaster. Harry practically ran out of the potions class up the gargoyle entrance of the head office. He again just waved his hand and entered, making sure that he did not trip any of Dumbledore's warning wards. Harry had a lot of fun surprising the old man. It had become somewhat a game of his. Dumbledore played along by constantly changing the wards to make it more difficult. If this game kept on like this office would be the most heavily warded office in the world that does not use lethal curses. As Harry got to the doctor, he heard the headmaster having conversation with the portraits. I don't know what to do, I have a meeting with him in a few minutes and I still have not figured out how to handle him. Albus, he is just a child, you are spending too much time on the whelp. Phineas, it is not so simple, the fate of the wizarding world rests on his shoulders. If he has indeed been marked, then all my efforts to keep him on the light will have been in vain. I don't know if I could handle it if I lost him to the darkness. Surely he is too young to make such a decision, there must be some hope yet. Harry heard a woman he did not recognize say. He could not believe what he was hearing. Where the hell did Dumbledore get that idea? Once the Voldemort marks someone as his own, he does not let them go ever. He would rather kill them than tolerate a disloyal servant. I am afraid that the PR boy does not have any idea in how grave a situation he is in. I am afraid the darkness has a strong hold on him. Harry could not take hearing any more of this. He burst into the office, forgetting that he was supposed to be only 11. Albus, you great FL. Where the hell did you get that stupid idea? I can't believe you think that of me after all the time we have spent together and all the talks about trust we had. Dumbledore was extremely shocked to have his student burst into his office and scream at him. Luckily he had years of experience at keeping his pose. Harry, I see you're early for out meeting, how have your holiday been? Harry nearly exploded again. He got so mad when the old man danced around issues. He took a deep breath, strengthened his mental shields and recomposed himself again. I had a really enjoyable time, thank you for asking. Harry answered sweetly. So your family is in GD health? I think so, unfortunately. Dumbledore grimaced at that comment. The boy was an expert at wordplay. He did not lie, as far as he knew his family was fine. The sentiment that went with the comment was also unfortunately truthful. The boy really did not like his family. Did you have any unexpected visitors? Dumbledore asked in the hope that the boy would let slip that Remus found him. He did not know why the old wolf would lie to him, but he just had the feeling that the wolf was not completely honest with him when he eventually reported back to him. Since then the wolf had moved to a different house and broke contact with the wizarding world. That in itself was also something to worry about. Now that you mention it, I did have a fun encounter with a black witch. Harry answered mockingly, still mad at the old man and not feeling charitable with his information. This comment really puzzled the old wizard. If the boy was indeed mad at him for thinking he was dark, then why admit meeting a dark witch? He could sense the statement was true, but it just did not make sense. Harry could practically feel the headmaster's confusion and started to laugh. Get it into your head, I am not evil, nor will I ever be evil. Lord Voldy did not mark me and I do not plan in ever doing something so absolutely stupid. I just got a tat, a normal muggle tat. It is on my shoulder, not my bleeding forearm. I may be a child, but I am not a moron. The relief on the old man's face was almost comical. I still don't get how you could think the dark idiot could mark me, he doesn't even have a body. Dumbledore was again baffled at how much knowledge Harry had about Voldemort. Where could he have found out where the dark mark was in Death Eaters? He also knew that Voldemort was alive but bodiless. He would have to yet again think about everything he knew about the boy. I am sorry, my boy, I am only concerned for you. I only worry about your well-being. I know that, and appreciate it, Headmaster. It would just be easier for the both of us if you stopped trying to save me. I can take care of myself. I have been doing it all my life and so far I think I have done a decent job. Dumbledore just smiled at Harry, his eyes extra twinkly. He offered Harry some tea, signifying that their argument was over but that Harry was still required to stay for their usual chess game. Harry walked over to Fox, Perch, to get rid of his last bit of frustration while the headmaster conjured the tea set. As he stroked the bird's bright plumage, he looked around the office. For the first time he noticed a huge object covered with a white sheet. Dumbledore noticed his curiosity. "It is a little project I have been working in this holiday. You can have a LK if you like. I am actually interested in what you see." Harry carefully walked over to the object and pulled the sheet down. When he saw what it was, he stepped away from it as if it had burned it. "What is the matter, Harry? You have not even LKED at it." Dumbledore asked, perplexed. "I have no desire to LK into the mirror. I know what I will see." Harry answered while he was moving to the drive. He had no desire to stay in the same room as the mirror. He was afraid he would see all of his dead friends and family. He did not think he could handle seeing that. He was also afraid of seeing himself as a murderer. Because that was his biggest desire in this world, to get rid of Voldemort before he could kill his friends. "So you know what it does?" he asked, surprised that the boy knew so much. "Yes, I know." "Then what do you think you'll see?" Dumbledore asked, almost afraid of the answer. Harry was almost as pale as a ghost and almost out of the doctor. It was clear that he would be gone in a minute. "Death, death and destruction," Harry answered and then bolted down the stairs. Draco sat on his bed staring into space. He was again thinking of a way to give his gift to Harry without him suspecting it was dangerous. Draco had been observing the Dream Team this week and he immediately discounted owling it to Harry. He never noticed how paranoid the young Gryffindor was. The boy would check anything before he ate it. He scanned all his mail before opening it. He never sat with his back to a drive. He almost always had one or two of his friends with him. It seems like they almost never goes anywhere alone. When he found the stupid Longbottom boy alone, he attacked him out of sheer frustration. Unfortunately, that did not work out as planned. Now he had a detention and his father already sent him a letter to let him know how very disappointed he was in him for losing to a squib and being caught. Know thy enemy. That was what his father always taught him. Well, it would seem that there was more to Harry Potter than what met the eye. He really was not as arrogant as he was at first, though he still was. Then again, he did humiliate him the first day on the train and in that duel. He would just have to keep up his spying for No and figure out how to get the parcel to him without suspicion. He knew he could not go home if he failed in this task. His father would be tough. What bothered him the most was that he could not figure out what the thing was supposed to do. How could such an ordinary, small thing harm his nemesis? He would just have to follow his father's instructions. Harry's day would come. He would make sure of it. MNY, Master Lee needs your help with moving the saplings. Eleanor said as she finished her lunch. Since her weird meeting with Harry, things were going great for her. She had a home with friendly people. They allowed her to go outside and play not hide away like her uncle used to make her. Master Lee was also teaching her martial arts and helping her with her meditation. It really helped her to clear mind. She did not get bad headaches anymore and she generally felt better. She never realized what a huge impact her uncle's depressed MD had on her. Her best day so far this week was when MNY moved in with them. He used to visit her almost every day until Master Lee confronted him about it, asking him if he did not have other obligations he should attend to. The old master was shocked to learn that wizarding law made it almost impossible to find a job for werewolves. He also explained how muggles did not understand his health problems. Master Lee offered him a job as a gardener. He said he was getting too old to move the heavy pots on his own. It would also be beneficial for Eleanor because he could tutor her. Master Lee said he could teach her basic literacy, but he knew nothing of what the wizarding world would expect a witch to know. Remus was very eager to accept this offer. It was a secure job and he could do what he loved, teaching. He never thought he could ever get along with anybody related to his traitorous friend. Yet he found that he really liked the girl and did not mind helping and teaching her. Master Lee was also an interesting person. Remus hardly understood half of the thing the man said, but he knew the old man had more substance than it would seem. He had wisdom that Remus felt rivaled Dumbledore and skills that almost LKED magical. After the offer was made, the werewolf simply packed all his stuff and came. He had nothing to keep him back. An added benefit of the arrangement was that Remus could ward the house. Eleanor was safe from discovery and Dumbledore would be unable to track Harry if he came to visit again. Death, death and destruction. How could that be the innermost desire of a child? Dumbledore wished that for once he knew what was going on with Harry Potter. The boy was incredibly smart, a wonderful leader and according to the other teachers a sweet caring boy. How is it possible that that same child that helped his fellow students so much could also have such a violent dark side? He sometimes wondered if the boy did not suffer from some kind of multiple personality disorder. Because only 5 minutes before he uttered this worrisome desire he claimed that he would never become dark. Maybe he should listen to Minerva and Poppy and send the boy for counseling. Until now, he had discounted their advice, feeling it would be unwise to get outside people involved. It would seem that just maybe it would be better for the boy if he gave in this one time. He would contact one of his friends that worked at St. Mungo's and asked if she would help him of the record. It would not do for the wizarding world to find out that their boy Savoir needed mental help. Not for the first time he wondered how much damage Voldemort did to the boy on that fateful Halloween night. It was a dark, wet and smelly. She had gotten lost on her way back to the Gryffindor Common Room. This was not the first time she got lost. Hogwarts was a huge and ancient castle with a lot of magic. She usually did not mind these divergences of plans. She had discovered a lot of interesting and fun places on her little excursions and explorations. However, it was getting late, she was tired and hungry, and it was so very cold down here. She did not know how to get back to the more familiar parts of the castle. She just followed along the narrow corridor hoping it would eventually lead her out of this dank lonely place. Then she saw it. It was gigantic with huge fangs. Its deadly eyes staring at her. After the meeting with Dumbledore, Harry once again suffered from terrible nightmares. Every time he closed his eyes, he would hear the prophecy spelling out his DM. Interwoven with this were all of his dead friends and comrades. They lifeless eyes staring at him, accusing him of failure. Eleanor's words echoing in the distance. You can't fight fate. You can't fight fate. By the third day, Harry gave up on sleep entirely and stayed away that night. He was actually grateful for the tough Quidditch schedule WD forced on them. It kept him occupied to think about it during the day. By the fourth day, Harry was a walking zombie. He was desperate enough for a GD night's sleep that he was contemplating taking a sleeping potion. He did not know why he was so upset about the whole mirror thing. After all, he had known he would have to kill Voldemort for years now. He had killed a number of Death Eaters in his other life. Why would it all of a sudden bother him again? Maybe the mirror triggered unresolved feelings that he was not even aware of. On Tuesday, McGonagall cornered him. She was very concerned about him and wanted to know what the matter was. She forced him to have lunch with her in her office. Harry felt strangely better after their conversation. He wondered why he never had such a close relationship with his head of house in his first life. He was starting to depend and trust her more and more as the year went by. It really meant a lot to him that she cared so much for him and about his problems. He was amazed at how patient she was. Because he rarely told her anything but she was always available. After his talk with the Transfiguration teacher, things almost returned to normal. The trained and studied with his friends as usual and went to Quidditch practice in the evenings. Before he knew, it was the next Quidditch game. Harry remembered how anxious he felt the first time round. Now he was not worried at all. He was confident in his skills and knew Snape could not really do anything except award a few unfair penalties. In an eye blink, the game was over yet again and he caught his prize in record time. Harry felt a bit uncomfortable when Dumbledore came up to him to congratulate him. He knew that the head almost never came to matches and that he only came to this one as a security measure. Harry also hated that he was receiving favoritism from his head. Harry and his friends stayed behind for a bit, letting the rowdy crowd, which wanted to carry him up all the way to the tower, enter the castle. As they walked to the shed to store his BRM, Ron could not stop gloating that they were in the lead despite of Snape's efforts. Speaking of Snape, guys, why is he going into the forest? Hermione asked. Don't know, let's follow him and find out. Ron suggested. Are you crazy? Come on Hermione, let's find out what's going on. Neville said, also curious and a lot braver with his friends at his side. They followed him, till he got to a clearing. There they hid in the bushes. Harry had cast disillusionment and silencing charms on them just to be on the safe side. Quirrell was also in the clearing, stuttering worse than ever. Harry groaned almost aloud when he realized what they were about to witness. D don't know why you wanted TT to meet here of all places, Severus. Oh, I thought we'd keep this private, said Snape, his voice icy. Students aren't supposed to know about the Sorcerer's Stone, after all. They leaned forward to hear better. Quirrell was mumbling something. Snape interrupted him. Have you found out how to get past that beast of Hagrid's yet? But Severus, You don't want me as your enemy, Quirrell, said Snape, taking a step toward him. I don't know what you. You know perfectly well what I mean. And all HTED loudly, and Hermione gave a little shriek. Harry was extremely grateful that he had the forethought to put up wards. When everyone was calm again they heard Snape say, your little bit of hocus pocus. I'm waiting. But IDD don't. Very well, Snape cut in. We'll have another little chat SN, when you've had time to think things over and decided where your loyalties lie. The friends had to make a quick retreat when they saw the man throw his cloak over his head and stride out of the clearing in their direction. What do you reckon that was all about? Neville asked when they go back to the castle, locking themselves into a deserted class room and warding it against outside listening. They knew the common room would be a madhouse and Harry as the star of the hour would not get any alone time with his friends to talk about what they just saw. Well, obviously we were right, about the Sorcerer's Stone. I think Snape's trying to force Quirrell to help him get it. Hermione said. I think what happened at the previous Quidditch game was a way to threaten and intimidate the PR man. He asked if he knew how to get past Fluffy, and he said something about Quirrell's hocus pocus. I reckon there are other things guarding the stone apart from Fluffy. Loads of enchantments, probably, and Quirrell would have done some anti-dark arts spell that Snape needs to break through. So you mean the stone's only safe as long as Quirrell stands up to Snape? Asked Neville in alarm. It'll be gone by next Tuesday, said Ron. Harry wanted to scream aloud as the scene played itself out in front of him. He could not believe that his friends thought Quirrell was the PR victim. Then again, he had made the same mistake the first time round. It would seem that the more things changed the more they stayed the same. It was late at night and Harry was sitting in the windowsill of his Gryffindor dorm. He had once again had a nightmare that interrupted his sleep. Unable to sleep again and not feeling any urge to study or read up on advanced magic, he just sat and contemplate everything that had happened since the Christmas holiday. The first week back Amberle disappeared. That in itself was not too unusual, but she usually only stayed away for a short while. But after a week, when he was just starting to get a little worried, the snake reappeared, enthusiastically telling him about her new friend. She had spent the whole time getting to know her in her secret home beneath the castle. Oh, I am so glad to see you again, I missed you. So nice to know I'm loved and appreciated. Zally said you would forget about me if I stayed away for this long. She would not believe me when I told her you cared about me. The snake hissed in a smug way. Who is Zally? Harry hissed back curiously. She's my new friend. She found me when I got lost in the dungeons. Harry nodded and the little snake continued. She doesn't like wizards very much. She has a bit of an abandonment issue. How so? Harry asked, perplexed, not thinking that a snake could have any such issues. Apparently she had a master that she really liked a lot. He used to talk with her all the time and said she was his familiar. I don't know what that means. I'll explain it to you later. Harry hissed, gesturing for his little friend to continue with her story. Anyway, she said he started to act strangely and doing nasty things to his friends. Apparently, her master and his best friend had a huge argument that ended in a duel. She told me that after her master lost he TK'd her down to the room that she now stays in. She is not exactly sure what happened after that. She thinks he cast some enchantments on her. The next thing she remembers is being woken up by a nasty boy about 50 years ago. Harry drew in a quick breath as the implications struck about what Amberle were talking about. He remained silent and listened as his scaly friend continued her story. She said she really did not like the boy, but he forced her to do really bad things. He said he was her new master and that she must obey all his orders. Then after everything she did for him he just locked her in the room again and left her. Amberle hissed with indignation. She warned me about wizards, and when I told her about you she said you would just use me and then abandon me when you got tired of me. I would never do that too. You are my friend, not my pet or servant. You can stay with me as long as you like. I know that, you rescued me from that bad place. I argued with her that you were different, but she did not believe me. She said I should stay with her for a while and see if you forget about me. I'm really glad you didn't." The snake smiled. Harry did not know it was even possible for a snake to smile. He was glad his friend was happy. However, at the same time he was wondering what he should do about Amberle's new friend. The little snake would be really angry with him if he went down to the Chamber of Secrets and killed her new friend. Could he leave a 50 featuring Basilisk in a SCHL? I will have to go down there and talk to Zally, hopefully she won't kill me in the process. Would she mind if I go down there to talk to her? I don't know. She really does not like wizards much. I will talk to her and convince her that you are nice. It will take a while, I think. Better not rush her. She is a bit of a drama queen. You should have heard her when she told me all this. She sounded like a teenage girl that was dumped by her first boyfriend. Not dignified at all. Harry just grinned at her. I think I like being an independent snake. I will never act like that. I told her that she does not have to obey anyone, she can make her own choices. Harry nodded again, glad that his friend enjoyed her independence. The little snake suddenly got an evil grin. If you ever treat me like that, I just have to bite you. Harry laughed aloud at that. Don't worry, I won't. Anyway, I have an anti-serum for your venom so I will not die. Watch it, I might just bite you for your insolence and test how effective your potion is. I'll let you know I'm proud of my poison. Harry tried really hard to suppress his laughter, but he could not manage it and burst out laughing again. Another thing that happened after break was Harry's meeting with Perenelle, a mind healer from St. Mungo's. Harry went up the spiral stairs to the headmaster office for his second meeting after the holiday break. He smiled as he circumvented 2 new wards that the headmaster had installed. Harry was a bit apprehensive about meeting him after his abrupt exit the previous meeting. Who knew what plans and wrong assumptions the old man had made after that? Harry could have kicked himself for not being more tactful. He was also sure that McGonagall reported to the headmaster about their little talk. Harry knew she would never disclose what was said, but she would inform the old headmaster that a discussion was necessary. He froze in the entrance when he realized the office was not empty as he expected it to be. I'm sorry, I'll just wait outside till you're finished. Harry said, a bit embarrassed that he walked into a meeting of the headmaster. This was the first time that someone was with the headmaster while he made his surprise entrance. No Harry, it's okay. This is my GD friend Perenelle, she is a mind healer and I was wondering if you would be willing to talk with her a bit. Harry was seeing red, he could not believe the old man. What is this man thinking? Harry balled his fists and clenched his teeth. He could however not keep his anger in. I can't believe you. There is nothing wrong with me. Stop trying to fix me. I am not broken, nor am I possessed with evil. My biggest problem at the moment is your constant meddling. Harry, Dumbledore tried but was interrupted by the angry boy. What do you want from me? Do you expect to be happy and tell you how crap my child HD was so you can psychoanalyze me and be content that you made an effort to save me? I know how psychology works. God knows I read every BK on it in the Muggle library. Harry, I am not some unbalanced kid that can be fixed with silly little talks. Where did you get this bright idea from? What gave you the right to arrange for this without my approval? I'm leaving, Harry said as he turned around and headed to the doctor. Harry, hush Albus, I see you have put it in it again. Let me go after the boy. I honestly can't believe you were so thoughtless to not consult or at the least inform him first. The healer said before she briskly exited the office to follow the upset boy. She found the boy pacing by the lake. She also noticed that the water was unsettled. Small waves were hitting the shoreline even though there was no wind to cause it. She was surprised to realize just how powerful the young boy in front of her was. She knew, however, it would not do to focus on it now. She had something more important to do. I am sorry about this, Harry, she said when he noticed her. Your headmaster has a tendency to do stupid things sometimes. Tell me about it, Harry mumbled. I have known him for a very long time and I know he usually only do things like that when he really cares. I know, Harry answered more coherently this time. If it wasn't for that I would have hexed him a long time ago. She gaped in surprise. You do realize he is the most powerful wizard on Earth, do you? She laughed. Fourth, Harry answered, still too distracted to really concentrate in the conversation. Pardon? The old lady asked. I said, fourth after Voldemort, Nicholas Flamel and me. She was surprised that the boy was aware of the power level hierarchy. If he did not say it, so matter-of-factly she would have thought it was boastful arrogance and a flish threat to hex the headmaster. However, after her earlier observation she knew it was true. The question remained how he discovered his own power level. A boy of his age was supposed to barely have control of his wand. So Harry, apart from my unannounced visit, why are you so angry with the headmaster? I am not really angry, just incredibly frustrated. He's so manipulative, controlling, secretive, stubborn and thick-headed. Why can't he just accept that I am not evil and don't need an intervention? I know I am a bit dark sometimes, but dark does not equal evil. I know the headmaster annoys you, but he is not the only reason I am here. Some of your other teachers were also concerned about you, and that was what convinced him to get my help. Harry's shoulders slumped at that. Did his other teachers also think there was something wrong with him? Harry, they informed me about your sleeping problem, and if you want I could help you. I will only do it if you really want my assistance. I will not force you into it. Harry considered her offer for a while. Do you really think you could help with that? I have had this problem for almost my entire life. Not even occlumency and meditation can block out my dreams. Again she was surprised at the advanced techniques the boy was using. Albus definitely did not brief her sufficiently enough. I don't know, but I am willing to try if you are. If I agree, then it will only be for the dreams, nothing else. I do not want someone poking around in my mind. You will find that my shields will not drop, not even if I am knocked unconscious. She smiled at that. Then it is fortunate that there won't be any knocking happening. Unfortunately, you will have to trust me. I am a mind healer after all. That's where he hit a little snag. I don't trust easily. I will have to know you a lot better before I will even consider trusting you. I am not even considering letting you or anyone else get near my mind. Then I think I'll arrange some time that we could become better acquainted. I promise I won't twist it into some kind of therapy session. We will just talk and get to know each other better. Harry just nodded and silently walked back to the castle with her. After that initial meeting, Perenelle came to see Harry once a week. She kept her promise and they just talked about whatever Harry was comfortable to speak about. What Harry really liked about her was that she did not mind to criticize the headmaster, in fact she did it regularly. However, she always had reasons to justify her opinions. Also, she did not hero worship him, or treat him like a little kid. She was the only person that treated him like an adult. That was a refreshing contrast to how the rest of the world treated him. Another thing that Harry did in the past month was writing a letter to Nicholas Flamel. Neville and Ron were driving him crazy. Every time they got near the third FLR they would go and listen at the doctor to make sure that Fluffy was still well and doing his guarding duty. He was also irritated at the way they were treating Quirrell. He knew they thought they were actually helping by being nice to the ailing man. Harry knew why the professor was sick. Voldemort was slowly leeching away all his energy. Unfortunately, Harry could not tell his friends that. After a lot of consideration, Harry decided to write a letter to the old alchemist. He did not want his friends involved in a situation like what happened in his other life. He hoped that he could somehow arrange for the stone to be moved before he had to go and save the day again. So far, he had not received a reply. Luckily, Hermione had her attention focused on another obsession. She had worked out color-coded study schedules for all of them. She even took into consideration time for their morning exercise and magic practice and also time to experiment with alternate forms of magic. They had started to teach some of the things they had learned from Mrs. de Villiers to their two friends. They still had not made any progress with their occlumency, but all of them had managed to meditate for at least half an hour. Ron had the most trouble with sitting still that long. Luckily, the amulets that Hermione made for them gave them a little protection. It could block surface scans that were preformed without a wand. But if Snape really wanted to know anything he would be able to get through easily. The other two boys were not pleased by their bushy-haired friend's efforts, but Harry backed her up all the way, so the two boys grudgingly agreed to also follow the schedule. Therefore, it was that the four of them spent almost the entire Easter holiday studying. Ron complained that the only benefit out of all this studying was that Percy stopped to bug them. Apparently, the prefect finally approved of something they were doing and stopped to monitor their every move. The downside was that the twins said that Ron was turning into another Percy. Ron took it as a personal insult and retaliated by pranking the twins. After that, they left the first years alone, satisfied that they was still redeemable from a morbid life of academia. Harry also convinced the twin terrors to study. He told them that the more knowledge they had, the more complex and spectacular pranks they could pull. Harry later confessed to Hermione that he was afraid that he might have created monsters. One morning in the library, the Dream Team was busy with their now normal daily activity, studying. Harry was elking up, didn't he, in 1000 magical herbs and fungi with Neville for potions. It never made sense for Harry that a person that was so naturally gifted with herbology had so much trouble with potions. Luckily, Neville did better in this timeline than the last. His more self-confident demeanor did wonders for his magical skill and control, yet he still had to work especially hard in potions. They did not look up until from their work, not even to appreciate the wonderful clear sky outside. Ron's sudden exclamation of, "Hagrid," broke them out of their focus. "What are you doing in the library?" Ron asked curiously, glad for any distraction from studying. Hagrid shuffled into view, hiding something behind his back. Harry thought again that his giant friend looked very out of place in the library. He was clearly more at ease outdoors. Harry momentarily wondered what he was doing there when the sudden realization hit him. He just groaned and hit his head in the table in front of him. Neville just looked at his friend strangely but refocused his attention on Ron and Hagrid. "Just Elkin," the giant said, in a shifty voice that even got Hermione's interest. Until then she was totally focused on her studies. Neville pointed at Harry but she just shrugged her shoulders and gave a small smile, before listening in on Ron's conversation with the giant. Harry, unaware of this interaction, was still pounding his head on the table. "And, what are you lot up ter?" he looked suddenly suspicious. Not still Elkin fair Nicholas Flamel, are ye?" Ron just laughed. "We found out who he is ages ago, and we know what your little pet is guarding, it's a Sorcerer's Street." Harry gave his head an extra thump for his friend's lack of discretion. He would have to remember to work on that with his friends. "Shish." Hagrid looked around quickly to see if anyone was listening. "Don, go shoutin' about it, what's the matter with ye?" "There are a few things we wanted to ask you, as a matter of fact," said Hermione, "about what's guarding the stone apart from Fluffy." "Shish," said Hagrid again. "Listen, come in, see me later, I'm not promisin', I'll tell ye anythin', mind, but Don, go rabbitin' about it. In here, students errand, s'posed ter no. They'll think I've told ye. Anyway I think you nay, a break Harry seems to have had enough." "See you later, then," said Neville as Hagrid shuffled off. He then gave Harry a small poke on the shoulder. "What's up mate?" he asked concerned. Harry just shk his head. He just mumbled, "I hate dragons." Neville just shk his head. "I also think it is time for fresh air." Hermione was ignoring the boys. She had another thing puzzling her. What was he hiding behind his back? Hermione asked thoughtfully. "Do you reckon it had anything to do with the stone?" Ron asked as he got up from his seat. "I'm going to see what section he was in." He came back a minute later with a pile of BKS in his arms and slammed them down on the table. "Dragons," he whispered. Hagrid was looking up stuff about dragons. Look at these. Dragon Species of Great Britain and Ireland, From Egg to Inferno, A Dragon Keeper's Guide. At Ron's exclamation, Harry hit his head again. Ron noticed it for the first time, asked Neville. "What's up with him? I think he had one of those psychic moments again and I don't think he liked what he saw." "Hagrid's always wanted a dragon," Hermione said. "Do you remember he told us that a while ago when we were visiting him?" "Yay, he loves them." Neville agreed. "But it's against our laws," said Ron. "Dragon breeding was outlawed by the Warlocks, Convention of 1709, everyone knows that. It is hard to stop Muggles from noticing us if we are keeping dragons in the back garden. Anyway, you cannot tame dragons, it's dangerous. You should see the burns Charlie's got off wild ones in Romania." Hermione looked impressed over at her friend. "How can you remember all that and not the work for the exams?" "I don't know, maybe because I did not have to study it. My brain blocks up with pressure." Hermione just shk her head, and then asked. "But there aren't wild dragons in Britain?" Of course there are, said Ron. Common Welsh green and Hebridean blacks. The Ministry of Magic has a job hushing them up, I can tell you. Our kind have to keep putting spells on muggles who've spotted them, to make them forget. So what on earth's Hagrid up to? Wondered Neville, echoing the other two friends' thoughts. As they walked down to Hagrid's hut, Harry thought that this would be another meeting scripted by fate. It did not matter if he did not say what he said in the previous timeline. He knew the conversation would go the same, with one of his friends saying his old line if he did not comply with fate's stupid insistence to keep things the same. He often wondered why and how he was sent back here if the stupid by.ch did not want him to change anything. When they knocked on the doctor of the gamekeeper's hut, the friends were surprised to see that all the curtains were drawn. Hagrid called, "Who is it?" before he let them in, and then shut the doctor quickly behind them. It was stifling hot inside. Even though it was such a warm day, there was a blazing fire in the grate. Hagrid made them tea and offered them sandwiches, which they refused. Harry smiled as he thought about Hagrid's Sea King skills. Nobody has ever had the heart to tell him it was inedible for normal humans. So, Ye wanted to ask me something. Ye, said Ron. There was no point beating around the bush. We were wondering if you could tell us what's guarding the Sorcerer's Stone apart from Fluffy. Harry gave a groan and mumble, "You and Nev, not me." Hagrid frowned at Ron, not hearing what Harry said. "O' course I can't," he said. "Number 1, I don't know meself. Number 2, Ye know too much already, so I wouldn't tell Ye if I could. That stone's here fair at GD reason. It was almost stolen out of Gringotts. I suppose y'ave worked that out and all." "Oh, come on, Hagrid, you might not want to tell us, but you know everything that goes on round here," said Hermione in a warm, flattering voice. She was not particularly interested to know, but decided to help the two curious friends. She knew Ron did not have enough tact to pull it off. As GD is, he was with strategy and planning just as bad was he at actually implementing them. It was one of those sad ironies in life. Hagrid's beard twitched and they could tell he was smiling. "We only wondered who had done the guarding, really." Hermione went on. "We wondered who Dumbledore had trusted enough to help him, apart from you." Hagrid swelled at these last words. Harry and Ron beamed at Hermione. "Well, I don't suppose it could hurt to tell Ye that. Let's see, he borrowed Fluffy from me, then some o' the teachers did enchantments. Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, he ticked them off on his fingers, Professor Quirrell, and Dumbledore himself did something, o' course. Hang on, I've forgotten someone. Oh yeah, Professor Snape." Snape. Harry almost laughed aloud at his friend's unanimous exclamation. "Yeah, we're not still on a boo, that, are ye? LK, Snape helped protect the stone, he's not about to steal it." Harry knew what his friends were thinking. It was so funny and also frustrating at the same time. Snape was an evil bastard, and Harry would never defend the greasy idiot, but in this instance he was actually not to blame. Harry often wondered why Snape protected the stone in first year if he was a Death Eater all along. Why all this effort just to betray us in sixth year? Harry could see how Hermione's mind were processing the new information and coming to conclusions. If Snape had been in on protecting the stone, it must have been easy to find out how the other teachers had guarded it. He probably knew everything, except, it seemed, Quirrell's spell and how to get past Fluffy. "You're the only one who knows how to get past Fluffy, aren't you, Hagrid?" she asked anxiously. "And you wouldn't tell anyone, would you? Not even one of the teachers?" Neville added. "Not a soul knows except me and Dumbledore," said Hagrid proudly. "Well, that's something," Harry muttered almost sarcastically. He knew his friend could not keep a secret, no matter how noble and GD his intentions were. "Hagrid, can we have a window open? I'm boiling." "Can't, Neville, sorry," said Hagrid. Harry noticed him glance at the fire, and wanted to hit his head against something again. He really loved Hagrid, but this was ridiculous. He would have to get rid of the dragon as fast as possible. Ron followed Harry's gaze and took a sharp intake of breath. "Hagrid, what's that?" "It's not a..." But he already knew what it was. In the very heart of the fire, underneath the kettle, was a huge, black egg. "Ah," said Hagrid, fiddling nervously with his beard, "that's Where did you get it, Hagrid?" said Ron, crouching over the fire to get a closer look at the egg. "It must have cost you a fortune." "Won it," said Hagrid. "Last night. I was down in the village having a few drinks and got into a game o' cards with a stranger. Think he was quite glad ter get rid of it, ter be honest." "With GD reason," Harry said. "Hagrid, honestly, what are you going to do with it when it's hatched?" "Well, I've been doing some readin'," said Hagrid, pulling a large BK from under his pillow. "Got this out of the library, dragon breeding. For pleasure and profit. It's a bit out of date, o' course, but it's all in here. Keep the egg in the fire, 'cause their mothers breathe on see, and, when it hatches, feed it on a bucket o' brandy mixed with chicken BLD every half hour. And, see here, how ter recognize different eggs. What I got there's a Norwegian Ridgeback. They're rare, them." He lked very pleased with himself, but Hermione and Harry did not. "Hagrid, you live in a WDEN house," the bushy-haired girl said. However, Hagrid was not listening. He was humming merrily as he stoked the fire. So now, the friends had something else to worry about. What might happen to Hagrid if anyone found out he was hiding an illegal dragon in his hut? Harry just shk his head. "Told you I did not like dragons," he whispered to Neville when Hagrid was not King. In the months since she met Harry, Master Lee and MNY, Eleanor had changed a lot. Her meditation had helped her to block others' emotions somewhat. She also enjoyed her lessons with her new uncle. Yet she could feel his pain. She knew he liked her a lot and did not blame her for her father's actions. However, every time he lked at her, he was reminded of his friend's betrayal. She knew Harry did not feel it was the right time to tell the werewolf about her father's innocence, but she disagreed. She did not like seeing him in so much turmoil. She had made up her mind. She would tell him today. Eleanor walked into the study where she was supposed to get her next lesson. Remus was already there waiting for her. "You miss them a lot," she said. The werewolf was a bit startled by her sudden observation. "You can feel my longing, can't you?" he asked sadly. "Yes, you miss them all as much. Even my father." Remus laughed sadly. "My mind knows he is lost, a traitor. But the wolf in me feels that my pack brother would never betray me and he yearns to be reunited. This conflict is not GD for you. You know, Master Lee said that you should stop fighting the wolf, you should bond and integrate with it. Trust those instincts. You know I can't. I can never be friends with him again. I know he is your father, but he hurt me deeply. It doesn't matter anyway, he is in Azkaban. What if your instincts are correct and he is not the traitor?" she asked. "That is only wishful thinking," he answered sadly. "My father is innocent, Harry told me about it." "What did he say? How is it possible? How could he know?" "Harry said that he dreamt about it." "Dreamt?" he asked incredulously. "Harry is a dream oracle. Anyway, I have also seen that he is innocent." Remus just shk his head, not sure how he should react to this information. Could it really be true? Was his friend really innocent? That thought chilled his heart. If it was true, then an innocent man had spent all those years in Azkaban. Draco watched the Gryffindors enter the hall. In the past few months, it seemed as if it was one of the only things he did. Watching, always watching. He saw how they cared for and helped each other. He saw how their friendship had grown. He noticed that they all wore identical amulets, declaring them part of a secret group that only they were member of. He knew they did not realize it, but he had even spied on some of their training sessions. Loath as he was to admit it, he was jealous. He wished he could also learn some of the stuff they did. He was irritated with the fact that he only had 2 idiots for company. In all his time of watching, he never saw an opportunity to deliver his package to Potter. His father was most unpleased that his task was not yet completed. He wished he knew what it was supposed to do. It lked positively muggled to him. He smiled to himself. He would get those annoying Gryffindors some way. He would just have to be patient and wait for the right opportunity. My own, how many times in our lives are we going to see a dragon hatching? The red-haired idiot's words got his attention. We've got lessons, we'll get into trouble, and that's nothing to what Hagrid's going to be in when someone finds out what he's doing, the Mudbolt answered her friend. Shut up, Harry whispered. Draco had to give the raven-haired boy some credit, at least he had some notion of discretion. Draco had often wondered why the boy was not sorted into his noble house. In his observations of his nemesis, he had noticed the boy possessed almost all of the Slytherin traits. Draco flashed his arch-rival a knowing smirk just to freak him out, as they parted for their first class. He had almost no concentration in his morning classes. He ordered the two lumps to stay in the common room at morning break. He quickly found his quarry and followed them to the half-BLD giant's hut. He could not understand why anyone would willingly come and visit a servant in their free time. Yet he was interested in the snippet of conversation that he had overheard. If they truly had a dragon, he could use this information as GD blackmail material. Draco sneaked around and found a place to peek inside without them noticing him. The giant greeted the Gryffindors, Elking flushed and excited. "It's nearly out," the gamekeeper said excitedly as he ushered them inside. A huge egg was lying on the table. There were deep cracks in it. Something was moving inside. Draco could faintly hear funny clicking noise was coming from it. The occupants of the dreadfully tacky hut all drew their chairs up to the table and watched with bated breath. He hoped this would not take too long. He was hungry and his shoes were already spattered with mud. He did not fancy standing in the dirt for too long. All at once, there was a scraping noise and the egg split open. The baby dragon flopped onto the table. It was one of the ugliest things he had ever seen. It looked like a crumpled, black umbrella. Its spiny wings were huge compared to its skinny jet body. It had a long snout with wide nostrils, the stubs of horns and bulging, orange eyes. Draco sneered at the thing his name represented. He had always envisioned majesty and power, not this pathetic thing. Hopefully, it would look better as it got bigger. He could not imagine that his father would ever give him a weak name. It sneezed and a couple of sparks flew out of its snout. Well, at least it had fire. Draco thought as they spied through the window. "Isn't he beautiful?" the great oaf murmured as he reached out a hand to stroke the dragon's head. It snapped at his fingers, showing pointed fangs. Draco smiled as he saw that the little beast had a bit of spunk. "Bless him, LK, he knows his mommy," said Hagrid. Draco wanted to gag at the idiot's stupidity. "Hagrid," said the know-it-all, "how fast do Norwegian ridgebacks grow, exactly?" Hagrid was about to answer when the color suddenly drained from his face and leapt to his feet and ran to the window. Draco let LSE a string of curses as he was discovered. He quickly turned tail and ran. It did not really matter. He had more than enough information to use against them. Harry and his friends had spent most of their free time with Hagrid, trying to convince him to free the dragon that he had lovingly christened Norbert. He did not want to hear any of it. After a lot of pleading from the four friends, and threats that Malfoy would give them away, the half-giant finally, though reluctantly, agreed that Ron could write to his brother Charlie for help. The following week dragged by. Wednesday night found Hermione and Harry sitting alone in the common room, long after everyone else had gone to bed. The clock on the wall had just chimed midnight when the portrait hole burst open. Ron and Neville appeared out of nowhere as they pulled off Harry's invisibility cloak. They had been down at Hagrid's hut, helping him feed little old Norbert. The beast was now consuming dead rats by the crate. Pity a certain other rat was not joining the other dead rats in the dragon's belly. Harry thought. He also pondered what he would have to do if Charlie's respond did not come SN. "It bit me." Ron Ned showing his hand to his friends. "Neville wrapped it for me with that new first aid charm that you showed us the other day. It still hurt like the blazes and I won't be able to hold a quill for a week." Neville just smirked. "Hagrid's mental. When we left he was singing it a lullaby, as if it was a cute little furry creature." There was a tap on the dark window. "It's Hedwig," said Harry, hurrying to let her in. Finally, he thought as he TK'd the letter from her. The four friends huddled together as Hermione read the note for them. "Dear Ron, how are you? Thanks for the letter. I'd be glad to take the Norwegian Ridgeback, but it won't be easy getting him here. I think the best thing will be to send him over with some friends of mine who are coming to visit me next week. Trouble is, they mustn't be seen carrying an illegal dragon. Could you get the Ridgeback up the tallest tower at midnight on Saturday? They can meet you there and take him away while it's still dark. Send me an answer as SN as possible. Love, Charlie." Now they would just have to figure out a way to do this without being caught. However, by now Harry would do anything to get rid of the BLDY dragon. Both of them. He did not like the fact that Draco was spying on them. "We could use the invisibility cloak," Neville suggested. "It shouldn't be too difficult. I think the cloak's big enough to cover two of us in." "Norbert, so you would not even have to break the rules, Hermione." I'm not letting you do this alone. I'm all for following the rules, but I won't abandon you." The three boys just smiled at the smartest member of their group. As the boys got to their dormitory, Harry went straight to his trunk and got out a handful of potions. "Come over here, Ron." Harry gestured and handed Ron some of the vials. "Drink those." "What are they?" Ron asked skeptically as he sniffed one of them. "That one is an anti-venom, the red one is a general disincentive, and the blue one is a pain killer that will also help you sleep. We do not want that to get infected. It would only make the teachers suspicious." Ron happily downed the potions. Relief spread almost instantly on his face. "Where did you get all of those?" Neville asked, as he got ready for bed. "I made them myself. CL, someday I'll find out how you do all that stuff. I would personally never drink anything that I brew. You'll get better at it, mate, you just need more practice." It was Friday and Harry was busy playing a game of chess with the headmaster. "You know I don't understand you," Harry suddenly said, unable to keep his thoughts to himself. "Oh, how so, my boy?" The man answered genially. "I thought Hagrid was your friend." "He is, why do you ask?" "I know you know about the dragon, how you could not with all those BLDY portraits spying on everyone." Albus was shocked that the boy was once again aware of one of his secret methods. Harry continued to speak. "Then why don't you help him? Why let it become me and my friend's problem?" The BLDY thing nearly took Ron's hand off. "I think you handled the situation just fine. If I saw that you truly needed my help, I would have intervened." Harry could just strangle the old man as he sat there smiling with his eyes all twinkly. "Okay then," Harry conceded. "Would you then help us if I asked for assistance?" Harry asked. "Of course, my boy, you just have to ask." Dumbledore answered with an extra bright twinkle. Harry took a breath and reminded himself not to hex the old man, then asked, "Would you please accompany us on Saturday? I do not fancy LSING points for being out of bounds." Dumbledore just smiled as if he had won some kind of victory. The group of friends accompanied by the headmaster found Fang, the boarhound, sitting outside with a bandaged tail when they went to get Norbert that night. They felt sorry for Hagrid now that the time had come for him to say goodbye to Norbert. However, their relief outtranked their grief by mountains. It was a very dark, cloudy night, and they were a bit late arriving at Hagrid's hut. Even with the headmaster accompanying them, they had to wait for Peeves to get out of their way in the entrance hall, where he had been playing tennis against the wall with paintballs. Harry did not even want to think where he got those. Hagrid had Norbert packed and ready in a large crate. "He's got lots o' rats and some brandy for the journey," said a teary-eyed Hagrid in a muffled voice. "And I've packed his teddy bear in case he gets lonely." The friends winced as they heard ripping noises from inside the crate. Clearly, Teddy was having his head torn off. "Bye-bye, Norbert," Hagrid sobbed. The headmaster gently patted the huge man's shoulder. "Mommy will never forget you." Getting the crate up the tower was a lot easier this time round. The headmaster simply levitated it for them. Charlie's friends were a cheery lot, although they were surprised to see the headmaster there. They showed the eager first years the harness they had rigged up, so they could suspend Norbert between them. They all helped buckle Norbert safely into it, and they then all shk hands with the others and thanked them very much. At last, Norbert was gone. The next day dawned brightly and Harry smiled as he watched the sun come up over the forest. His housemates would still like him and his friends. He was relieved that he would not be ostracized again for losing 150 house points. He could also not wait to see Draco's face when he realized that his big chance to blackmail them was gone. He was a bit worried at how much the blonde boy knew about him and his friends. He would keep a closer eye on the ferret from now on. Harry realized that he was getting lax the more comfortable he was getting with his friends in this time of peace. Constant vigilance. That is what he needed. He could not afford to let anything slip just because he was having fun with his second child HD. Harry had a lot planned for the weeks before exam time. Although he studied a bit, he did not need nearly as much time as his friends did. He usually charmed one of his more advanced BKS to LK like the BKS that his friends studied. Therefore, Hermione was satisfied that all her friends were studying hard. At night when he could not sleep and did not want to wake his friends, Harry simply got into his trunk and read in his library or practiced his magic or music. Lately he was experimenting with playing his instruments with magic. It was a lot more difficult than he initially thought it would be. He also kept busy experimenting with parcel magic. Amberle was more than willing to help, but she sometimes annoyed him with some of the comments she made. Amberle was still trying to convince her new friend to meet Harry. Sally did not want to hear of it. She could not believe there was something like a trustworthy human. Harry could not help to think her antagonism to humans was the reason she tried to kill him the first time. It did not matter whether Riddle gave the order or not, she would have tried to kill him anyway. Harry hoped he could convince her to trust him. He really did not want to be bitten by a 50-featuring tall snake again. The training he was doing with his friends was also coming along. Now that they had basic wand and magic control down, it was easier to teach them new stuff. He would now start to teach them practical applications to some of the spells and skills they had already learned. He was planning to start their combat training by introducing them to the game of paintball. In his other life, the twins invented this simple paint spell to annoy Percy. Now Harry would use it in a different, yet more useful, way. There was nothing like sticky fluorescent paint to teach you speed and stealth. It would also teach them how to cast more accurately on a moving target. Harry shuddered when he thought what Mad Eye would have put him thought if he knew of this spell when he was training him. He then smiled at the thought that he was almost doing the same kind of thing with his friends. Best of all was that he could involve the twins and some of his other friends, such as Susan, to make the game bigger and improve all of their skills, and no one would be any wiser to the real purpose of the game. Harry still did not receive a reply from Flamel. He honestly did not blame the man. If he received a letter telling him that his highly guarded possession was going to be stolen, he would also think it was a hoax. Especially if the letter was from a famous first year. He probably did not even believe the letter was from Harry. Harry decided that he would send him another letter, and if he did not reply before the end of exams, he was going to steal it anyway and find a way to return it later. He did not want to be the cause of the Flamels' deaths just because he kept the stone. They could always spread rumors later on that the stone was destroyed. Harry heard curtains draw behind him and saw a sleepy Neville getting out of bed. "I still can't understand how you can be up this early, especially after going to bed so late," Neville said while stretching. He then went to his trunk and got a t-shirt and shorts out. While he was getting ready for their morning run, Harry attempted to wake his red-haired friend. As usual, it was a mission and a half, and Harry once again resorted to spraying his friend with cold water. Ron jumped in the air and fell out of bed while Neville LKED on with a smile. Ron just grumbled something about getting revenge one of these days. Harry just shk his head and smiled. It would be a long time before Ron would be able to get past the wards around his bed. Anyone trying to get in that had negative intentions would get a bit of a shock. Harry also seriously doubted that Ron would ever be able to get up before Harry did in the mornings to try anything. The friends entered the hall the morning refreshed after their workout. Harry saw a smug elf King Draco sitting at the Slytherin table. PRFL did not even realize that his big chance was wasted and that he would make an idiot of himself if he tried to tell anybody about a dragon that was not there anymore. As Harry was finishing his toast, Errol delivered another letter from Ginny. He was always excited to hear from her, yet it was always accompanied by an incredible feeling of loss. The more he got to know the young girl, the more he realized that she was not the same, and would never be the same, as his Ginny from his old life. He wanted to be alone for a bit to sort out his feelings, so he excused himself, saying that he forgot a BK and would see his friends in class. As he slowly and aimlessly wandered the corridors, he walked past his head of house. She immediately noticed something was wrong and escorted him to her office, ignoring his protests. "Now Harry, I know something is bothering you," she said as she opened a tin with biscuits in and offered him one. Harry smiled weakly as he remembered another time in his 5-year when she also gave him biscuits. He finally TK1 after getting his thoughts sorted out a bit. He knew he could talk to her. She was always willing to listen even if she never understood it all. "It's not a dream as usual, I just received a letter and realized something." Harry answered vague, as usual. "What did you realize?" McGonagall prompted when Say saw he was not going to say any more. "I have lost something precious and I will never be able to get it back. No matter how hard I try or pretend, it will never be the same. I will forever be taunted by fate with a near-perfect replica, a constant reminder of what was or could have been and never actually having it again." Yet fearing that I will also fail again and lose the replica. Even though it is not the same as the original, I know losing it would hurt just the same. Harry shk his head, knowing he was not making any sense to the woman that was trying to help him. I must go, I'll be late for class. Thanks for listening to my ramble, he said before getting up and leaving. McGonagall just shk her head. Harry rarely made sense when he opened up enough and actually talked about his problems. Nevertheless, his random conversations and comments seemed to help him, so she was glad that he actually trusted her enough to talk with her. She knew he would never just talk to Albus like this. It was really ironic. She knew if he did not try so hard, Harry would actually be a lot more open to him. It all came down to control. Harry needed to feel that he was making the decision. He would not give you anything if he thought there was an ulterior motive attached. Albus was used to getting his own way and running everything to ever understand how to get along with the raven-haired boy. Since Remus had that conversation with Eleanor, he just could not get it out of his mind. Could it possibly be true? He just had to find out. Unfortunately, his status as a werewolf was making his investigation a lot harder. No one at the ministry wanted to tell him anything. The fact that his friend never had a trial made it even more difficult to get information. Apparently, the records were sealed, and there was no way he could get anything. That left him with only one source of information, and he was not eager to meet with the old man again. He apparated to Diagon Alley and from there fled to the headmaster's office. Remus, what a pleasant surprise. I was starting to wonder where you disappeared to. All the wolf instincts in Remus screamed at him, and for once, he was listening to them. Master Lee was right. Since he started listen to his inner wolf, he was a lot healthier than he used to be. He no longer trusted the old man and knew there was more to the congenial smile than met the eye. Oh no, Albus, I did not disappear. I got a new job as a personal assistant and part-time tutor. As part of my contract, I must live with my employer because he is very old and needs help constantly. Albus was baffled by this. Who in their right mind would hire a werewolf as a personal assistant? He would need wolfsbane to have a permanent job, and Severus was the only qualified potions master in Britain that could make it. I have not heard of anyone needing an assistant. Dumbledore said, trying to figure out who it was. Oh, you would not have heard about it. He is a muggle that owns his own business. I see. So how do you deal with your monthly condition? Come now, Albus, I did not come here to discuss my furry little problem. Dumbledore conceded and sat down while offering some tea. Remus also took a seat and thanked the house elf as he handed him a cup. Let's get down to business then. Dumbledore said. I want to know if there is any possibility that Sirius could possibly be innocent. Remus asked. Whatever brought this on? It happened so many years ago. You know that he betrayed us. Why do you question it now? It doesn't matter why I ask, I just want to know if it is a possibility. Remus, I know you miss your friend, but it has been years. It is time to accept it and move on. James, Lily and Peter are dead and Sirius is in Azkaban. MDY was there when they arrested him. He told me that Sirius std there laughing like a mad man, surrounded by dead bodies. Yes, but what if he is innocent? He never received a trial. Couldn't you review his case? I don't see the need. I would cause a riot if I even suggested it to the Wizengamot. I see, I'll go then, sorry to have wasted your time. Remus said as he got up. No one would listen to him, they could not even consider that there might have been a mistake. The only other place he could possibly get the truth was to visit Azkaban and talk with his friend himself. It was a trip he was not looking forward to. He had not seen his once friend in 10 years and he did not know if he was ready for it. What if Eleanor was wrong? What if she was right? He knew what he had to do. He just had to gather enough courage to actually go there. Harry was sitting under a tree beside the lake staring at the water. It was a secluded spot shrouded from view by a few boulders. It was the perfect spot to meet Perenelle without rousing questions from suspicious or nosy people. It was a lovely day and he felt peaceful just sitting there watching the water and the occasional squid tentacle popping up. It kind of reminded him of his days in Master Lee's garden. Perenelle saw the peaceful, almost unguarded look on the young boy that had been a puzzle to her since the first day they met. She really liked him. He was really fun to talk to. Something that surprised her greatly. It is difficult to have interesting discussions when you have lived so long and have seen so much. This boy understood more about the world and life than probably most adults that she knew. She really wondered what really happened to shape this child into what he was not. She hoped that one day she would be privileged enough to gain his trust and maybe a bit of his story. "What are you thinking of?" she asked in a soft voice, not wanting to disturb his tranquility. "Oh, I was thinking of my master. I miss the time we used to spend together. It's not the same practicing alone, and I don't think my friends really understand the essence of the arts. They get the movements just fine, but I don't think they understand it. For them it is just something fun that I am teaching them." "Then what is it, if it is not just some fighting skills?" she asked, feigning ignorance. She wanted to hear Harry's opinion and see if he really understood it himself. It was tragic how few wizards bothered with physical training. They did not realize that their magic was effectively weaker because of their laziness. It is that also, but a lot more. It is grace and art in movement. It is skill and perfection. It is discipline. It is a way of life to preserve life. It is the protection of innocence. It is magic all of its own. Why do you say it is magic? Isn't it just Muggle fighting?" she asked, actually impressed at the passionate way Harry talked about it. She did not think Albus realized the department of this boy. Harry laughed. "My master is a Muggle, and he is probably more powerful than most people in that castle. When he is practicing his skills, he is actually tapping into the little magic he has in him. The effect is impressive. I don't think wizards realize how many Muggles can and actually do use magic. You would be amazed if you actually tried to find out. They have magical skills that most wizards could only dream of. But wizards are too prejudiced and stubborn to learn it." She was impressed. Harry once again broke through a wizarding barrier, which had annoyed her for centuries. Why her old friend thought the boy was on the road to darkness, only he would know. Maybe it was because he was open to all forms of magic, and Albus feared that the boy would immerse himself in the dark arts. As she thought about what she heard, she saw a very poisonous and rare snake slither through a crack in the rock. All other thoughts left her mind, and she pulled her wand. She would have to act fast if she was to save the boy. One bite and Harry would only have a few minutes to live. Harry was annoyed as he saw Amberl slither up to him. She knew she was not supposed to be seen if he was not in the company of his friends. He also wondered what she was doing so far out of the castle. The snake LKED up at Harry, and LKED honestly surprised to see him. Sasori was pipe exploring with Zolly and TK, and SSS side turn and came out here SSS. Harry just nodded his head a little, not wanting to give away his unique ability. He also made a slight shing motion with his finger. Amberl eminently caught on and slithered back into the hole she came from. Harry turned his head and saw Perenelle with her wand drawn, ready to curse his little friend. She had a relieved expression on her face as she saw the snake retreat. She breathed out. "I see you have another special ability on your list of what makes you unique," she said with a weak smile. "I have no idea what you're talking about," Harry said, cursing his bad luck. He could not be mad with Amberl. There was no way she could have known where she would have come out. It was just his luck that it was when and where he was while in the company of others. "Harry, don't worry. I do not believe parcel magic is an evil skill. It is a birthright that few are privileged to have. I know how it feels to have a special talent. Although empathy is not a talent synonymous with evil, most people don't like it if they find out you know all their inner feelings." That sparked Harry's interest. If she was an empath, then she might know how to help Eleanor. "How do you deal with it? How did you manage not to go insane?" Harry asked eagerly. "Don't tell me you also have this skill," she asked, amazed. This could explain why Harry was so closed up. He was blocking everything to keep his sanity. She could just imagine how difficult it would be dealing with an untrained ability in a SCHL full of MDY teenagers. Harry shk his head. "No, thank Merlin, not. But my friend has the strongest ability I have ever seen, and she is trying really hard to learn occlumency to block her mind. Any suggestions on teaching it to a 10-year-old before the next year? She is supposed to come here, but it LKS as if that won't be possible. I have tried meditation and even crystal blocking, and although it is effective to a certain extent, it will not block out every emotion in the Great Hall." As one possible explanation for the puzzle that as Harry fades away, it was replaced with eagerness to meet this young person with a very special ability. It had been years since she had her last apprentice, and she could not wait to meet Harry's friend. Keeping your sanity after 10 years without training was almost unthinkable. She usually started training kids when they were 5. This friend must be quite special. I could help your friend. Simple occlumency won't do the trick, but it is a start. Would you mind telling me his name? I'll write to her and ask if she would concede to your help. There are special circumstances surrounding her. Perenelle just laughed. Of course there is, you are involved. Hey, I resent that, even if it is true. Harry was starting to think all his worries about his friends going after the stone was unnecessary. So far, they stayed away from the Forbidden Forest and they even cut back on their fluffy checkup. Their minds were focused on the coming exams. However, it was not to last. As they were walking back from the library one afternoon, they heard somebody whimpering from a class RM up ahead. As they drew closer, they heard Quirrell's stuttering voice. No, no, not again, please. It sounded as though someone was threatening him. Harry's 3 friends moved closer. While Harry was once again cursing fate. All right, they heard Quirrell sob. The next second, Quirrell came hurrying out of the class RM straightening his turban. He was pale and LKED as though he was about to cry. He strode hastily out of sight. The friends did not think Quirrell had even noticed them. They waited until Quirrell's FT steps had disappeared, then Neville and Ron peered into the class RM, while Hermione spared a glance at Harry's pensive LK. The class was empty, but a Dr. STD ajar at the other end. They were halfway toward it before Harry said they should not meddle. But Harry, I would bet 12 Philosopher's Stones that Snape just left this room, said Ron. From what we just heard, I bet Snape is walking with a new spring in his step. Quirrell seemed to have given in at last. Neville added. Snape's done it, said Hermione. If Quirrell's told him how to break his anti-dark force spell. There's still Fluffy, though, said Neville. Maybe Snape's found out how to get past him without asking Hagrid, said Ron. I bet there's a BK somewhere in the library or his personal collection telling him how to get past a giant 3-headed dog. So what do we do, Harry? The light of adventure was kindling again in Ron's eyes, spelling DM in Harry's opinion. Before Harry could dissuade them, Hermione said. Go to Dumbledore. That's what we should have done ages ago. But you've got no PRF, said Harry. Anyway, you know how he is. He is positively unbearable after. I asked his help with the dragon. You should just leave this alone. Anyway, Quirrell's too scared to back you up if it really is Snape and not someone else. Snape's only got to say he doesn't know how the troll got in at Halloween and that he was nowhere near the 3rd FLR. Who do you think they'll believe, him or you? It's not exactly a secret we hate him. Dumbledore'll think we made it up to get him sacked. Filch wouldn't help us if his life depended on it. He's friendly with Snape, and the more students get thrown out, the better, he'll think. And don't forget, we're not supposed to know about the stone or Fluffy. That'll take a lot of explaining. It is more trouble than it is worth. Hermione LKED convinced, but Ron and Neville did not. If we just do a bit of poking around. No, said Harry flatly, we've done enough poking around. Please don't do anything stupid. Draco was starting to get frustrated. It would appear that Harry realized that he was being tailed and now it was almost impossible to get close to him. Draco did not know how Harry always knew when he was watching him, but it was making him anxious because the SCHL year was almost at an end and he still had not managed to complete his task. At this moment, he just wanted to hit something. He knew he should calm himself. Even his 2 self-proclaimed henchmen were starting to notice his agitation. He really did not know why he tolerated those 2 idiots. He supposed everyone needed a few minions to do their bidding. All the better if they were willing and devoted followers. Just as he planned to hex that stupid Hufflepuff, Bones, he thought was her name, to get rid of a bit of his tension. Longbottom had to come along and spoil his fun. Susan, watch out. Neville warned as he blocked the girl from harm. Draco just sneered as the Dream Team came to the rescue of the innocent damsel in distress. Wands drawn and ready for action. It was almost like a picture out of one of the Wizarding action comics that he had read as a small boy. The heroes rushing in to save the day. Did they not realize that they were actually the cause of his problems? He steadied his wand ready for a fight. Anything to take out his anger on. Obviously, his 2 cronies followed. But he realized he was outnumbered. Not only were the annoying Gryffindors pointing their wands at him, but also the Hufflepuff and a Ravenclaw boy he did not even know. This could get messy. Then again, he really did not care. Anyway, they were all first years, so none of them could do any damage really, could they? Just as he decided, a GD fight could be fun and started the first curse. A strict voice bellowed. What on earth is going on here? Professor Sinatra was livid. Never in her life had she seen this from first-year students. There was the occasional scuffle between the older students but not a big standoff between first years. Detention all of you, nothing could give you an excuse to fight in the halls. I am so disappointed at you. But Professor, started Susan. We did not even use a single spell and… Quiet, before I take house points. I can't believe how unreasonable she was. Susan ranted as they got outside. Maybe she is just not a day person. Must happen if you spend all your time gazing at the stars. Neville suggested. I'm sorry you got involved, Terry, you were just at the wrong place at the wrong time. Susan apologized to the boy that was just happened to be walking beside her when everything happened. No hard feelings, I was just as willing to hex the slimy git as all of you. He answered. What is his problem anyway? No idea, maybe his brain got fried during a failed dark arts experiment. Ron joked. So anyone know what we will be doing for the detention? Hermione asked. That question stirred something in Harry's memory and he suddenly started to feel ill. His idiot of a headmaster was going to allow first years to crash around in a dark forest with dark and menacing creatures. A forest that was supposedly out of bounds, with only an adult, that was unable to use magic, for supervision. Neville noticed his friend's distraction and asked him. So what will it be? Lines are scrubbing toilets. If only, wear old muggle cloths to the detention and bring a muggle torch if you have one. You'll need it in the dark forest and then you can use your wand for defense and not light. What's he talking about? Terry asked curiously. He just had a vision about our detention. You had better follow his suggestion, he has never been wrong before. Ron explained. So you're a psychic? Asked Susan intrigued. No, I'm not, Harry said quickly before Neville and Ron could get into it again. PR guy is still in denial. Ron whispered loudly to Terry and Susan. Oh. The following morning, notes were delivered to the Dream Team, Susan and Terry at the breakfast table. They were all the same. Your detention will take place at 11 o'clock tonight. Meet Mr. Filch in the entrance hall. At 11 o'clock that night, they made their way down to the entrance hall. On the way they met up with Terry and Susan. Filch was already there and so was Malfoy and his cronies. Follow me, said Filch, lighting a lamp and leading them outside. I bet you'll think twice about breaking a SCHL rule again, won't you, EH? He said, leering at them. Oh yes, hard work and pain are the best teachers if you ask me. It's just a pity they let the old punishments die out, hang you by your wrists from the ceiling for a few days. I've got the chains still in my office, keep 'em well oiled in case they're ever needed. Right, off we go, and don't think of running off, now, it'll be worse for you if you do. They marched off across the dark grounds. Harry wondered why Dumbledore would employ such a vindictive bastard that obviously hated his job. The MN was bright, but clouds scudding across it kept throwing them into darkness. Ahead, Harry and his friends could see the lighted windows of Hagrid's hut. Then they heard a distant shout. Is that you, Filch? Hurry up, I want to get started. The Gryffindors, heart rose, if they were going to be working with Hagrid it wouldn't be so bad. Only Harry kept his expression neutral. Their relief must have showed in their faces, because Filch said, I suppose you think you'll be enjoying yourself with that oaf. Well, think again, it's into the forest you're going and I'm much mistaken if you'll all come out in one piece. At this, Terry let out a little moan, and Malfoy stopped dead in his tracks. Harry just snorted. Luckily, he knew the forest well so his friends would be relatively safe with him. The forest. Malfoy squeaked again, and he did not sound quite as CL as usual. We can't go in there at night, there's all sorts of things in there, werewolves, I heard. Susan clutched the sleeve of Neville's robe and made a choking noise. That's your problem, isn't it? Said Filch, his voice cracking with glee. Should have thought of them werewolves before you started fighting in the halls, shouldn't you? I won't allow you HDLUMS to mess up my clean corridors. Hagrid came striding toward them out of the dark, Fang at his heel. He was carrying his large crossbow, and a quiver of arrows hung over his shoulder. Aboo, time, he said. I've been waitin' fair half an hour already. All right, You guys. The gentle half-giant said as he saw the Gryffindors. I shouldn't be too friendly to them, Hagrid, said Filch coldly, they're here to be punished, after all. That's why late, is it? Said Hagrid, frowning at Filch. Been lecturing them, Snot your place tear do that. Y've done bit, I'll take over from here. I'll be back at dawn, said Filch, for what's left of them, he added nastily, and he turned and started back toward the castle, his lamp bobbing away in the darkness. Malfoy now turned to Hagrid. I'm not going in that forest, he said, and Harry was pleased to hear the note of panic in his voice. He always was a little cowardly bastard. Harry thought. Yea, or if ye want ter stay at Hogwarts, said Hagrid fiercely. Y've done wrong and, now ye have got ter pay fair it. But this is servant stuff, it's not for students to do. I thought we'd be copying lines or something, if my father knew I was doing this. He'd tell that's how it is at Hogwarts, Hagrid growled. Copyin' lines. What GD's that tear anyone? Ye'll do summit useful or ye'll get out. If ye think father'd rather you were expelled, then get back off tear the castle and, pack. Go on. Malfoy did not move. He LKED at Hagrid furiously, but then dropped his gaze. Right then, said Hagrid, now, listen carefully, 'cause it's dangerous what we're gonna do tonight, and, I don't want no one talkin' risks. Follow me over here a moment. He led them to the very edge of the forest. Holding his lamp up high, he pointed down a narrow, winding earth track that disappeared into the thick black trees. A light breeze lifted their hair as they LKED into the forest. LK there, said Hagrid, see that stuff shinin' on the ground. Silvery stuff. That's unicorn BLD. There's a unicorn in there been hurt badly by summit. This is the second time in a week. I found one dead last Wednesday. We're gonna try and find the PR thing. We might have ter put it out of its misery. And what if we'd ever hurt the unicorn finds us first? Said Malfoy, unable to keep the fear out of his voice. Terry also agreed with the blonde. There's nothing that lives in the forest that'll hurt ye if with me or Fang, said Hagrid. And, keep tear the path. Right, now, we're gonna split into two parties and follow the trail in different directions. There's BLD all over the place, it must have been staggerin' around since last night at least. Hagrid, I don't think it is a GD idea to split up. Harry said. Nah, it'd be faster this way. Hagrid replied. I want Fang, said Malfoy quickly, elking at Fang's long teeth. All right, but I warn ye, he's a coward, said Hagrid. So me, Harry, Hermione, Neville and Ron go one way and the rest of you lot, and Fang'll go the other. Now, if any of us finds the unicorn, we'll send up green sparks, right? Get our wands out and practice now, that's it, and if anyone gets in trouble, send up red sparks, and we'll all come and find ye, so, be careful, let's go. The forest was black and silent. A little way into it, they reached a fork in the earth path where they spied it up. They walked in silence, their eyes on the ground. Every now and then, a ray of MN light through the branches above lit a spot of silver-blue BLD on the fallen leaves. Harry saw that Hagrid LKED very worried. However, he was more worried about his friends being in this forest with Voldemort. Could a werewolf be killing the unicorns? Ron asked. Not fast enough, said Hagrid. It's not easy to catch a unicorn, they're powerful magic creatures. I never knew one to be hurt before. They walked past a mossy tree stump and could hear running water, there must be a stream somewhere close by. There were still spots of unicorn BLD here and there along the winding path. You all right, Hermione? Hagrid whispered. Don't worry, it can't have gone far if it's this badly hurt, and then we'll be able to get behind that tree. Hagrid seized Hermione and Neville while Harry grabbed Ron and hoisted them off the path behind a towering oak. Hagrid pulled out an arrow and fitted it into his crossbow, raising it, ready to fire. The friends also drew their wands. They listened, holding their breaths. Something was slithering over dead leaves nearby, it sounded like a cloak trailing along the ground. Hagrid was squinting up the dark path, but after a few seconds, the sound faded away. Harry's scar was pricking lightly and he reinforced his mental shields. I knew it, he murmured. There's summit in here that shouldn't be. A werewolf, Ron suggested. That wasn't no werewolf and it wasn't no unicorn, neither, said Hagrid grimly. Right, follow me, but careful, now. They walked more slowly, ears straining for the faintest sound. Suddenly, in a clearing ahead, something definitely moved. Who's there? Hagrid called. Show yourself, I'm armed. Harry thought Hagrid was stupid giving away his location by screaming but did not comment on it. Neither did he point out how absolutely useless a crossbow would be against the Dark Lord. Into the clearing came a chestnut centaur. Hermione's jaws dropped. Harry had told her storied about them but she never thought she would actually meet one. Oh, it's you, Ronan, said Hagrid in relief. How are ye? He walked forward and shk the centaur's hand. Good evening to you, Hagrid, said Ronan. He had a deep, sorrowful voice. Were you going to sht me? Can't be too careful, Ronan, said Hagrid, patting his crossbow. There's summat bad lse in this forest. This is Harry, Neville, Hermione and Ron, by the way. Students up at the SCHL. And, this is Ronan, he's a centaur. We'd noticed, said Hermione faintly. Good evening, said Ronan. Students, are you? And do you learn much, up at the SCHL? Said Ron and Neville not sure how to act in the presence of a centaur. A bit, said Hermione timidly. A bit. Well, that's something. Ronan sighed. He flung back his head and stared at the sky. Mars is bright tonight, Harry said as he saw the centaur gaze at the stars. As it should. Not even you can change the way the planets move. Yet a single flap of a butterfly's wings can cause a natural disaster. Yet the planets predicted it centuries in advance. Do not forget to live in the present while you gaze into the future. Not even the orbits of planets are unchangeable. Do not become passive stares, become great as your race once was and take action. What GD is it to know the future and do nothing about it? You have no authority here in this forest, little human foal. I do not say it insult you. Mars is bright and in years to come it will only burn brighter. Think about the lives and safety of your foals and mares. They will not be safe. I know you have seen it. Fate will not allow us to take action, our role in this is to map out the stars. Break those bonds, regain your former glory. You have enough magic to protect yourselves. If you do not, there will not be a next generation to map the stars. You will all be gone. Mars is shining bright, out destiny is set. Venus will shine again. I will do anything in my power to ensure it. It is your choice if you want to bask her glory, time is running out. Now is the time for action. The time of gazing has passed. Mars is bright tonight, the centaur said again. Harry was getting frustrated. Never try to reason with a centaur. Hagrid and Harry's friends just listened to them in confusion. Hagrid glanced up, trying to figure it out. He gave up and rather said, listen, I'm glad we've run into ye, Ronan, 'cause there's a unicorn been hurt, you seen anything? Ronan didn't answer immediately. He stared unblinkingly upward, and then sighed again. Harry looked at him imploringly. Always the innocent are the first victims, he said. So it has been for ages past, so it is now. Will you be the next? Harry asked desperately. The stairs will judge, he answered. But have ye seen anything, Ronan? Asked Hagrid, annoyed that Harry was diverting the attention of the centaur. Anything unusual? Mars is bright tonight, Ronan repeated, while Hagrid watched him impatiently. Unusually bright. Yeah, but I was meanin' anything unusual a bit nearer home, said Hagrid. So ye haven't noticed anything strange? Yet again, Ronan took a while to answer. At last, he said, the forest hides many secrets. A movement in the trees behind Ronan made Hagrid raise his bow again, but it was only a second centaur, black-haired and bodied and wilder elk-king than Ronan. Hello, Bane, said Hagrid. All right. Good evening, Hagrid, I hope you are well. Well enough. I've just been askin', Ronan, you seen anything odd in here lately? There's a unicorn been injured, would ye know anything about it? Bane walked over to stand next to Ronan. He looked skyward. Mars is bright tonight, he said simply. We've heard, said Hagrid grumpily. Well, if either of you do see anything, let me know, won't ye? We'll be off, then. Remember what I said, you could help to make Venus shine again. If only to save your young. I will not give in to Mars. Harry said as they parted. The Gryffindors followed Hagrid out of the clearing, staring over their shoulders at Ronan and Bane until the trees blocked their view. Never, said Hagrid irritably, try and get a straight answer out of a centaur. Ruddy stargazers. Not interested in anything closer in the MN. What the bldy hell was that all about anyway, Harry? Ron asked. Harry just shk his head. They are too stubborn for their own GD. Do you think that was a centaur we heard earlier? Asked Neville when he realized that Harry was not going to explain anything. Did that sound like HVES to you? Nah, if ye ask me, that was what's been killin' the unicorns, never heard anything like it before. They walked on through the dense, dark trees. Harry kept El King over his shoulder, making sure he could protect his friends. He had the nasty feeling they were being watched. And his senses were rarely wrong. They had just passed a bend in the path when Hermione grabbed Hagrid's arm. Hagrid. LK. Red sparks, the others are in trouble. You wait here. Hagrid shouted. Stay on the path, I'll come back for ye. They heard him crashing away through the undergrowth and STDL King at each other. Hermione was scared, they could not hear anything but the rustling of leaves around them. Harry gave her a one-handed hug to comfort her but still kept his guard up. Neville and Ron followed his example. You don't think they've been hurt, do you? Whispered Hermione. I don't care if Malfoy has, but if something's got Susan. Neville said. The minutes dragged by. Their ears seemed sharper than usual. Harry seemed to be picking up every sigh of the wind, every cracking twig. What was going on? Where were the others? At last, a great crunching noise announced Hagrid's return. The Slytherins, Terry, Susan and Fang were with him. Hagrid was fuming. Malfoy, it seemed, had sneaked up behind Terry and grabbed him as a joke. Susan saw it but did not realize what was really happening. She panicked and sent up the sparks. We'll be lucky Ter catch anything now, with the racket you were making. Right, we're chongin' groups. Hagrid, I think it would be better if we stayed together. You know that thing is prowling around. We are only first years and we don't know the forest. Harry said, hoping Hagrid would not split them up again. Hagrid just nodded after a second of thought and then led the way again. They walked for nearly half an hour, deeper and deeper into the forest, until the path became almost impossible to follow because the trees were so thick. Harry thought the BLD seemed to be getting thicker. There were splashes on the RTS of a tree, as though the PR creature had been thrashing around in pain close by. They could hear a cracking sound behind them. I'll go check it. Just followed a path. Harry was annoyed that Hagrid left them alone again but did as he was told. They could see a clearing ahead, through the tangled branches of an ancient oak. LK, he murmured, holding out his arm to stop everyone. Something bright white was gleaming on the ground. They inched closer. It was the unicorn all right. Luckily, it was still alive, but definitely badly injured. The first years were in awe, most had never seen anything so beautiful and sad before. Its long, slender legs were stuck out at odd angles where it had fallen and its mane was spread pearly white on the dark leaves. It was trying to get up but just could not manage it. Harry had taken one step toward it when a slithering sound made him freeze where he stood. A bush on the edge of the clearing quivered. Then, out of the shadows, a HDED figure came crawling across the ground like some stalking beast. Harry knew he had to do something. He would not allow that unicorn to be killed in front of him. Malfoy and the others stood transfixed. The cloaked figure moved even closer to the unicorn. Harry immediately cast the strongest shield he knew around the unicorn, his friends and himself. The HDED figure raised its head and LKED right at Harry menacingly. It got to its feet and came swiftly toward Harry, but the shield blocked him. Familiar pain pierced his head, it was as though his scar were on fire. Luckily his Occlumatic shields quickly blocked out the worst pain. Malfoy was quivering and Susan was clutching Neville in a death grip. Terry did not care it for his dignity and was also cowering in Ron's arms. Hermione was shivering as she grabbed Harry's hand. Listen up, Harry said calmly. My shield won't last forever. The only way to get out of this is to banish this creature out of this forest. All of the first years stared at Harry incredulously. Are you crazy? There is nothing we can do. We're all going to die. Malfoy shrieked. Shut up, Harry said while slapping the blonde Slytherin trough the face. The creature's attack on the shield became more persistent. You must do exactly as I say, if you panic now you will die. They all nodded dumbly. Scared to do anything other than follow orders. Right, all of you, remove your pendants. Harry said to his friends, while taking his own off. Neville, do you have any muggle herbs with you? What are you doing? You wasting time, do something. Malfoy said anxiously. If you don't shut up now and keep quiet, by Merlin I'm going to stun you. Harry said and then ignored the blonde, focusing on his friend instead. I have parsley, sage, rosemary and thyme. Neville answered. Harry snorted and Hermione gave a nervous giggle. The others did not have a clue what could be so amusing in a situation as this. It will do, Harry said. I don't suppose anyone have a candle with them. Harry asked, not thinking anyone would have one. I actually have one, Terry said in a cowering voice. You said to bring an alternative light source. Harry just smiled. While this was happening, the creature was snarling and elking for weaknesses in the shield. All the while, Harry was wondering where the BLDY centaur was that rescued him the first time. Okay, take hands and make a circle around the unicorn. While they were doing that, Harry placed the 4 pendants into the 4 wind directions. He also placed an herb in between the different pendants. He looked at his friends around him, something was if he needed different combination. Then smiled to himself. Hermione, I need for you to stand here, he said while pointing at one of the compass points. Across from her, he made an unwilling Draco stand. At the other 2 ends, he placed Susan and Terry. Okay, you 4, when we start the ritual you will have to take hands. The rest of us will stand in around you. What? I'm not taking their hands. Why are we doing this anyway? Harry just glared the blonde boy to silence. I know you're not TGD with runes, Ron, but Hermione must be in the circle for balance. I need you to repaint the runes on the pendants. With what? Ron asked nervously as he saw the thing bounce back from the shield again. Harry tipped his head to the side in thought, then answered with one word. BLD. Are you crazy? Hermione said. I thought BLD magic was part of the dark arts. Susan asked hesitantly. Harry just glared at them and asked. Do you want to die? Everyone stopped protesting at that. The injured unicorn dipped her horn into her wound and dripped some of the BLD on Ron's hands. I think she wants you to use her BLD. Harry said in awe. He never expected a unicorn to willingly give her BLD to a human, and a male at that. While those 4 in the middle stand still and chant, I want Ron to paint the runes, Neville use the candle to light the herbs and I'll create tune wards. After that, the rest of us will walk around those 4. Do any of you have anything we can add to this? The other just stared at Harry wide-eyed. Only Harry's friends had an inkling of what he was planning. Right, let's begin, Harry said while taking out his flute and starting to play. He was trying to copy the sound Fox made while he was singing. The moment they started with the ritual, a bright white surrounded, then it started to break up into the colors of the rainbow and spread over the forest. Voldemort gave a howl of fury and pain, then fled. The moment he was gone, the kids fell down from exhaustion and relief. Where did you learn this ritual? Hermione asked in awe of the power they had just released. Would you believe me that I just made it up by combining the protective and warding aspects of almost all the alternative magic that I know? What, you? Hermione mumbled. What did we do anyway? Malfoy asked arrogantly, his bravado returning the moment the danger was gone. You, Malfoy, have just banished your Dark Lord using Muggle magic. Harry said with a grin. All of the BLD in Draco's face left him and he became as pale as a ghost. That was I did, Muggle. After a while, he recovered and sneered. Nice try, Potter, you are not fling me. That thing was not the Dark Lord. Harry just laughed at the blonde boy and his just as pale cronies. Terry and Susan were just as stunned, not comprehending fully what they have just seen and done. They heard HVES behind him, galloping, and something jumped clean over them. LK, the cavalry has arrived, Harry said sarcastically. A centaur was standing over them, not Ronan or Bane, this one LKED younger, he had white blonde hair and a palomino body. He LKED confused and just stared at the children and unicorn. Are you all right? Said the centaur after a while. Yes, thank you. The evil invading you is banished. The centaur had astonishingly blue eyes, like pale sapphires. He stared carefully at Harry, astounded at what he said. His eyes lingering on the scar that std out, livid, on Harry's forehead. He then LKED at the other exhausted children. You are the Potter boy, he said, then smiled as he LKED at the stars. My name is Firenze. Harry nodded and smiled. You know who I am and what I plan. I know you want to also fight against fate also. Please try to convince you brothers, before Mars consumes us all. I will always be there to lend a hand. Tell them a new era is dawning and that the youth is willing to reach out. There was suddenly a sound of more galloping from the other side of the clearing. Ronan and Bane came bursting through the trees, their flanks heaving and sweaty. Firenze. Bane thundered. What are you doing? What is going on here? Do you realize who this is? Said Firenze. This is the Potter boy. The stars are changing. What have he been telling you? Don't listen to this human, growled Bane. Remember, Firenze, we are sworn not to set ourselves against the heavens. Have we not read what is to come in the movements of the planets? Ronan pawed the ground nervously. I'm sure Firenze thought he was acting for the best, he said in his glmy voice. Bane kicked his back legs in anger. For the best? What is that to do with us? Centaurs are concerned with what has been foretold. It is not our business to run around like donkeys after stray humans in our forest. They do not care for us. He and his kind will only use you. Firenze suddenly reared onto his hind legs in anger. Do you not see that unicorn? Firenze bellowed at Bane. Do you not understand why it is still alive? Or have the planets not let you in on that secret? I set myself against what was lurking in this forest, Bane, yes, against fate and with humans alongside me if I must. The planets are moving and we must move with them. Do you not see that? Ronan and Bane just shk their heads and galloped away. Why's Bane so angry? Neville asked confused. What was that thing we chased anyway? Young foals, do you know what unicorn BLD is used for? Harry and Hermione nodded but the others said, no. We've only used the horn and tail hair in potions. Terry said. That is because it is a monstrous thing, to slay a unicorn, said Firenze. Only one who has nothing to lose, and everything to gain, would commit such a crime. The BLD of a unicorn will keep you alive, even if you are an inch from death, but at a terrible price. You have slain something pure and defenseless to save yourself, and you will have but a half-life, a cursed life, from the moment the BLD touches your lips. The kids stared at Firenze with big eye, then at the unicorn that was shining silver in the MN light. But who'd be that desperate? Neville wondered aloud. If you're going to be cursed forever, death's better, isn't it? It is, Firenze agreed, unless all you need is to stay alive long enough to drink something else. Something that will bring you back to full strength and power, something that will mean you can never die. Mr. Potter, do you know what is hidden in the SCHL at this very moment? Harry nodded, not wanting to give anything away to the others not in his group. Luckily Hermione and Neville picked up on it and also did not say anything. Ron was occupied with something else and was staring into space. The others still LKED confused, not understanding what the centaur was talking about. Draco was annoyed that Harry apparently knew and understood everything. Ron then snapped out of it and in a quivering voice asked. Am I also cursed for life? I used the unicorn's BLD in that ritual. Harry suddenly understood why his friend was so quiet. No, Ron, she gave her BLD willingly and you used it unselfishly. You also weren't stupid enough to drink it. Harry comforted his friend. Everyone just sat uncomfortably around the unicorn, not sure what to do. Firenze had left a while ago to go LK for Hagrid. While they waited, Harry and Hermione was trying to heal the unicorn. Although Harry knew a lot of healing charms, they were not as effective as on a human. At least he was now certain that the beautiful animal would not die from its wounds, but it would need a lot of care to heal properly. Harry knew Hagrid would be able to do it. Harry, kids, are you all right? Hagrid was running toward them down the path, puffing all the way. We're fine, said Harry, the unicorns needs your help, Hagrid. Back in the dark common room, the friends, although very tired, did not want to sleep. Snape wants the stone for Voldemort, and Voldemort's waiting in the forest, and all this time we thought Snape just wanted to get rich, said Hermione. Stop saying the name, said Ron in a terrified whisper, as if he thought Voldemort could hear them. Harry LKED at him with a raised eyebrow. Okay, sorry, but still, I did not know he was still alive. Ron said. Could we maybe just call him Tom? Oh, honestly, Ronald, Hermione said, but the redhead did not want to back down. Fine, she huffed, and Neville and Harry just shk their heads. So all I've got to wait for now is Snape to steal the stone, Neville taking over from Hermione, then Tom will be able to come back. It won't happen yet, said Hermione. Everyone says Dumbledore's the only one you know who was ever afraid of. With Dumbledore around, you know who won't be able to do anything. Now that we have banished him out of the forest, he will not be able to sustain himself with Unicorn BLD. So he will either give up or do something desperate. Personally, I'm betting on the latter, said Harry, making up his mind to remove the stone as soon as possible. The time to wait for a reply from Flamel was over. The sky had turned light before they stopped talking. They went to bed exhausted, their throats sore. Thinking over the past few weeks, Harry could not figure out how he had managed to get through his exams. Sure, he knew the work just fine. After all, it was only first-year work, and he and his friends did study a lot. Susan and Terry also joined them in a lot of their study sessions. And Terry, ever the knowledge-hungry Ravenclaw, even persuaded them to also teach them some of the stuff they used in the forest. Harry did not mind expanding their little study group, so now there were 6 students running around the lake in the early mornings. Yet, through it all he was distracted. After he had banished Voldemort from the forest, he expected the evil spirit to act Snur out of desperation. However, nothing happened. The days crept by, and there could be no doubt that Fluffy was still alive and well behind the locked drive. Ron and Neville checked up on the doggy, way too much to leave any doubt. Harry's nightmares also seemed to be a lot more intense after the encounter. Not only was he reliving his old traumatic memories in his dreams, but his imagination was creating new horrifying images of what could have happened to his friends in the forest if his shield failed or the ritual was flawed. His dreams made him determined to keep his friends away from the third FLR corridor. Another ill effect of the little trip to the forest was the now familiar stabbing pains in his forehead. Harry did the best he could, trying to ignore and block it out of his head with occlumency. It was sweltering hot, especially in the large class RM where they did their written papers. They had been given special, new quills for the exams. These had been bewitched with an anti-cheating spell. Harry was slightly worried that he would unable to write with those quills. He felt like he was cheating with all the knowledge that he has from his other life. Luckily, there were no problems, it was only his guilty conscience that was bothering him. He sometimes wished he could tell someone everything. A few times, he had actually come close to spilling his secret to McGonagall or Perenelle. Yet, every time he caught himself just in time. This was his burden, his secret. His fight against fate, and he would tell no one. Just like always, the exams had a practical aspect as well. Professor Flitwick called them one by one into his class to see if they could make a pineapple tap dance across a desk. As an extra treat for the little professor, Harry multiplied his pineapple and let them perform a section out of Riverdance. The professor was so pleased that he fell of his stack of BKS in his excitement. Professor McGonagall watched them turn a mouse into a snuff box. Yet again Harry already knew beforehand what the task would be. Just as the last time points were given for how pretty the snuff box was, but taken away if it had whiskers. Harry decorated his with the Hogwarts emblem. Snape, the overgrown bat of the dungeons, made all the first years nervous. It would seem that only Harry's little group of friends were immune to him. Harry could not blame his classmates. He could remember how difficult it was to try to remember how to make a forgetfulness potion while the greasy git was breathing down your neck. Their very last exam was History of Magic. 1 hour of answering questions about batty old wizards who'd invented self-stirring cauldrons, and they'd be free for a whole wonderful week until their exam results came out. When the ghost of Professor Binns told them to put down their quills and roll up their parchment, Harry could not help cheering with the rest. Maybe nothing would happen. SCHL was almost out and Voldy was still unaware that he had already removed the stone. It also did not seem that his friends would be going after the stone, so he was starting to relax. Yet he could not prevent the uneasy feeling in the pit of his stomach as he left the class. "That was far easier than I thought it would be," said Hermione as they joined the crowds flocking out onto the sunny grounds. "We needn't have learned about the 1637 Werewolf Code of Conduct or the uprising of Elfric the Eager." Hermione always liked to go through their exam papers afterward. To Harry's surprise, Ron agreed with her and started a discussion about the different exams and their expected results. They wandered down to the lake and flopped under a tree. The Weasley twins and Lee Jordan were tickling the tentacles of the giant squid, which was basking in the warm shallows. They smiled at Harry and gave him thumbs up. Then they got evil smirks and started to whisper amongst themselves. You know your mom will be ever so pleased that they started to study, but I can't help but be afraid of what they will do with their newfound fondness of knowledge. Harry said to Ron while playing with a bit of grass. Ron just snorted and started tickling Hermione's ear with a twig. Hey, stop it, she giggled but did not really try stopping her friend. She was clearly enjoying it. Neville just smiled at their antics, but also noticed how tense Harry was. No more studying, Ron sighed happily, stretching out on the grass. You could LK more cheerful, Harry, we've got a week before we find out how brilliant we've done. There's no need to worry at all, you probably got full marks in everything. Harry was rubbing his forehead and then gave his friends a little smile. Is it still bothering you? Hermione asked concerned, then sat up to get a closer LK at his scar. It keeps twitching, but it's not so bad, Harry assured them. It was clear they did not believe him. Go to Madame Pomfrey, Neville suggested. I'm not ill, said Harry, annoyed, yet also friendly. He was glad that they cared but he was staying as far away from the hospital if he could help it. I think it's a warning, it means danger's coming. Is it one of those warnings? Ron asked interested. Harry just shked his head, cursing the day he started to pretend to be a psychic. This is slightly different, he tried to explain. Harry, relax, Hermione said, the stone's safe as long as Dumbledore is around. Anyway, we've never had any PRF. Snape found out how to get past Fluffy. He nearly had his leg ripped off once, he's not going to try it again in a hurry. Ron said. Yes, Goyle will grow a brain before Hagrid lets Dumbledore down. Neville added. I know the stone is safe, Harry said, but he could not shake off a lurking feeling that there was something he'd forgotten to do, something important. When he tried to explain this, Hermione said, that's just the exams. I woke up last night and was halfway through my transfiguration notes before I remembered we'd done that one. Harry smiled at his study-obsessed friend. Unfortunately, the unsettled feeling did not have anything to do with work, though. He watched an owl flutter toward the SCHL across the bright blue sky, a note clamped in its mouth. As he was trying to figure out what he was forgetting, his friends continued to talk about Fluffy, the stone and Flammel. Maybe I have an appointment that I have forgotten. It is not Dumbledore, already had that one this week. It is not McGonagall. We usually have impromptu meetings whenever we feel it was needed. I still think Flammel is stupid to hide his stone in a SCHL. Ron said. He is not. Flammel is a genius, Hermione retorted. Harry once again ignored his friend's bickering and tried to order his thoughts. But his mind was stuck on his friend's last words. Flammel, Flammel. Meanwhile, his friends had moved along and were arguing about a different yet related subject. Hagrid would never betray Dumbledore. Ron said. I agree, said Hermione. Hagrid would never tell anyone how to get past Fluffy, never, but... Harry suddenly jumped to his feet. Perenelle Flammel, Harry, you are positively the biggest idiot alive. He berated himself as he ran into the castle. He was already 5 minuets late for their appointment. I guess this meeting will go slightly different than usual. After all, I am going to return her husband's prized possession that I have stolen. Harry thought to himself as he ran through the twisting corridors of Hogwarts. Where is he going? Said Ron, surprised. Don't know, maybe it is something that we said. Neville suggested. What was the last thing we talked about before he ran off? Hermione asked. Hagrid and Fluffy. Ron answered. I've just thought of something, said Hermione. She had turned white. And I think Harry has also thought of it. She got up hastily and dragged her friends along. We've got to go and see Hagrid, now. Why? Panted Neville, hurrying to keep up. Don't you think it's a bit odd, she said, scrambling up the grassy slope, that what Hagrid wants more than anything else is a dragon, and a stranger turns up who just happens to have an egg in his pocket. How many people wander around with dragon eggs if it's against wizard law? Lucky they found Hagrid, don't you think? Why didn't we see it before? What are you talking about? Said Ron, but Hermione, sprinting across the grounds toward the forest, did not answer. Hagrid was sitting in an armchair outside his house. His trousers and sleeves were rolled up, and he was shelling peas into a large bowl. Hello, he said, smiling. Finished her exams. Got time for a drink. Where's Ari? Wish I knew, said Ron, but Hermione cut him off. The half-giant was starting to frown. Hagrid, we've got to ask you something. You know that night you won Norbert. What did the stranger you were playing cards with LK like? Dunno, said Hagrid casually. He wouldn't take his cloak off. He saw the three of them. LK stunned and raised his eyebrows. It's not that unusual. Ye get a lot o' funny folk in the Hog's Head. That's the pub down in the village. Might have been a dragon dealer, mightn't he? I never saw his face. He kept his HD up. Hermione sank down next to the bowl of peas. What did you talk to him about, Hagrid? Did you mention Hogwarts at all? Might have come up, said Hagrid, frowning as he tried to remember. Yeah, he asked what I did, and I told him I was gamekeeper here. He asked a bit about the sorta creatures I TK after, so I told him, and I said what I'd always really wanted was a dragon, and then I can remember T well, 'cause he kept buyin' me drinks. Let's see, yeah, then he said he had the dragon egg and we could play cards fair it if I wanted, but he had ter be sure I could handle it. He didn't want it ter go tear any old home. So I told him, after Fluffy, a dragon would be easy. And did he seem interested in Fluffy? Neville asked, trying to keep his voice calm. Now that he realized what Hermione had figured out. Well, yeah, how many three-headed dogs do ye meet, even around Hogwarts? So I told him, Fluffy's a piece o' cake if ye know how to calm him down, just play him a bit o' music and he'll go straight off ter sleep. Hagrid suddenly LKED horrified. I shouldn't 'a told ye that. He blurted out. Forget I said it. Hey, where are ye goin'? Neville, Ron, and Hermione didn't speak to each other at all until they came to a halt in the entrance hall, which seemed very cold and gloomy after the grounds. We've got to go to Dumbledore, said Neville. Hagrid told that stranger how to get past Fluffy, and it was either Snape or Voldemort under that cloak. It must have been easy once he'd got Hagrid drunk. I just hope Dumbledore believes us. Firenze might back us up if Bane does not stop him. That's not the biggest issue. I think Harry also figured it out and he's gone after the stone. We must try and stop him, said Hermione. The three friends shared a worried glance. They needed to find the headmaster and tell him everything. Where's Dumbledore's office? They LKED around, as if hoping to see a sign pointing them in the right direction. They had never been told where Dumbledore lived, nor did they know anyone who had been sent to see him except for Harry and his weekly visits. We'll just have to, Ron began, but a voice suddenly rang across the hall. What are you three doing inside? It was Professor McGonagall, carrying a large pile of BKS. We want to see Professor Dumbledore, said Hermione, rather bravely. Neville and Ron thought. See Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall repeated, as though this was a very fishy thing to want to do. Why? They swallowed. Now what? They did not want to get Harry in trouble. It's sort of secret, she said, but she wished at once he hadn't, because Professor McGonagall's nostrils flared. Professor Dumbledore left 10 minutes ago, she said coldly. He received an urgent owl from the Ministry of Magic and flew off for London at once. He's gone, said Ron frantically. Now. Professor Dumbledore is a very great wizard. He has many demands for his time. But this is important, said Neville. Something you have to say is more important than the Ministry of Magic. LK, said Hermione, throwing caution to the winds. She was worried about Harry. Professor, it's about the Sorcerer's Stone and Ha. Whatever Professor McGonagall had expected, it wasn't that. The BKS she was carrying tumbled out of her arms, but she didn't pick them up. How do you know? She spluttered. That's not important now, Hermione started to explain. But horror, she cut off when she saw her professor's glare. Professor, we know, that SN that someone's going to try and steal the stone. We've got to talk to Professor Dumbledore. Ron tried to explain. She eyed them with a mixture of shock and suspicion. Professor Dumbledore will be back tomorrow, she said finally. I don't know how you found out about the stone, but rest assured, no one can possibly steal it. It's too well protected. But Professor, Neville tried again. I know what I'm talking about, she said shortly. She bent down and gathered up the fallen BKS. I suggest you all go back outside and enjoy the sunshine. But they didn't. It's tonight, said Hermione, once she was sure Professor McGonagall was out of earshot. Snape's going through the trap door tonight. He's found out everything he needs, and now he's got Dumbledore out of the way. He sent that note. I bet the Ministry of Magic will get a real shock when Dumbledore turns up. But what can we do? Asked Neville. I don't know, but if he finds Harry down there he will kill him. We don't have a choice, we go after him. Hermione said with determination. Okay, let's, Hermione gasped. Neville and Ron wheeled round. Snape was standing there. GD Aftern, he said SMTHLY. They stared at him. You shouldn't be inside on a day like this, he said, with an odd, twisted smile. We were, Hermione began, without any idea what she was going to say. You want to be more careful, said Snape. Hanging around like this, people will think you're up to something. Oh shame, it LKS like one of the dream team is missing. Wherever can he be? Snape snorted. The three friends flushed. They turned to go outside, but Snape called them back. Be warned, Gryffindors. Do anything stupid and I will personally make sure you are expelled. GD day to you. He strode off in the direction of the staff RM. Out on the stone steps, Ron turned to the others. Right, here's what we've got to do, he whispered urgently. The other two stared at him. He was pale and his eyes were glistening. We must first go up to the tower and get Harry's cloak. I don't fancy McGonagall seeing us near the third FLR corridor after our little confrontation. I thought she would be a bit more reasonable. Anyway, Hermione, you should also get your violin. Hermione frowned. I know you don't like playing, but at the moment, this is the best we can do. I don't fancy singing that beast to sleep. I reckon with my voice it would snore bite my head and then sleep. They all chuckled at this, especially Neville. He still remembered the nasty memory of his friend singing in the shower. I think you should also bring some of those muggle things you and Harry use. Could not do harm having a bit more protection. Neville suggested getting them back on topic. The friends nodded and then sneaked back into the castle. Earlier, while the Gryffindors were still relaxing under a tree outside by the lake, an old man was sitting in his office thinking about what he had overheard with his snitch the past few weeks. So far, it was the only spying method that the boy had not yet discovered. What worried him was that the boy was more concerned about his mystery friend Eleanor, fate in some object that he had lost, than the mystery that had his friends so captivated. In fact, if it were not for his friends, Harry would probably not be interested at all. Albus thought that the boy would put all his effort into solving the mystery, yet again, he was wrong in predicting Harry's behavior. He needed Harry to face off against the evil in the castle. It was the only way for him to determine once and for all if the boy was evil or not. If the boy joined Voldemort, then he would be unable to obtain the stone for his new master, and Albus would know to watch the boy, and he would double his efforts to lead the boy to the light. He even considered binding the boy to him as his apprentice so that he would be unable to leave the castle without permission. If Harry resisted the evil, then he would know his efforts were working and he could relax. He would simply return the boy to his relatives. He knew it was an extreme way to test the boy, but since every other attempt had failed, this was his last resort. He would never forget his first meeting with the boy. He could almost still feel the darkness he saw that day. The day the boy saw the Mirror of Erised was also etched into his memory. Those dead blank eyes as he talked about death and destruction. The boy was more than creepy. Always bouncing from super cheery boy to dark, evil sorcerer. It was almost like a magical bipolar depression. He had read the reports on the boy's exams. He and his friends had received full marks in everything. In all the history of Hogwarts, it had never happened before. No, even he had gotten full marks in everything, yet 4 students had managed it simultaneously. He knew he was not supposed to listen in on the boys' session with Perenelle, but for now it was the only way he could think of to get information. The boy never revealed anything in their weekly chats. Actually, it always felt as if he knew less or that another battle was lost. Just as he picked up his wand to activate the golden ball, an owl arrived with a letter for him. Harry, so glad you could make it. I almost thought you forgot about our appointment. Perenelle greeted warmly. Harry smiled sheepishly. GD day, he greeted, still not sure how he was going to tell her about the stone. She saw his embarrassment and smiled lightly. So Harry, what do you want to talk about today? I heard from Minerva that you are having difficulty with your sleep again. Harry just nodded, then answered, yes, but there is something else I need to talk to you about. She inwardly frowned. Unwillingness to talk about the problem was never a GD sign. She knew Minerva thought that his dreams were some kind of manifestation of his seer abilities. However, something just did not fit. She just could not put the finger on it. Right, what devious scheme have you CKED up this time? She asked to break the ice. She could see he was nervous about what he was about to say. A brief smile crossed his face before he got the intense serious expression again. It is funny but it just clicked that your surname is Flamel, said Harry. She just nodded, not sure where this was going. I have been trying to make contact with him for ages and all I really had to do was ask you to give him a message. So those letters to Nicholas were actually from you. We thought it was just one of those, oh what are they called these days, groupies is it? Yes, we thought it was just one of those obsessed groupies annoying us again. I figured that was the case, it tends to happen to well-known people. She smiled at how lightly Harry put it. She had no doubt that the famous boy got a fair share of weird mail from crazy fans. Anyway, I stopped writing and just went and retrieved the stone myself. She gasped in surprise. However did he manage to get past everything? Albus had assured her and Nicholas that every precaution was taken. The boy just kept on amazing her every time they met. He was a lot more powerful than she initially guessed. Tells you a lot about the great Albus Dumbledore's security measures. If a first year can go in, steal the stone, get out and it is not discovered for a few weeks. Harry said bitterly. He always suspected everything was not as it seemed. He just never could figure out what it was. A mild understatement. She asked with an amused smile, the sarcasm shining in her eyes, then asked. So where is the stone now? Oh, it is safely hidden. Do you want me to go and get it for you? No, you can keep that one. Nick and I were a bit skeptical when Albie insisted we give him the stone, so we gave him a dilute one that LKS real but doesn't really do anything but produce leprechauns gold. Harry's breath caught and he felt a bit dizzy for a moment. He had almost died in his other life, protecting a fake stone. Fate in her cruel sense of humor had struck again. He stared to laughing hysterically. The irony of it all was just too much, and the best part was that Dumbledore and Voldemort never knew that the stone was not truly destroyed. Nicholas and his wife probably just assumed new identities and went on living their lives happily without a concern for the war. Harry, are you okay? A worried Perenelle asked. Harry just took a deep breath to calm himself and nodded. Are you sure? Yeah, it's just so funny how fate screws with my life. If I knew it was a fake I would just have left it for old Voldy to find. Can you imagine his face? It would have been hilarious. I still don't know why you are so eager to defy fate, why don't you just flow with her? It would be so much easier. Harry just snorted and changed the subject. So how are things going with Eleanor? She is so excited for the holidays to begin. So far she has made a lot of progress, however we have decided that things would go a lot faster if she comes and stay with me this holiday. I am so glad to hear that. I would really have missed her if she could not come to Hogwarts next year. I guess not seeing her for a few months is a small price to pay for the years together that will follow. Harry said with a smile. If you would like, you could come visit. You could also even stay if you like. My Nicholas would not mind taking you on as an apprentice. It has been years since we last had young people in our home. Harry just stared at her, too shocked to say anything. She had just offered him an apprenticeship with Nicholas Flamel, one of the most powerful wizards on earth and the best alchemist ever. It was unbelievable. Why did great things like this never happen in my other life? She took his silence as uncertainty. If you think your guardians would mind, I could go and talk with them. Harry just laughed at that. I don't think they would mind. My aunt would be thrilled to get her cupboard back. The only problem I can foresee is the billboards fading. As annoying as Dumbledore is and regardless of all his mistakes, he was right about the power of those wards. I think about 2 weeks there would be enough to recharge them, then I would be more than happy to come visit you and see how Eleanor is doing. The old woman just smiled at the young boy. She knew that healers should not get too personally involved with their clients. But she saw Harry more like a friend than a patient. He also never agreed to therapy-only friendship, so technically say was not overstepping boundaries, yet she hoped what she was doing was right. She was glad that she was able to give him an alternative to the care of his relatives. Harry had never told her anything explicit about their treatment of him, yet there were subtle hints every now and then that Harry did not even realize he gave away. She knew he hardly spent any time at home before he came to Hogwarts, and a cupboard had come up a few times. She still did not figure out where it fit into the picture, but he definitely had issues about it. The more she got to know this young man, the more she started to resent her old friend Albus. He had made a huge mistake with this boy and he did not ever realize it yet. Draco was starting to get really worried. It was almost the end of the SCHL year and he still had not managed to complete his father's task. He did not even want to think what his father would do to him if he found out of his failure. To top it all, he knew the little mudball did better than him in the exams. That would only add to his punishment. Most people thought that he worshipped his father. After all, he always spoke proudly of him. The truth was he hated the man. There was no description of how deep his loathing went. He had realized a long time ago that he would never be able to please the man. For his own survival he had to act the perfect adoring and loving son. The Prince of Slytherin, a dark wizard in training. But he wished there were more to life than this. In the beginning he hated Potter for the humiliation he'd put him through. After all this time of spying on him and his friends, he hated him for a totally different reason. He and his friends were free and happy. Something he would never be. It was bad enough that he would be punished for receiving another detention. A GD Slytherin was never caught. If his father were ever to find out that he helped Potter to banish the Dark Lord out of the forest, he knew he would be dead the next day. He was also starting to doubt if he even wanted to serve the Dark Lord. That thing in the forest was not the glorious leader his father always spoke about. He would just have to lie. He would tell his father that he had succeeded but that nothing has happened as of yet and that they would have to wait till next year to see what happened to Potter. Hopefully his father would believe him and he would survive this break without too much injury. Luckily the common room was deserted. Everyone was outside celebrating the end of the exams. "We'd better put the cloak on here, and make sure it covers all three of us," said Ron. They were lucky that the cloak was in Harry's bedside cabinet and not his trunk, or it would have been impossible to get it out. They hastily threw it on and left the tower. In their nervous state, every statue's shadow looked like Filch, every distant breath of wind sounded like Peeves' SW ping down on them. Although it was not curfew yet, they were nervous of being found with an invisibility cloak. At the featuring of the first set of stairs, they spotted Mrs. Norris skulking near the top. "Oh, let's kick her, just this once," Ron whispered in Neville's ear. Unfortunately Hermione also heard him and glared at him. As they climbed carefully around her, Mrs. Norris turned her lamp-like eyes on them, but didn't do anything. They didn't meet anyone else until the entire way they were relieved that they did not meet Peeves. The poltergeist was probably annoying the teachers because all the other castle occupants were outside enjoying the day. They were there, outside the third FLR corridor, and the doctor was already ajar. "Well, there you are," Ron said quietly. "Harry's already got past Fluffy. Hopefully we can get to him before Snape." Seeing the open doctor somehow seemed to impress upon all three of them what was facing them. Underneath the cloak, Neville turned to the other two. "Do you want to go back? Maybe we should try and convince a teacher again," he said. "Don't be stupid. If McGonagall won't listen to us, no one will." "Let's do this. Harry needs us," said Ron. "Let's go," said Hermione while squeezing her two friends' hands nervously. She then pushed the doctor open. As the doctor creaked, low, rumbling growls met their ears. All three of the dogs' noses sniffed madly in their direction, even though it couldn't see them. "What's that at its feet?" Neville whispered. "LK's like a harp," said Ron. "That's not GD, Harry doesn't play the harp, and Snape must have left it there. We got to hurry. It must wake up the moment you stop playing," said Neville. "Well, here goes," said Hermione as she quickly got out her violin and started a broken tune. It wasn't really any GD, but from the first note the beast's eyes began to DRP. Ron drew a relieved breath. Slowly, the dog's growls ceased, it tottered on its paws and fell to its knees, then it slumped to the ground, fast asleep. "Keep playing," Ron warned as they slipped out of the cloak and crept toward the trapdoor. They could feel the dog's hot, smelly breath as they approached the giant heads. "I think we'll be able to pull the doctor open," said Ron, peering over the dog's back. "Want to go first, Neville?" Neville's face got a bit paler and SHK his head. "All right." Ron gritted his teeth, gathering courage. He was equally unwilling to be first. He stepped carefully over the dog's legs. He bent and pulled the ring of the trapdoor, which swung up and open. "What can you see?" Hermione said anxiously while still playing. Nothing, just black, there's no way of climbing down, we'll just have to drop. Neville walked cautiously over to Ron. Do you think our cushioning charm will make it all the way down there? I have no desire to splatter myself. Ron's face got a bit green in the white again and nodded vigorously. Clearly trying to convince himself. If Harry made it down there then we can do it, he said as he shot a few charms down the hole, hoping to Gaia that it would work and that they would not fall to death. Ron climbed over it and LKED down through the trapdoor. There was no sign of the bottom. He lowered himself through the hole until he was hanging on by his fingertips. Then he LKED up at Neville and said, if anything happens to me, don't follow. Go straight to the Ollery and send Hedwig to Dumbledore, right? Shouldn't we have done that from the start? Too late for it now. Harry is down there with Snape hot on his tail, said Ron. Right, Neville nodded. Although this year with his friends had done a lot for his confidence, he still had 10 years of inferiority complex that was influencing him, and he could not help not feeling as brave as his friends seemed to him. He knew he would never have had the guts to go first. See you in a minute, I hope, Ron said, putting on a brave front for his friends. Without Harry to take the lead, he was stuck with the job, and he now realized that he did not enjoy it nearly as much as he thought he would. He wondered how many times Harry pretended to be fine just for the benefit of the group. He was looking at his friend in a totally different light now. He hesitated for only a second longer and then he let go. Cold, damp air rushed past him as he fell down, down, bounce and flump. With a funny, muffled sort of thump he landed on something soft, after the cushioning charm broke his initial fall. He sat up and felt around, his eyes not used to the GLM. It felt as though he was sitting on some sort of plant. It's okay. He called up to the light the size of a postage stamp, which was the open trapdoor. It's a soft landing, you can jump. The charm wasn't even needed, there is something squishy down here. Neville followed right away. He landed, sprawled next to Ron. What's this stuff? Ron asked. Dunno, some sort of plant thing, I'll be able to identify it if you light your wand. I suppose it's here to break the fall. Come on, Hermione, they both called. The distant music stopped. There was a loud bark from the dog, but Hermione had already jumped. She landed on Ron's other side. We must be miles under the SCHL, she said. Lucky this plant thing's here, really, said Ron, but then realized he was in trouble when he was unable to get to his wand to make a light for Neville. Hermione shrieked, as the vines also started to wrap around her. She leapt up and struggled toward a damp wall. She thrashed about trying to free her ankles that the plant started to twist snake-like tendrils around. As for Neville and Ron, their legs had already been bound tightly in long creepers without their noticing. Hermione had managed to free herself before the plant got a firm grip on her. Now she watched in horror as the two boys fought to pull the plant off them, but the more they strained against it, the tighter and faster the plant wound around them. Stop moving, Neville ordered them when he realized what plant it was. I know what this is, it's Devil's Snare. Ron immediately stopped his struggle. They had read about this plant and he knew that struggling would only kill them faster. He and Neville were in thought spot. They were both unable to get to their wands. Hurry up, I can't breathe. Ron gasped, wrestling with it as it curled around his chest. Use Lumos Solum. Neville breathed, trying his best to stay calm. Oh, right, said Hermione. She was so tense she did not even think about using her wand. She muttered something, and sent a jet off flames at the plant. In a matter of seconds, the two boys felt it lessening its grip as it cringed away from the light and warmth. Wriggling and flailing, it unraveled itself from their bodies, and they were able to pull free. Lucky we pay attention in herbology, Neville sighed with relief. That was BLDY brilliant. I love it when you and Harry do wandless stuff, Ron said as he joined Hermione by the wall, wiping sweat off his face. Hermione just surged of the compliment. Neville played the biggest part. It is GD, we have our own plant expert with us. This way, said Ron, pointing down a stone passageway, which was the only way forward. All they could hear apart from their FT steps was the gentle drip of water trickling down the walls. The passageway sloped downward. Can you hear something? Neville whispered. Hermione listened. A soft rustling and clinking seemed to be coming from up ahead. Do you think it's a ghost? My own, you know ghost can't do anything. I know, it just a muggle thing, can't help it. Sounds like wings to me, said Neville. There's light ahead. I can see something moving. They reached the end of the passageway and saw before them a brilliantly lit chamber, its ceiling arching high above them. It was full of small, jewel-bright birds, fluttering and tumbling all around the On the opposite side of the chamber was a heavy WDEN drive. Do you think they'll attack us if we cross the asked Neville. Probably, said Ron. They don't look very vicious, but I suppose if they all SWPED down at once, well, there's no other choice. I'll run. He took a deep breath, covered his face with his arms, and sprinted across the He expected to feel sharp beaks and claws tearing at him any second, but nothing happened. He reached the doctor untouched. He pulled the handle, but it was locked. The other two followed him. They tugged and heaved at the doctor, but it wouldn't budge, not even when Hermione tried her Alohomora charm. Now what? Said Ron. These birds, they can't be here just for decoration, said Hermione. They watched the birds soaring overhead, glittering, glittering. They're not birds, Neville said suddenly. They're keys. Winged keys, LK carefully. So that must mean, he LKED around the chamber while the other two squinted up at the flock of keys. Yes, LK. BRM sticks. We've got to catch the key to the drive. But there are hundreds of them. Ron examined the lock on the doctor. He then walked over to the BRMS. Ron, don't touch the BRMS. It could be a trap. It seems too easy, why would the BRMS be here? This is supposed to be a gauntlet too. Prevent thieves, why would there be BRMS? I think we should think of a different way to get the key. How will we even figure out which one is the correct one? Asked Neville as he stared up at the golden flying mass. We're looking for a big, old-fashioned one, probably silver, like the handle. Hermione said after inspecting the lock again. We don't have time for this. We should just use the BRMS. A frustrated Ron said. He was starting to get really worried about Harry. Ron, if we spend just a minute thinking it through we could actually save ourselves some time. You know that patience is a virtue, use is. Don't get nasty, I get it. I'm sorry Ron, I'm worried also, but Harry always said that the most important him in a tough situation was to your head. I wished that he used his before he came running down here. Neville muttered under his breath. What you reckon we should use? Ron asked his two friends. Don't know, maybe a summoning charm. Neville suggested. It is worth a try, Hermione said while pointing her wand at a large silver key that had a bent wing, as if it had already been caught and stuffed roughly into the keyhole. Accio. But nothing happened, the keys were protected against summoning. Clearly Flitwick did some decent charm work. We could always blast the key out of the air, Ron suggested. We can't risk damaging it, said Hermione. Don't you have any alternative stuff that could work? Asked Neville. I don't think so, said Hermione while rummaging through her bag trying to see if there was anything useful. Are you sure we shouldn't use the BRMS? Ron asked. Positive, they could be cursed or something. Anyway, none of us are GD enough flyers to catch the keys. Ron had to agree with his friend. Although he was a pretty GD flyer, he did not have the coordination to steer a BRM at high speed while trying to catch something. Hermione started to pace trying to think of something. Harry was her very best friend and she did not know what she would do if anything were to happen to him. She suddenly got a smile on her face. Oh, it is so simple, no wizard will think of it. Neville smiled at his friend. She had no idea how funny yet scary she LKED when she got one of her ideas. Finite incantatum, she shouted while pointing at the key. You got to be joking. Ron said as the key fell to the ground. Neville stretched out his hand and caught it. Simple, yet effective. Hermione smirked. Neville pushed it into the lock and turned. It worked. The moment the lock had clicked open, the key TK flight again, Elking very battered. Ready? Neville asked the other two, his hand on the doctor handle. They nodded. He pulled the doctor open. The next chamber was so dark they couldn't see anything at all. But as they stepped into it, light suddenly FLDED the to reveal an astonishing sight. They were standing on the edge of a huge chessboard, behind the black chessmen, which were all taller than they were and carved from what LKED like black stone. Facing them, way across the chamber, were the white pieces. Neville, Ron and Hermione shivered slightly. The towering white chessmen had no faces. Now what do we do? Neville whispered. He was starting to get tired and he was feeling sick with worry. He had no idea how Harry could have made it this far on his own. "It's obvious, isn't it?" said Ron. "We've got to play our way across the Erm." Behind the white pieces they could see another drive. "How?" asked Hermione nervously. "I think," said Ron, "we're going to have to be chessmen." He walked up to a black knight and put his hand out to touch the knight's horse. At once, the stone sprang to life. The horse pawed the ground and the knight turned his helmeted head to LK down at Ron. "Do we, have to join you to get across?" The Black Knight nodded. Ron turned to the other two. "This needs thinking about," he said. "I suppose we've got to take the place of 3 of the black pieces." Neville and Hermione stayed quiet, watching Ron think. Finally he said, "Now, don't be offended or anything, but neither of you are the GD at chess." Harry walked up to the common Erm with a smile. His holiday break would be more fun than he originally anticipated. The only problem he had was that he would not be spending as much time with Master Lee as he wanted. Perenelle reassured him that he would be able to go to his master for his daily lesson. She said something about common courtesy among masters. A master could not interfere with the training of another master's apprentice. Since Master Lee was Harry's first mentor, he had the right to outrank Nicholas regardless of his lack of magical power. Also, if Nicholas officially TK Harry on as his apprentice, the restriction of underage magic would not apply to him. Harry was not too bothered about the restriction, after all he had been violating it for years, but it would be nice to do magic legally. Eleanor would definitely benefit from her apprenticeship with Perenelle. Harry knew her family name would make it difficult for her in Hogwarts. With the protection of the apprentice bond and the status of Lady Flamel, things would go a lot better for his young friend. Another interesting thing was that Dumbledore would never be able to make Harry his apprentice. Apparently a person could only be magically bound to one master at a time. The only reason that Nicholas was able to make him his apprentice was because Master Lee did not and could not perform the bonding ritual. So only if and when Harry's apprenticeship ended with Flamel could Dumbledore try and convince Harry to become his. And even then Master Lee and Nicholas would outrank Dumbledore because he was the third in line. Another huge perk was that Harry was exempt from Hogwarts rules. Technically he would not be a student anymore. However, Harry decided it would be better to continue with his normal schling. No one needed to know about his apprenticeship. It could be a useful advantage. It saddened Harry to realize how bad his relationship with the headmaster was. In his previous life he would have given anything to become Dumbledore's apprentice. To know that the headmaster were proud enough of him to make him his own. Now he was actually happy and relieved that it could not happen. However, the excitement outweighed the sadness. He would be able to work on difficult magic and learn new things. Not the boring repetitive things he was stuck with while at Hogwarts. He could even start working on a mastery if he chose to do it. He only wished Hermione had the same opportunity. He knew she would have loved to learn extra things outside of the Hogwarts curriculum. Harry LKED around the common Erm but could not find his friends. He ran up to their dormitory but only Dean and Seamus was there. Seamus LKED a bit tipsy. Harry really did not want to know where a first year got alcohol from. If ever there was an alcoholic in the making, then his dorm mate was definitely one. He pushed that thought out of his mind and ran back down to the common Erm. He found the twins planning their end-of-year prank. From the plans it seems like it would be a DZY. They smirked at him with bright evil eyes, as if to thank him for leading them to the darkness. He SHK his head to get rid of that disturbing thought. "Have you seen my friends around?" Harry asked. Fred picked up an innocent piece of parchment up from the table and muttered something. He kept it out of view from Harry. "It would seem that they have followed in our illustrious FT steps." Fred answered with a smile. Harry LKED at him confused. So George explained. "They are either exploring an uncharted area of the castle or they have managed to sneak out. Of course they could just be plain stupid and got lost down a secret passageway." Fred added. Harry did not laugh at their joke. He felt like losing his lunch. His friends were stupid enough to go after the stone without him. He wondered what in blazes they were thinking, doing something so incredibly idiotic. "Oh fate, you are such a bi.ch, he thought to himself. She just had to find a way to get me down there to fight with Voldy, and the bi.ch is using my friends as bait. What do you reckons next?" Ron asked. This time, he was lucky enough to have survived the chessboard without injury. We've had sprouts, that was the devil's snare, Flitwick must have put charms on the keys, McGonagall transfigured the chessmen to make them alive, that leaves Quirrell's spell, and Snape's. They take a minute to take a deep breath. Ron's hands were still a bit shaky. He had nearly got himself killed playing his favorite game. In future he would definitely be seeing it through different eyes. Being the one being smashed weren't nearly as fun as watching the pieces thrash each other. They had reached another drive. All right, Neville whispered, go on. Ron pushed it open. A disgusting smell filled their nostrils, making both of them pull their robes up over their noses. Eyes watering, they saw, flat on the FLR in front of them, a troll even larger than the one they had tackled, out cold with a BLDY lump on its head. I'm glad we didn't have to fight that one, Neville whispered as they stepped carefully over one of its massive legs. Come on, I can't breathe, said Hermione while trying to hold her nose and mouth close with her hand. It was a windy overcast day and the waves were crashing against the rocks. Salt sprayed into the air. The old man ignored it all and with his cane in one hand and his guide dog's leash in his other, he followed the boatman to the gate of the fortress. As they neared the entrance, a shiver ran up his spine and his breath misted in front of his face. However, the blind old man just shuffled ahead. Who goes there? One of the few human guards on the island asked. My name is John Dougal, I am here to confront my daughter's murder before I die. I need to have closure. The guard did not ask any more questions. For him it sounded like a reasonable enough explanation. Seeing the old frail blind man, he did not even follow normal procedure to make sure that the story checked out and that the man was who he said. He did not even check his list to see if the ministry cleared the visit. He led the old man and his black guide dog to the prisoner's cell and then waited outside. He knew how personal confrontations like these were. The only regulation he followed was to keep the old mont's wand. He knew the prisoner was too weak to do anything to the old man, but it was best to not tempt fate. Just as a precaution, he placed a monitoring spell on the old man. If he felt threatened at any time, an alarm would go off. Harry never knew he could run this fast. Not even while fleeing Death Eaters did he manage the speed he had now. The only thought on his mind was saving his friends. Fluffy did not even have the chance to realize that someone had entered the urn before Harry had already jumped down the trap-door. As Harry fell, he quickly cast a Solaris charm followed by a cushioning charm. He barely hit the ground before he started running again. As he ran into the urn with fluttering keys, he held out his hand and summoned the key. Not even realizing that he was overpowering all of the charm's master's spells wandlessly. With one Reducto Maximus, the chess set was history. And he did not even spare a glance at the unconscious troll as he ran past. He hoped with all his heart he would be on time. Remus shivered the moment the steel doctor banged closed behind him. His acute werewolf senses protested to the awful smell assaulting his nostrils. He was appalled to see his once friend in a decrepit, filthy heap, laying in the fetal position, rocking himself and muttering incoherently. Sirius was not even aware that someone had entered his cell. Remus wanted to run over to his friend. He wanted to comfort him, help him, and free him. But he held himself in check. He could not let his feelings rule his actions. He would have to verify if Sirius was indeed innocent first. He quickly pulled out his second wand hidden from the seam of his coat. Before he came here to execute this insane plan, a plan that could possibly land him in a cell next to his friend, he made a visit to Knockturn Alley. There, he bought an illegal second wand that was unregistered. He also bought a mild truth potion. It was nowhere near as effective as Veritaserum, but it was the only thing he could afford with his limited finances. Sirius would be able to refuse to answer but be unable to lie. The hardest part in his preparations was to transfigure a rock into a dog that looked exactly like Sirius. The plan was to switch the two if his friend was indeed innocent. He had to try it about 10 times before he got it 100% right. Some of his earlier attempts made a perfect likeness, but it was completely inanimate, or dead. Giving something dead life was almost impossibly difficult. His later attempts were perfect, but after an hour they would spontaneously revert to their previous form. The best he could manage was a transfiguration that lasted for 8 hours. He hoped that would be enough to make a clean getaway. Sirius was in no condition to answer questions. Remus was afraid he would kill his friend if he gave him the truth potion in this condition. First he stunned his friend. He was unsure how Sirius would act the moment he realized there was someone inside the cell with him. He quickly then cast a Scourgify on the man in the cell, as he simply could not handle the stench. Next, he forced a nourishment and pepper-up potion down his friend's throat, gently massaging his Adam's apple to stimulate the swallow reflex. He followed with a bit of melted chocolate. He waited a few seconds for the potions to start working and then dosed his friend with the truth potion. Remus was feeling really anxious. This was taking longer than he had planned and was afraid the guard would interrupt before he was done. So far he was extremely lucky and he was waiting for the luck to run out. He checked his friend's pulse and quickly levitated him into a position that would make it easier to interrogate him. He then bound him with ropes just as a precaution. "Enervate," he said. Sirius woke up King disorientated, scared and confused. "Who?" Sirius croaked, his voice unused of normal speak except for the occasional mutter. "It is not important who I am. You need to answer my questions," Remus answered. He still had his disguise of a blind old man on. He did not want to risk taking it off. He reasoned that it would be better if his friend thought it was a stranger interrogating him. It would save time by preventing emotional outbreaks. If Sirius was innocent, there would be time for reunions later. "Are you a Death Eater?" Remus asked in a cold voice, steeling himself. Internally he was praying to every deity that ever existed that his once best friend would answer no. Sirius Lked surprised at the question. He answered negatively with tears in his eyes. It was clear that he thought he would not be believed. Remus' breath hitched. It was horrifying to realize that this man had spent so many years in this dreadful place for a crime he did not commit. But Remus wanted to be double sure he was not freeing a guilty man and continued with the interrogation. "Did you betray James and Lily to the Dark Lord?" Sirius broke out in heart-wrenching sobs again. "ISGD has killed them." Remus almost stopped breathing, but then Sirius continued and explained about the swap and the rat's betrayal. Remus knew about everything, but it was still shocking to have it all confirmed in this way. He felt a moment of anger towards Dumbledore, who would almost undoubtedly not believe him. Remus had one final question to ask before he would make up his mind of what he would do. "Did you kill Peter and those Muggle when you confronted the rat?" Sirius just shk his head, rocking himself as he sobbed. "I need a verbal answer," Remus demanded. He could not take chances. "No, it was the rat, the BLDY rat, if I could get my hands on him," Sirius answered violently. His emotions were all over the place. He did not know who this man questioning him was, but he was almost afraid to hope that someone would finally believe him. He was sad, angry, scared, glad, confused, hopeful and skeptical. He could not cope with all these emotions. For the past 10 years he only knew despair. "Okay Sirius, I believe you," Remus said gently. Sirius could hardly believe his ears. For a moment, he thought this was some kind of cruel illusion and that he had finally lost his mind. "I am going to get you out of here, but you have to listen to me carefully. This is going to be risky. I'm breaking you out." Sirius stared dumbly at the old man. Maybe he was not the only insane one. No one could escape this place, it was impossible. "Sirius, I need you to transform. Who is this man and how does he know about my other form?" he thought. "Quickly, we don't have a lot of time." Sirius just did as he was told as he was too overwhelmed to think what he was doing. Remus transfigured some of the straw that served as bedding into a pile of rags that at a glance would look like a rumpled body huddled in the corner. He stunned his transfigured rock, removed the collar and leash, and then covered it with the rags. He then replaced the collar and leash on his friend. Sirius Lked even sicker in his dog form. Remus could see every rib and sharp bone. This would never do. He cast a quick glamour on the man-dog and hoped to Merlin that they would not be found out. When everything was ready, he knocked in the doctor to summon the guard. He quickly resumed the role of helpless old blind man. The guard did not even spare a glance at the heap that he assumed was the prisoner. He returned the confiscated wand and helped to guide Remus out of the prison and even helped him and his guide dog into the waiting boat. When Remus and his dog reached the other shore, they quickly found a deserted alley. Sirius transformed, but was speechless. He could not believe that they had done it. He was finally free. He still did not know who the old man was or why he'd helped him, but he would be forever grateful and in his debt. Sirius sagged to the ground. Now that the adrenaline wore off, his weak body gave in. Remus realized that he needed to get his friend into a bed. He had 10 years of damage to recover from. Remus grabbed his weak friend and sidelong apparated with him to Master Li's house. Master Li just shk his head when the two men appeared in his living room. His solitary existence had ended the day he met Harry in his gardens. Now, it seemed, he was running a sanctuary for the destitute. He helped Remus to get his friend to the urn that they had prepared. Remus striped his friend and cast another cleaning charm on him. He could take a shower later after a GD rest. He then helped him into pajamas. Through it all, Sirius protested that he could do it himself, but the two old men did not want to hear anything about it. He was forced into bed and given a sleeping draft. He was too worn out to argue, so he gave in and followed their orders. He would find out who they were and where he was when he woke up. For now, he would enjoy his first nap in 10 years, in a soft bed. Eleanor was anxiously waiting for her Uncle Nee's return. Was her father really innocent? Did the breakout plan work? Would she finally meet her father? So many questions. The waiting was killing her. She tried to calm herself with some of the techniques Perenelle showed her, but nothing seemed to work. She could not concentrate or focus long enough for it to be effective. She heard a light knock on the doctor. Timidly, she answered it. The moment she saw Remus in the doorway, she almost bowled him over, rapidly firing him with questions. "Calm down, my little flower," he said while giving her a hug. He was one of the few people that she allowed to touch her. Remus did not know why, but maybe she was familiar with his feelings, or that his wolf side blocked some of the brunt of the raw emotions. He had never asked, he was just glad she trusted him this much. "Your dad is in his room, but he is very tired and he is asleep. I did not have time to tell him about you, so you will have to wait just a little bit more until you can meet him. He will be all right, won't he?" she asked anxiously. "He will be just fine. He just need a bit of rest and a lot of love," Remus said. She laughed and gave the old wolf another hug. "Uncle MNY, you LK silly being that old. I like you better when you're normal." Remus just shk his head, glad that he could reassure his foster niece. He then TK out his wand and removed the charms. He then drank a counter polyjuice potion as he'd had a double disguise on, just in case. "Oh, my lord, I have just returned from my travels and have information that would interest you." The lord sat impatiently on his dark throne. After all these centuries, the decadence of his imperial palace had lost its beauty to him. He tapped his fingers on the golden armrest. Listening to his minions' reports all night was tiresome. He longed for the days of his youth when he was only a few centuries old and his kind could go out hunting without fear of persecution. "I was exploring a forest in Scotland when I unexpectedly discovered an elfin stronghold." This perked his interest. The elves had been an annoyance to him for centuries. Especially their queen. She always acted so superior, never conceding that there were other immortals sharing supremacy on this planet. The last time that they had met, 4 centuries ago, she insulted him by stating that an animated corpse could not possibly be considered a true immortal. She was so convinced of her GD-ness and her pure light. He knew better. There had to be darkness for light to exist. There had to be balance and harmony. He wondered why the annoying woman allowed his minion into her camp to spy on her. He had no illusions about it. If she did not want to be found, she wouldn't. This was all a game to her. She was taunting him with some information, some tidbit to irritate him. He was almost sure that somewhere in his castle at this very moment was a bleeding elf spying on him to report his reaction to that stupid creature of light. He wondered for how many centuries this petty game would last. Then again, things did get a bit boring after a millennium or two, so maybe this little game could get fun. She made a prophecy of sorts to a mortal boy, his minion reported. That got his interest and he concentrated more on it. He waved his hand in a gesture for his servant to continue. 6 firm friends stand at your side. 7 strong fight for the light. When all around you darkness closes. Think of the power friendship poses. In magic means this must manifest. To rid the world of the darkening pest. A talisman is yours to find. In essence, one, in truth divided. This talisman, to unite your side, will reveal the love you hide. Unite in friendship, love and trust. Search for this relic, you must. Do not be blinded by your past. In pain and bitterness, none lasts. Rejoice and sing this second time. And fight for truth with love benign. Don't worry, child, about your fate. And sleep now, child, your friends await. He stated to laugh, the PR mortal flat. He had no idea how misleading that little song could be. It seemed straightforward, yet there was a catch, a huge catch. When all around you darkness closes, he mused on these words. Oh, she was a tricky one. That was why she let his spy in. She needed him, but was too stuck up to ask him. He wondered if she let the other beings know, or if she would leave it all up to the PR boy to figure out how to get the crystals. This could very well prove to be amusing. Oh Zal, not all humans are like that. What more can I do to convince you? Humans only use us and then discard us like old socks. My Harry is not like that. He rescued me from that awful place. And now you're his little pet, bound to do his bidding, the basilisk childishly hissed. No, you have not been listening. He is my friend. The huge snake gave a hiss that almost sounded like a snort. Well, if you are going to be that way, I'm leaving, Ambrel hissed, fed up with trying to reason with the stubborn reptile. No, don't go, Zally hissed. Ambrel just looked at her pointedly. Okay, fine, I'll meet with your human. The little red snake still had a strict gaze. And I won't eat, maim, kill or petrify him, happy. She hissed sulkily. Extremely, it only took me a few months to convince you. I think you and Harry would get along just fine. You both possess that GD quality. No need to be insulting, Zally hissed, not liking being compared to a human in any way. Oh, Nicholas was sitting in his lab, tinkering with a muggle invention, trying to let it work with magic. The wizards in Europe were so closed-minded that they would be horrified at this idea. Nicholas thought it would be great to have a computer to store all the data of his research on. After a few centuries, his lab seemed a bit cluttered. Actually, the whole mansion was cluttered with odd knickknacks. The place looked like this, and there were only 2 people living here. He could not imagine what a mess it would be if the kids arrived. He really did not have the endurance to take on another kid with starlight in his eyes and dreams of glory. The last apprentice that he had was young Albie, and that was more than 100 years ago, and he was already a grown man when he annoyed him until he agreed. He still got nauseous at the mention of Lemo, candy. Nicholas did not know if he would have the patience to work with a 12-year-old. On the other hand, after all this time living with Perenelle, he had learned not to argue. The least he could do was to at least talk with the boy before he declined. Then again, if the boy was really as powerful as his wife claimed, it could be a fun challenge. One Tom Riddle, aka Voldemort, was a very frustrated spirit. The one source that was sustaining him had been taken away from him by a group of children. He still did not know how it happened, but he would find out. It would seem that there was a powerful form of magic that he had not heard of before. The moment he got his body back, he would find out how to use it. He had been arrogant before. His fall and underestimated his opponent. He would not make the same mistake. If only he could find better servants. Quirrell was a bumbling idiot. For the past hour he'd been staring into that mirror, unable to find the blasted stone. Voldemort knew this was his only chance. His host was dying without the unicorn BLD to prolong his life. Luckily, Quirrell did not realize it. He did not have the patience to deal with a hysterical host. If only they could figure out how to get to the stone. Oh, he hated Dumbledore and his childish riddles. As Hermione crossed the urn with the dead troll, she could not help imagining that it was Harry lying there with a dent in his head. She took a deep breath to steel herself for the next challenge. Harry had been her best friend, her first friend. In fact, he had been her only friend until she'd come to Hogwarts. She could not believe he was so stupid to run off on his own and into this mad adventure. But something had been off with him since that day in the forest. He was even more paranoid than usual, and he constantly had a headache. Today he was just totally distracted and edgy. She knew he had special abilities to divine the future, she just wished she could understand it better. She had read up on it after Harry told them about his gift, but none of the BKS described it like Harry did. He also did not act like the BKS described Sears. Everything in his behavior was just a little bit off. She never realized it really, because he had always acted like this and she was used to it. Yet, now that she had other friends to compare the behavior with, she knew her friend was not totally normal. As the year progressed, it became clearer that Harry was hiding a lot of things from her. She suspected a lot more than she originally thought. She wondered what drove her friend. He was always trying to push them to their limits so that they could do the best they could. Be the best they could. Yet, despite his drive, he did not crave power. Despite her worry for his safety, she was also a bit angry at him. The whole year he feigned disinterest and tried to dissuade them getting involved, and then, he runs off, pulling a stunt like this. Just as she reached the entrance to the next she heard a call for her to stop. Ron froze in the doorway, blocking her view. She heard quick FT steps running towards them. She did not know if she should enter the next or await this new danger. Albus Dumbledore was on his way to the Ministry. He was traveling there on the slow way because he was not particularly happy about having to meet with Cornelius. The Thestral was beating its wings slowly, yet powerfully. He also needed the time to clear his head. Running a SCHL was not as easy as it LKED. The only thing that was annoying him was that he had forgotten to activate the snitch before he left. He needed to know what his young charge was up to. The time of the ultimate test was near and he needed to be there to observe it. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a sudden realization struck him. If anyone had been up there with the old headmaster in the air, they would have been scandalized by the string of curses he let LSE as he turned his steed around. Oh, Harry saw his friends on the other side of the Vaguely, in the back of his mind, he registered the bad smell, but he paid it no attention. He ran up to his friends while screaming for them to stop. As he neared his friends, he started to decrease speed. Unfortunately, the FLR was very slippery and he started to skid. His friends were staring at him with dumbfounded faces. He bowled the whole group over and they fell right into the next The moment they were inside the walls of flame sprang up around them. Sirius was awfully confused. He woke up to find himself in an extremely comfortable bed. An actual bed, not a pile of filthy rags, but an actual bed with clean, soft sheets and a warm blanket. Maybe I have finally lost it and this is a product of my now completely insane mind. He gave a bark of laughter at that thought. If I knew insanity would be this comfortable I would have lost my mind years ago. Yet not everything added up. He could vaguely remember an old man and a dog. He LKED around him taking in his new surroundings for the first time. Was it possible that this was all real and not just one of his many dreams? Could it be possible that he was finally free after 10 years of needless hell? His mind could almost not process that thought. It was almost too much to hope that he had been rescued. Then suspicions about why, how and who, started to intrude on his elation. He could think of no reason why an unfamiliar old man would go through the trouble and extreme risk of rescuing him, a wizard thought to be a merciless, insane mass murderer. He hoped to the gods above that his would-be rescuer was not a dark wizard King for his assistance in some evil plot or something. Sirius SHK his head to clear it, it would not help to jump to conclusions. The LKED friendly enough, there was nothing to indicate that he was in a dark house. His child HD experience was enough for him to instantly identify dark objects and surroundings. Actually now that he was calm enough to LK around properly, the seemed positively muggle. This confused him even more than he was before. Why was he in a muggle house? Before his thought could go on a roll again, the doctor creaked open. Sirius tried to get up, not wanting to be in a vulnerable position when confronted with an unknown, but he weakly fell back onto the bed. Whoa, there Padeft. It will still be a while before you are well enough to get up. Remus said with a smile. He was relieved to finally see his estranged friend awake. He was starting to worry. Eleanor had almost driven him insane with questions about her father's well-being and she was extremely anxious to meet him. He was glad he would finally have the chance to talk with his friend and reunite the two. Came the weak yet astonished reply of the escaped convict. Yes Sirius, it's me. The old wolf smiled back. How? I rescued you from that hell the Ministry calls a prison. Tears started to leak from the dog Animagus' eyes. He could not help it. After so many years of longing for his friends, of reliving that horrible day, that he lost everything. He was not only free but also with his friend. I'm sorry, so sorry, he cried over and over. He needed to let his friend know how sorry he was for letting him down, for letting them all down. 10 years of reproach and guilt came crashing down. The thought, if only, ran through his mind. Remus' heart ached to see his friend in such a mess. Without even thinking he was across the and hugging his distraught friend whispering comforting words. Remus never considered that Sirius would feel guilty about what happened. Yes, he had feared for his friend's sanity, but he was not prepared for the crying mess he had in his arms right now. His plan to spring Eleanor on Sirius was instantly forgotten. Things needed to be sorted out, explained and settled, before something as huge as a lost daughter could be added. He knew the little girl would be disappointed, but it could be damaging to them both if they were to meet right now. Sirius' emotions were way too extreme for the young untrained empathy to handle just yet. He was glad that she would be going away to train her ability. He did not want the girl that he loved as his own to see her father in such a mess. Now the biggest problem was to explain to her why he was keeping her away from her father. Oh. Dumbledore was urging his steed on to go faster, but the beast would have nothing of it. It just could not go any faster. He LKED around to find a GD landing spot. He wanted to apparate straight to Hogsmeade to save time, but the flat areas were teeming with muggles and the areas that weren't inhabited by them were too unstable to land on. He could also not leave a Thestral unattended in a muggle area. It was more trouble than it was worth. He once again cursed himself for not activating his snitch. He could not believe that he was so careless. He needed to get down to the third FLR as SN as possible. It was imperative that he observe the boy's interactions with evil. It was the only way to determine how to help the boy. He needed to get there for the greater GD. Everything depended on what happened in that chamber. He also needed to be there to rescue the stone if things came to the worse. He could not believe that he was so easily duped. This year was definitely not a GD year for him. Never before was there a time that he felt so inadequate. All his mistakes was coming back to haunt him and bite him in the ass. He pushed all the negative thoughts out of his mind and focused on getting back to the castle as fast as possible. "Oh, Harry!" all three friends exclaimed in surprise. Harry did not bother to reply. Now that he finally found them, some of his anxiety was replaced with anger. "What the BLD hell were you thinking? Have you any idea how absolutely, incredibly stupid it was to come down here? You could have been killed. What were you thinking?" He hissed at his friends, mindful to keep the noise down as not to alert the Dark Lord and his host. "Calm down, mate," Ron started, but Harry's glare stopped him from continuing. Calm down, Voldemort is just in the next room and you want me to calm down." He hissed again at his friends softly, but he might as well had yelled because the flinched as the venom in his voice. Neville's lip trembled slightly and Ron turned pale. Hermione on the other hand ignored it all and threw herself at the enraged boy. "Oh Harry," Hermione said while hugging him, instantly calming him down. "We thought you went after the stone and we came to rescue you," she explained quickly before her dark-haired friend could continue his rant. Harry gave a weak laugh. "Seems kind of backwards with me rushing after you to save you," he said softly now that he calmed down. "Man, I have never seen you that angry, it was scary." Neville said L. King at the boy who lived through new eyes. "Sorry about that, but let's talk about it later. Let's get out of here before Voldy hears us and comes after us." "We thought it was Snape," Ron said confused. "Not now, let's just go, I'll explain it all later." "But how?" asked Hermione L. King at the flame wall bearing their way. Harry walked over to the table with the bottles and the clues, quickly scanning the riddle again to make sure he remembered the correct bottles. He handed his bushy friend the potion needed to go back. "This should do the trick," he said with a resigned smile. Fate was again playing with him. There was only enough for his friends to go back, he would have to go on and confront Voldy. "But Harry," Hermione said, also realizing that Terray was not enough for them all. Neville and Ron just LKED at the two friends, confused now yet figuring the problem out. "This is my destiny forced on me by fate. I need to go on." "Harry," the girl began again. "I won't leave you to face that monster alone. Please my own, just go and find Dumbledore and tell him what is happening. I'll be fine, don't worry about me. Mate, you can't be serious, you know who will kill you." Ron said anxiously, finally realizing what was going on. "Tom. Ron, call him Tom," Harry said with a weak smile. "Don't worry about me, I know what I'm doing." "Harry, you're an amazing wizard, I just don't think you should," Neville tried to dissuade his friend. Harry LKED all three of his friends in the eye one at a time, then softly said, "I don't think you know how much I love you guys, it is just, I need to do this. It will be fine." He said this while giving them all a hug. Ron looked confused by this sudden gesture and Hermione had tears in her eyes. Surprisingly, Neville just nodded his head and then shk Harry's hand. "Give old Snake Face hell," he said before taking the potion out of Hermione's limp hand and taking his share. He passed it on to Ron and strode through the purple flames. Ron unthinkingly put his mouth to the bottle and tk his share and was thought the flames before he even contemplated his actions. He was not comfortable with all the emotions he was feeling right now. Hermione gave Harry one last hug whispering, "Be careful," before she downed the last potion and was gone. Dumbledore ran up the stairs to the main entrance of the castle. He was getting too old for things like this and he was certainly feeling his age after his mad dash to the castle from the forest where his steed waited. "Genius Albus, what's going on?" McGonagall asked as the old headmaster passed her in the hall where she was patrolling. "The stone has been compromised, we need to get there and protect it," he wheezed out of breath. The Transfiguration professor palled, remembering the first years tried to warn her but she had paid them no heed. "Oh, Merlin, we must hurry, go and alert the rest of the staff, I'll go ahead while you organize everything," he said. She just nodded and followed his orders. He was glad for it. It would take a while for all the staff to organize themselves. He did not want them to witness what happened in the chamber. He hoped that they would only get there when everything was over. He gave a quick prayer to all the gods. He knew that the boy would make the right choice and oppose the darkness. Harry took a minute to collect himself and figure out how he was going to deal with the being that was constantly ruining his life. He thought a bit about it and then he got a devious smile that would make any marauder proud. He knew he would be unable to kill Voldy at the moment. A situation he would be remedying. Yet nothing prevented him from having a bit of fun and thoroughly confusing the Dark Lord. Later on, when Harry thought back to this night, would blame what he did on Dumbledore in his constant efforts to save him from the dark. He remembered that he read somewhere in a psychology BK that kids became the labels they were given. However, Harry was not thinking about psychology at the moment. He was contemplating how to approach the dark annoyance. He cast a quick disillusionment charm on himself, took a deep breath and picked up the smallest bottle. He turned to face the black flames. "Tom Riddle, here I come," he whispered, and he drained the little bottle in one gulp. For a moment, he could see nothing but dark fire, then he was on the other side, in the last chamber. He stood still to reorient himself and for his vision to readjust. He smirked as he heard Quirrell murmur to himself, not even noticing that there was someone with him in the chamber. "This mirror is the key to finding the stone," tapping his way around the frame. "Trust Dumbledore to come up with something like this, but the old flat is in London. I'll be far away by the time he gets back." Quirrell idly, walking around the mirror to LK at the back. Quirrell came back out from behind the mirror and stared hungrily into it. "I see the stone. I'm presenting it to my master, but where is it?" Quirrell cursed under his breath. "I don't understand, is the stone inside the mirror? Should I break it?" Harry could barely suppress his laughter. Pr man was pathetic. He aimed his wand at the mirror and quickly cast a reducto. This was one ancient artifact he did not mind destroying. It did more harm than any GD anyway. It also prevented him from accidentally L-king into it. He could not afford to have a breakdown in the middle of a confrontation with the Dark Lord. He aimed the curse so that it would pass right over his defense teacher's shoulder and singe some of his robes and hair in the processes. His purpose was to let it LK like he had in fact aimed at the professor and not the mirror. Quirrell jumped out of the way with a squeak, fumbling with his wand while turning to face the unexpected danger. He could however discern nothing in the darkened chamber. Harry then gave the most sinister laugh he could imitate, all the while thinking that it was ironic that all those dreadful horror movies that his cousin had made him watch with him, so that he could have a scapegoat when he was caught by his mom watching age-restricted movies, were now useful. The possessed professor aimed his wand and randomly shot a stunner in the general direction that he heard the noise. "This is sad really," a defense master, mindlessly cursing like an inept boy playing with his daddy's wand. Harry said in a tone of voice that he remembered Lucius Malfoy used to sound like in his old-time line. "Who are you?" Quirrell demanded angrily. While Quirrell was staring into the dark, Harry had moved in the shadows to the other side of the urn, just to add to the freak-out factor. If anyone had told him that he would one day be toying with old Snake Face like this, he would have thought them mental. Then again, He was probably the mental one for disregarding all the danger and doing the insane deed that he was. He laughed again insanely while sending a silent incendio at the dark wizard's robes. That would be telling. He mocked in an insane voice reminiscent of Bellatrix. Show yourself, he demanded while frantically trying to put out his flaming robes. Very well, spoilsports, and I so LKED forward to torturing you, guess you want a quick death. Harry whined while taking down the charm hiding him. He was however not mindless enough to leave himself defenseless. While he was mocking the professor, he had wandlessly erected a strong invisible shield around him. Potter. Quirrell gasped in surprise and anger when she saw who his attacker was. He always knew there was something off with the boy. Let me speak to him, face to face, came the eager hiss from the back of the PR man's head. Master, you are not strong enough. I have strength enough for this. Harry felt like vomiting as he watched as Quirrell reached up and began to unwrap his turban. How absolutely, incredibly dumb, should a person be to willingly allow something as horrendous like that to happen to yourself? Just the thought of having a parasite like Voldy share your body with you was enough to make him ill. The brief moments that he had had to endure when his mind was invaded were enough to last him a lifetime. Just like he remembered at back of Quirrell's head was a face, the terrible face that haunted some of Harry's dreams. Harry Potter, it whispered. See what I have become. The face said. Mere shadow and vapor. I have form only when I can share another's body, but there have always been those willing to let me into their hearts and minds. Unicorn BLD has strengthened me, these past weeks. When you prevented faithful Quirrell drinking it for me in the forest, I thought that you were another silly light wizard that would have to be killed. It would have my revenge for what you did to me all those years ago. Harry just snorted. It was always the same, a silly rant followed by an attempt to convert him and then kill him after the refusal. It was like one of those old movies. He almost expected to Old Spirit to say, Luke, I am your father. But I see now we are kindred spirits. You have no trouble striking from behind. We could be great together. Join me. Harry just snorted again. There is no GD and evil, there is only power and those weak to seek it. Do you honestly think I would share my power with you? LK at you are a powerless has-been. The world will be mine. I hate the power to banish you from the forest without a sweat. What makes you think I could not destroy you if I wanted to? I have control over magic you can't even comprehend with your pitiful mind. Maybe if you can figure out how to regain your body and demonstrate your worth, I will let you join me. Harry laughed evilly again. Voldemort hissed angrily. Harry just smirked and continued his taunting. By the way, you should get better minions. I stole the stone weeks ago and the dead squirrel that you inhabit did not even realize it. P.S. I guess that means no reincarnation for you. Better luck next time. Harry could sense that he was going too far and that he was seconds away from being Aked. He gave his most winning smile. I agree, we could do a lot of things if we don't try to kill each other. When you regain your power, contact me and we could maybe negotiate. Harry said. Inside he was almost breaking with laughter. He could not believe that old Voldy was actually falling for his act. He was however not that distracted. His magical senses tingled, alerting him that a powerful wizard, probably Dumbledore, was approaching. As much fun as it was toying and confusing the big evil guy, he could not afford the old goat to hear this and make the wrong conclusions. Sorry, time's up. Time for me to act like the mindless brave hero rushing in to save the day. See you. Harry said brightly, even thought he knew this was going to hurt. He knew he could not just kill Quirrell with a curse. The only way to make this LK convincing would be to do it the same was his last. Hopefully with his expanded core he would not pass out from magical exhaustion again. A familiar needle-sharp pain seared across Harry's scar, as he grabbed onto Quirrell's throat in one hand. His head felt as though it was about to split in two. He yelled, struggling with all his might to keep his grip. Harry's scar was almost blinding him with pain, yet he could see Quirrell howling in agony. Master, my hand, my hand. Then kill him flat, screeched Voldemort, not prepared to be bested by a boy that wanted to steal his place of glory. Quirrell raised his other hand to perform a deadly curse, but Harry, by instinct, reached up and grabbed Quirrell's face. RGH. Quirrell rolled off him, his face blistering. Just like last time, Quirrell could not touch his bare skin, not without suffering terrible pain. Harry caught Quirrell by the arm, and hung on as tight as he could. He just hated his small body. However, with all his martial arts training he had a lot more agility and he managed to hold on a lot better than the last time. To his immense satisfaction he also managed to get in a few GD kick and punches, that were Quirrell to live through this, would have rendered him unable to conceive children. Quirrell screamed and tried to throw Harry off. The pain in Harry's head was building, he could not see, he could only hear Quirrell's terrible shrieks and Voldemort's yells of, "Kill him! Kill him!" and other voices, probably Dumble's and the other teachers finally coming to the rescue crying, "Harry! Harry!" He felt Quirrell's arm wrenched from his grasp, knew all was lost, and fell into blackness, down, down, down. The last thing they could think of before the blackness claimed him was that maybe this was not the brightest idea he had. Draco was sitting on his bed, curtains drawn. In a week, he would have to go back to the hell he used to call his home, before he came to Hogwarts. Just a week, before it would be back to the sneers, the insults and the pain. When he was younger he never realized how bad it really was. However, after a year away from it all, he had a new perspective. His young mind was frantically trying to figure out a way to avoid going back to the loving care of his father. He still loved his mother and did not really want to leave her, but she was either clueless of, or blind to, what his father did to him. He knew that now that he had a wand and basic magical knowledge, his father would be eager to take his training to the next step. Draco had snuck into the restricted section during the course of the year and had LKED up dark arts and their effects if the necessary precautions were not taken. He was certain that his father did not practice any of the necessary meditations or cleansing rituals. The idea that he would be systematically tainting his soul with every dark spell he performed was not a nice thought. Draco had always been of the opinion that magic was magic and light and dark did not matter. However, after his research, he now had a new insight. Dark magic was not evil as he had thought initially. It just worked on a different principle. Whereas, light magic required intent, focus, relaxation, and decision, dark magic worked differently. Intent and decision was still needed, except the focus was not in the magical flow, but on the emotion powering the spell. Relaxation was also cut out. Sure, you still needed to be calm, but depending on the emotion that you used to power the spell, it would influence if you were relaxed. To be able to use dark magic, you needed to use strong emotions. Unfortunately, most wizards found it easier to use negative emotions, like anger or hate, to power their spells. That was the reason for the misperception that dark magic was evil. Very few wizards managed to power their spell by emotions like joy and love. Most never even tried to attempt it, just because of all the wrong perceptions. Draco was fascinated by it all. After learning about the existence of dark magic that used positive feelings, he LKED for examples. He would never have believed that the Patronus charm was, in fact, a dark art. Draco also learned that continually mixing your magic with bad emotions, like hate, could and would taint your magic and eventually your soul and mind. This could actually explain why his father had become more violent as the years went by. The sad thing was that it could so easily be prevented. By simply meditating and centering your magic, you could filter the emotions out of the magic, so it would not build up and cause the negative effect. The objective was to have pure magic. A pure core had stronger magic than a core that was contaminated. Draco guessed that this was where the whole pure BLD supremacy notion started. If his theory was correct, there were some seriously misguided pure builds out there, including his father. Unfortunately, he knew that he would never have the courage to share this information. Despite the fact that he thought his life s.ked, he would still prefer keeping it. Dying at age 12, just because he could not keep his mouth shut, was not an option. In his research, Draco had even come across a few easy purification rituals that could be performed after extreme use of dark arts, for example after a battle or a dark healing ritual. The fact that dark arts could be used in healing blew the blonde Slytherin's mind. All this, however, still did not help him with his problem. He LKED at the stupid Muggle diary that his father gave him. How is it possible that this little BK could do anything? Once again, he paged through the blank pages. After all these months of daily handling the little BK, he just could not resist to write in it. Maybe he could wield the power that was supposedly inside the BK. He could use it and show his father that he was not as weak or helpless as he thought. He would be more powerful than the man that fathered him. He would make him bow before him and make him pay for all the suffering he had put Draco through. The moment the first drop of ink met the SMTH blank page, Draco felt a relief that he had not felt in months. It was as if a weight was lifted from his shoulders. It felt as if he could breathe for the first time. He would never give this diary away. It was his and he would use it for his own purpose. Now he just needed to figure out how. Something gold was glinting just above him. A curse. He tried to dodge it, but his body was too heavy to move. He made ready for the impact, yet nothing happened. He blinked. Immediately, everything came into focus. Years of training and experience taught him to become fully aware the moment he opened his eyes, no matter how injured he was. Survival first, injuries and comfort second. He quickly went over his last memories and assessed his surroundings. Crap, I hate waking up in this place. Memo to self, never play with Dark Lords and never ever willingly touch them. He blinked again, to get used to the light. The smiling face of Albus Dumbledore swam into view above him. Bugger, I really don't want to talk to the old fart now. My head hurts and I'm not up for games of wit and truth. Ah well, better just get it over with. GD after'n, Harry, said Dumbledore. Harry stared at him. Then he remembered how he had acted the previous time. Obviously, Dumbles thought he was the brave hero that rushed in to save the day. Better not shatter that illusion. Harry wondered again, what the old man would have though if he had heard his conversation with Riddle. In his most anxious voice he said, Sir. The stone. It was Quirrell. Calm yourself, dear boy, you are a little behind the times, said Dumbledore. Quirrell does not have the stone. Then who does? Harry asked in his most panicked voice. He was actually wondering what Dumbles would do about the missing stone. Would Perenelle have told him it was gone or that it was a fake, or would the headmaster think it was stolen? Sir, Harry, please relax, or Madame Pomfrey will have me thrown out. Dumbledore tried to calm the distraught boy. He was pleased beyond belief. In the end, the boy had come through. All his efforts through the year was starting to bear fruit. He would win the boy for the light yet. Harry could see the scheming in the old headmaster's blue eyes and LKED around him at the table piled high with what LKED like half the candy shop, to distract him from his momentary bout of anger and resentment. Tokens from your friends and admirers, said Dumbledore, beaming. What happened down in the dungeons between you and Professor Quirrell is a complete secret, so, naturally, the whole SCHL knows. I believe your friends Mrs. Fred and George Weasley were responsible for trying to send you a toilet seat. No doubt, they thought it would amuse you. Madame Pomfrey, however, felt it might not be very hygienic, and confiscated it. Harry just smiled at that comment. He would need to get the twins involved in his little study group. They were valuable assets to have on your side, and great friends to BT. It did not escape him that the headmaster had not answered his question about the stone. He was the master of deflection and distraction. How long have I been in here? He wondered if it was the same as last time. Maybe his recovery time would be better this time round. 2 days. Mr. Weasley, Longbottom and Miss Granger will be most relieved you have come round, they have been extremely worried. Score, I have a new recorded, recovery down by 1 day, Harry thought happily, but regained focus again and forced his mind to concentrate. He hated it when his mind was so fuzzy because of potions. But sir, the stone. I see you are not to be distracted. Very well, the stone. Professor. Quirrell did not manage to take it. The stone was destroyed when you shattered the mirror. Destroyed, said Harry blankly, but inside he was smiling. The old man would never know about his little burglary. But your friend, Nicholas Flamel? Harry asked, while he wondered how he would manage an apprenticeship with a wizard that was supposedly dying. Oh, you know about Nicholas, said Dumbledore, sounding quite delighted. You did do the thing properly, didn't you? Well, Nicholas and I have had a little chat, and agreed it's all for the best. But that means he and Perenelle will die, won't they? Harry asked anxiously. If they really were dying he would have been upset that Perenelle would be gone. He was congratulating himself on his acting. A year of practice had helped him a lot. They have enough elixir stored for few years, but yes, they will die eventually. Harry would have to give Perenelle credit for spinning that tale of a few years' stock. That meant that their plans were still safe and the old man none the wiser. Dumbledore smiled at the LK of amazement on Harry's face, mistaking its true meaning. To one as young as you, I'm sure it seems incredible, but to Nicholas and Perenelle, it really is like going to bed after a very, very long day. After all, to the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. You know, the stone was really not such a wonderful thing. As much money and life as you could want. The two things most human beings would chse above all. The trouble is, humans do have a knack of ching precisely those things that are worst for them. Harry wanted to strangle the old man. He supposedly had just caused the death of two people, one that was his friend, and he was just seeing it as sending them on a new adventure. As GD and noble as the old man was, he was just as twisted and misguided. Harry lay there, lost for words. Dumbledore hummed a little and smiled at the ceiling. "Sir," said Harry, getting to the part he had wanted to talk about the whole year. It was time to see if Dumbles would come clean or if things would stay like the previous time. "I've been thinking, sir, even if the stone's gone, Voldemort's going to try other ways of coming back, isn't he? I mean, he hasn't gone, has he?" "No, Harry, he has not. He is still out there somewhere, perhaps elking for another body to share. Not being truly alive, he cannot be truly killed. He left Quirrell to die. He shows just as little mercy to his followers as to his enemies. Nevertheless, Harry, while you may only have delayed his return to power, it will merely take someone else who is prepared to fight what seems a losing battle next time, and if he is delayed again, and again, why, he may never return to power." Harry was feeling nauseous. This little recruitment speech was sickening. He was 11 and the man was already preparing him to be a soldier and weapon, yet refusing to do it outright or with the proper training. He would never understand the old man. Why all the mind games? Harry nodded, staying in the role of the gullible child, but stopped quickly, because it made his head hurt. Then he said, "Sir, there are some other things I'd like to know, if you can tell me. Earlier this year you said there would be a time that I would ask about the truth, and exchange answers. That time is now." "The truth?" Dumbledore sighed. "Yes, I ask again, why would Voldemort want to kill me?" Dumbledore sighed very deeply this time. "Alas, I still cannot tell you. You are not old enough to know, you're still not ready. Headmaster, this is your last time to come clean. I will not give you this opportunity again. We could be in this as allies and equal partners, or as two separate factions. It is your decision. It does not matter to me what your choice is, however, the first option would be a lot easier and beneficial to us both." Dumbledore just shk his head sadly. The boy did not know what was at stake. The boy's little secrets could not compare to the magnitude of what he was keeping safe for when the time was right. He wanted to know what the boy was hiding, but it was just not worth sacrificing years of planning. "Now, enough questions. I suggest you make a start on these sweets." "Ah, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. I was unfortunate enough in my youth to come across a vomit-flavored one, and since then I'm afraid I've rather lost my liking for them, but I think I'll be safe with a nice toffee, don't you?" He smiled and popped the golden brown bean into his mouth. Then he choked and said, "Alas. Earwax." Harry just shk his head sadly. Albus would never again be his mentor as in his previous life. The line was drawn and there was no going back. He would do this alone, just like he always did. He did not need the old man, but it saddened him nonetheless. The time for waiting was over. He would leave the old man and his order behind. "I don't understand why you're in such a MD. You can be such an insensitive ch sometimes. No need to call me nasty names. Really, comparing me with a canine, you say the weirdest things sometimes. I'm leaving. If you can't understand why I'm upset, I'll go find different company. Don't tell me you're still upset about what happened to that silly boy. You don't get it, do you? You know that bastard that dumped you and abandoned you here 50 years ago. Why bring up that subject? You know I don't like to talk about it." "Yes, I know, you never talk about it. You rant, moan, and complain about it every second of every day." Sally gave an insulted hiss but did not comment. "Anyway," Amberle continued, "that stupid, filthy, ugly bastard nearly killed my friend Harry. I see no problem with them killing each other, that way they can't come in here making promises and breaking our hearts." Just get over yourself," Amberle hissed in exasperation while sailing away. "All right, I'll meet with the boy. Don't go now, it's lonely when you're away." Amberle hissed again, turning back to her oversized, egocentric and sometimes annoying, friend. Harry sat brding for hours after the visit with Dumbledore. He felt strangely empty. True, they had not gotten along so far this year, but this was like the final break. All hope that he had held for his old mentor was finally gone. It was like losing him all over again. "How's my little troublemaker?" came the cheerful voice of Perenelle, breaking Harry from his negative thoughts. "I have been better. Remind me not to kill evil-possessed professors anytime SN, Harry said with a smile. Perenelle was a bit worried at that response. The boy was 11 and had just killed someone in self-defense. Yet he was shrugging it off as if it was a normal daily occurrence. She could sense he was troubled and sad, however she could also sense it was not because of the most obvious reasons. She could strangle Albus for putting the boy through this. "I'll do that, I know how much you dislike this she smiled. Better play along and let him feel comfortable. He would tell her what was bothering him if she did not push. "Yeah, can you believe it? I'm here again, and this must be some kind of Hogwarts record. I swear one of these days Madame Pomfrey will reserve a bed in here just for my use." She just laughed at that. Can you blame her? I think there is something wrong with her. She gets way too much pleasure out of torturing me with her nasty potions. I swear Snape makes them taste so vile on purpose. Oh Harry, it can't be that bad. Harry just shk his head and smiled. So what brings you here? You, who else? I don't see any of my other friends in here recovering from injuries. I thought you were El King for Dumbledore. Harry said. But I appreciate the visit. Immediately, she realized a shift in his MD as he talked about the headmaster. Now she knew the person behind his feelings of sadness. Now she only needed to find out what the old goat had done this time. "Harry, you know I am an empath and that I can feel your emotions. Do you mind me asking you some questions?" Harry sighed and gave a little nod. "I don't promise to answer them, but yes, feel free to ask." Harry knew she was a mind healer and it made sense that she was here to debrief him after what should have been a traumatic experience for an 11-year-old. He only wondered why nobody bothered about his mental health in his other life. He could actually have used it then. "What did Albus do to make you so sad?" she asked. That question really surprised Harry. He did not expect her to talk about that. "I see you're as perceptive as ever." Harry gave a weak laugh. Then in a sad serious voice said, "He did not do anything really. I just came to the final realization that he would never be the mentor that I hoped he would be for me. I did not realize that you wanted him to be your mentor. I got the idea you did everything in your power to annoy him," she asked, surprised at the seriousness and honesty in that answer. Once again she felt like strangling her old friend. This boy that was closed up to everyone, and seemed so independent and unreachable, desperately wanted the guidance of Albus and the old man tried so hard to give it, that he effectively pushed the boy away. "No, I actually enjoyed all our little verbal spars, but he will never be the person that I hoped he would be. He is too stubborn and manipulative. Too stuck in his ways. I wanted a mentor, not a commander." Her heart wanted to break. Out of all the talks that she had had with Harry throughout the year, it was clear to her that there had never been an adult figure that Harry looked to for guidance. The only two people that even came close were Master Lee and Mrs. de Villiers. Until now, she thought Harry would refuse anyone that wanted to fill that kind of role in his life. To think he was El King for it, and everyone was ignoring it, was sad. She resolved to have a GD talk with Nicholas before the boy came for the holiday. She would not allow him to also fail this precious boy. He would be more than just another teacher. She was sure that her husband was the mentor that Harry so desperately needed. "I am sorry that you feel that way. I'll have to give him a GD kick in the pants the next time I see him." Harry just giggled at the thought of this 600-year-old lady kicking the great Albus Dumbledore. What made it even funnier was that she would actually do it. "Lower your arms slightly, gives better balance," Master Lee instructed his distracted Eleanor. For the past few days since her father had come home, she just could not concentrate on anything. Not even her martial arts with Master Lee could make her focus. Occlumency was a futile idea. Just as she decided to stop for the day, Remus entered the dojo. "How is he? Can I see him?" she asked anxiously. After Remus came out of the and told her that he did not think it was a GD idea for her to meet him just yet, she had asked about seeing him every time she saw Remus. She understood the reasons why she could not see her father, but she could not help feeling resentful. Her whole life she had longed for a true family. Now, her father was under the very same RF as her, and she still couldn't see him. In fact, he did not even know that she existed. "Oh, I know you want to meet him, but he is still in a very bad shape. But I can help him, I could use my gift. You're not trained to use it yet, you could go insane by attempting it. You know this." "Yes, but I can't do nothing. Just let me see him, please," she asked desperately. "Let girl see dad, man need joy and inspiration to recover. Too much sadness, guilt. Need love, need support. Apart, they are both hurting, will heal each other," Master Lee said. He had observed them the past few days and came to the conclusion that it would be best. He knew Remus would consider any advice he gave. Eleanor gave a thankful nod to her master and then cast a hopeful glance to her sort of uncle. Remus contemplated it for a long minute, inadvertently torturing the young girl with his silence. "Very well, I'll tell your dad everything when he wakes up and then you can meet him. But no using your powers and you must wear your blocking amulet." Before he could finish his sentence he found himself with an arm full of happy girls squeezing the life out of him. Considering that he was a werewolf, that was one strong hug. Just like every time he landed himself in the hospital, Madame Pomfrey was very strict. She was a nice woman, but totally overbearing. "Just 5 minutes, Harry pleaded. "Absolutely not. You let Professor Dumbledore in." "Well, of course, that was the headmaster, quite different. You need rest." "I am resting, LK, lying down and everything. Anyway, I have read in a Muggle medical journal that happiness, friends and family contribute to a faster recovery." "Oh, go on, Madame Pomfrey." "Oh, very well," she said, shaking her head. The boy was always a charmer and had medical knowledge that astounded her. "But 5 minutes only." And she let Neville, Ron and Hermione in. "Harry," all three friends said together and then started to laugh. Hermione flung her arms around him again. Harry's head was killing him, but he did not mind his friend's affection. "Oh, Harry, we were sure you were going to. Dumbledore was so worried, and I felt so guilty because I let you go alone, and," she babbled still keeping her stranglehold. "The whole shell's talking about it," said Ron. "What really happened?" Harry told them everything that happened after they parted ways. His friends could not stop apologizing for getting him into this mess. They now knew why he wanted them to stay away and did not want to help them figure it out. Ron made a promise to himself to listen to Harry. After all, he did know the future, so he would know best to avoid trouble. "So what happened to you three?" said Harry. "Well, I got back all right," said Hermione. "We were dashing through all the obstacles to get up to the Ollery to contact Dumbledore when we met him in the hall outside Fluffy's drive. He already knew, he just said, 'Harry's gone after him, hasn't he?' and hurtled into the Erm. He did not even give us time to explain it was all our fault," added Ron. "Do you think he meant you to do it?" asked Neville. "Sending you your father's cloak, leaving all those clues and everything." "Well," Hermione exploded, "if he did, I mean to say that's terrible. We could have been killed if you did not come after us." "Yes it is," said Harry thoughtfully. "He's a funny man, Dumbledore. I think he sort of wanted to give us a chance. I think he knows more or less everything that goes on here, you know about the spying paintings and ghosts. I reckon he had a pretty GD idea you were going to try, and instead of stopping you, he hoped you would get me involved. He taught us enough to help and then testing our skills. I do not think it was an accident that he showed me the mirror. It's almost like he thought he had the right to test me against Voldemort." "Yeah, Dumbledore's off his rocker, all right," said Ron in disgust at his fallen hero. "Well, we know we should watch out for him now, so we should be better prepared for next time," said Neville. "I know what he did was twisted and wrong, but he is not an enemy, just a misguided ally." Harry said. He did not want to alienate his friends from Dumbledore, he just wanted them to be more aware of the true nature of things. "Misguided or not, we should still watch out for him and his manipulations," huffed Hermione. "Nobody harmed her friends and got away with it. Listen, you've got to be up for the end-of-year feast tomorrow. The points are all in and we won," said Neville, trying to change the subject and distract Hermione from her BRDING. "Even though Ravenclaw steamrollered us at Quidditch without you, the divergence in points were still enough to scrape a house victory." Ron added. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey bustled over. "You've had nearly 15 minutes, now out," she said firmly. The end of the day found a deeply thinking Dumbledore up in his office. Not even Fawkes, singing could gain his attention. As so many times in the past year, he had only one person on his mind, Harry Potter. He was pleased and relieved that the boy stood against evil. Yet he was saddened that the boy still, after all this time, did not trust him. He knew it was because he would not share the secret of the prophecy. However, sharing something like that with a boy so young was not even an option. He needed to play and grow and learn not to worry about war and murder. His deepest desire was for Harry to be happy. He did not know where he went wrong. What he could have done differently. How he could gain the boy's trust. Maybe he should offer the boy an apprenticeship when he returned the next year. He knew the boy craved knowledge and would not be able to resist. Through their work together, as mentor and bonded, they could build on their relationship. If it was not for the need to maintain the BLD wards, he would make the offer right now. Nonetheless, it would be better to wait. As the events in the recent past proved, the wards were needed. The only other different thing that was bothering him was the dirty look Perenelle gave him after her visit with Harry. When he first contacted her to help him with figuring Harry out, he never thought it would put a strain on their relationship. They had been friends for many decades now, and he could not understand why she was annoyed with him whenever Harry was involved. She also refused to discuss anything that she and the boy talked about. She gave him little to no information. He was actually amazed at the two's relationship. What could an almost 12-year-old boy and a 600-year-old lady possibly have in common? He wished he could understand the boy, but no matter how hard he tried, Harry stayed a mystery. Harry made his way down to the end-of-year feast alone that night. He had been held up by Madame Pomfrey's fussing about, insisting on giving him one last check-up. He also needed to run up to his dorm to store the gift that Hagrid had given him. He was once again the proud owner of a beautiful leather-covered photo album, filled with pictures of his parents. The Great Hall was already full when he arrived. It was decked out in the Gryffindor colors of red and gold to celebrate their victory of the House Cup for the first time in 6 years. A huge banner showing the Gryffindor lion covered the wall behind the high table. Harry was glad that his house deserved this victory this year and not like the last time where Dumbledore meddled with the points at the last minute to gain favor with him. That was just plain cruel what he did to the Slytherins. No wonder they LKED for acceptance from the likes of Voldemort. Everyone else treated them like crap. When Harry walked in there was a sudden hush, and then everybody started talking loudly at once. He slipped into a seat between Ron and Hermione with Neville on the other side of the Gryffindor table and tried to ignore the fact that people were standing up to LK at him. Once a celebrity always a celebrity, and he could not think of how he would change it in the future. He must have an inbuilt attention magnet. Dumbledore arrived moments later. The babble died away. "Another year gone," Dumbledore said cheerfully. "And I must trouble you with an old man's wheezing waffle before we sink our teeth into our delicious feast. What a year it has been. Hopefully, your minds are all a little fuller than they were, and you have the whole summer ahead to get them nice and empty again before next year starts. Now, as I understand it, the House Cup here needs awarding. Let's all give a cheer for Gryffindor for taking the cup this year." A deafening roar went up in the hall as everyone besides the Slytherins cheered. An exhausted and extremely agitated Spirit was making his way in the direction of Albania. Voldemort did not know what to make of the boy who lived. All year he'd observed the Golden Gryffindor. To all appearances, he LKED like you standard GD guy. The hero of the light, the savoir of the wizarding world. Yet, in the forest, he and a few other pathetic first years had managed to banish him, using powerful magic that was unknown to him. Until his latest meeting with Potter, he'd suspected it was a branch of dark magic that he had not yet explored. He would need to find it and learn to use it if he wanted to regain his place of honor. He had always hoped that he would be able to corrupt the boy hero and lead him on a path to darkness, crushing the hope of the annoying light followers. Now it would seem that instead of having a servant, he had a worthy opponent and possible ally. But first, he would need to gain his body back, and show this young upstart that he was still a force to be reckoned with. He did not know how to feel about this whole situation. He was furious that a boy could defy, disrespect and defeat him, yet he had hoped that the side of darkness would finally have the upper hand. He would need to take some time to think what his next move would be and what to do about Potter. Were they allies or enemies? An exhausted Harry snuck back to his bed in the Gryffindor Tower. After leaving the feast, just as he was making his way up the stairs to his room, Ambrose sailed up to him and asked him if he could please come and meet with Sally. He was tired, yet excited. After almost a year of repeated efforts, the childish basilisk finally agreed to meet with him. H grabbed his invisibility cloak and donned it before any of his mates could see, and snuck out. Thinking back on the meeting was not the greatest of introductions, but it was a hell of a lot better than the previous lives encounter. Sally was petty, and egocentric, yet she agreed to be friends with Harry and that she would not go about petrifying students. She also promised Harry that she would let him know if someone else came down to her chamber. Overall, Harry was happy about how the meeting went. He just wished he knew how Ambrose could stand the huge snake. He was glad he would not need to spend a lot of time in the Chamber of Secrets. Sally would have driven him crazy within the hour. Then again, he could not blame the PR creature. He would also lack social skills if he'd had to spend the last 50 years in isolation. The next morning was filled with the usual activity of last-minute packing. Their wardrobes were emptied, trunks were packed, Neville's toad was found lurking in a corner of the toilets. Notes were handed out to all students, warning them not to use magic over the holidays, not that it would matter to Harry either way. On a split decision, Harry removed the tracking spell on his friends' wands, with strict instructions to only practice where no one could see. He did not want their skills to become rusty over the holidays. They were boarding the Hogwarts Express, talking and laughing as the countryside became greener and tidier, eating Bertie Bott's every flavor beans as they sped past Muggle towns. A pair of excited redheads popped into Harry's compartments. They were professing their undying gratitude for his tips about studying. They did great in their exams, surprising the entire faculty. Snape even accused them of cheating, after they got O's in their potions exam. They had a wicked gleam in their eye as they said that their mom would not even be able to complain about their pranks anymore because it was aiding them so much academically. Harry debated about removing the tracker from their wands as well. However, he decided against if only for Mrs. Weasley's sanity. He suspected they had figured a way around the law on their own anyway, so it would not do to make the twins suspicious of him by sharing such a secret. He would rethink it next year, when the twins were a more intricate part of their group. He planned to expand his circle of friends. The more people he had on his side, and trained up, the better. He reflected on the year that had passed. In many respects, the year was only there to lay the groundworks of his plans. Next year, and the years to follow, the serious hard work would start. A lot of wonderful, interesting and unexpected things had happened, yet so many things stayed unchanged. Some new bridges were built and some old ones destroyed. In a lot of respects, things were better. Harry felt better connected to his friends and even some of his teachers like McGonagall. He only wished he could find that little butterfly that was flapping its tiny wings somewhere in the universe and causing some of the disasters that was happening around him and that he could not control or perceive yet. It was the little changes that he did not notice, or dismissed as irrelevant, that was bothering him most. Simple mathematics told him that adding up little changes and problems would equal a huge change and a possible disaster. Maybe he was paranoid, maybe he was unreasonable and worrying about nothing. He just could not help thinking that somewhere a huge change had occurred and he did not know about it yet. "Come out of it, mate, we're almost there," Ron said while waving his hand in front of Harry's eyes. Harry just smiled to his friends and shk his head to clear it. The compartment was full of activity, pulling off their wizard robes and putting on jackets and coats, pulling into platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station. It took quite a while for them all to get off the platform. A wizened old guard was up by the ticket barrier, letting them go through the gate in 2s and 3s so they did not attract attention by all bursting out of a solid wall at once and alarming the Muggles. "You must come and stay this summer," said Ron eagerly, "all of you. I'll send you an owl." "Thanks," said Harry, "I'll see if it is possible, but I don't know, I already made other arrangements for the break." "Don't tell me you plan to train in martial arts the whole summer," Ron complained. Neville just smiled and Hermione looked interested. "Yes, actually, I have been slacking the whole year and I really miss my master. But it won't be the only thing I'll be doing. As long as you don't work and study the whole time, it's fine, but you need to relax a bit. It is the holidays and there is no need to be serious all the time. Harry was surprised to see that even the study-addicted Hermione agreed with her red-haired friend. Fine, I promise to have some fun. Happy. Neville just laughed at the interaction while Ron looked satisfied. People jostled the little group as they moved together forward toward the gateway back to the Muggle world. Most people lived their daily lives day by day. The past was that which had already been lived, history it is called. The future is that which was yet to come. Most people's plans, hopes and dreams were in the future. They had to pass through the present to get to the future, but still for most they could never reach those things that they thought would be in the future. Then, all throughout this difficult structure of what people perceived as time, there were also entities, like fate and destiny, messing everything up and making it difficult for some individuals that was marked at their creation as the chosen ones. They were those lucky few that these entities took a personal interest in. There were also those special people that could glimpse the future and even briefly converse with fate. However, these categories of people could be described as normal. The chosen ones would disagree, especially if they had a vendetta against fate. But essentially, they were relatively normal and they lived in time, day by day. There is, however, those unique people who live outside of time. They experience the past, present, and all possible futures all at once. These special people, although they could be called unfortunate, were often ridiculed for their strange behavior and classed as insane. No one realized how truly unique and valuable they were. Fate cried for these children because they were closest to her. Most of these children died still young from the strain of living in so many places at once. Others after a while truly went insane because of the lack of support from the people they lived with. But Fate was hopeful that someday one of her children would transcend all this and become as she intended them to be. She waited so long for one of her children to use the gift she gave them. Centuries passed and none of her children succeeded, but she kept hoping, and so once every few decades such a special child entered the world. There they are, there by the gateway, an excited Ginny pointed out to her mother. She had waited a whole year to see her brother and her pen pal Harry again. I wonder why they are going through. Molly said as she saw her son and his friends leave the platform. Probably just saying GDBYE to his Muggle-born friend, she thought as she LKED for her other 3 sons. She was not too worried that Ron had left the platform. She was more concerned about finding her 2 troublemaking twins before they destroyed something. True, they were doing better in SCHL, and she even got a letter from their head of house commending Molly for finally threatening them to study. She was at a loss where the sudden improvement came from, and it somehow worried her more than their normal GFING around. Percy was first to find his family and greeted his mother formally, then he disappeared again, saying it was his duty as prefect to check that all the students got off the train in order. Ginny just shk her head, especially when she saw through a compartment window that Percy's duty included dotting a Ravenclaw girl. She could barely suppress her giggles. She would have blackmail material on him for the rest of the summer. She just had to figure out how to use it correctly. She was sure that Harry would give her GD advice. It was always a GD idea to have the dirt on your brothers in a house as large as hers. She had learned at an early age how to deal with the boys. She exploited the fact that she was the youngest and only girl as much as she could. In the Weasley family you had to fight for your spot in the sun, or like in Ginny's case, be smart enough to get it. Not that her family was vicious or violent. It was just that they were a lot of people living in one place with not a lot to go around between them. They were close-knit and really loyal and she loved everyone to bits, it was just sometimes that she wished for more space. This year of separation actually did her some GD. True, she missed her brothers terribly, especially Ron, but this year she had the house just for herself and she got to spend more time with her mom. On the other side, that time would have been a lot more fun if her mom did not insist using their time together to teach her how to use household charms. She forced herself to focus again in LK for her brothers. That time was in the past now. Next time she came to the station she would be going away as a student. Next year would be great. Not only would she finally be allowed to use magic but she could spend a lot more time with Ron and Harry. It would be so much fun. Harry was such a great guy and the letters he sent her were all so nice. She hoped they would become GD, real, friends and not just pen pals. She looked around and saw her brother and the boy of her musings re-enter the platform. She ran over to them and tackled them both to the ground. "There you are, I've missed you so much," she exclaimed. Ron looked at his sister startled, he had no idea she missed him this much. But he did wish she would get off him, his back was starting to hurt. "Blimey Ginny, you pack a punch," he says with a smile. Ginny begins to blush only now realizing that she had tackled them to the ground and was still on them. Then she quickly got up, suddenly really shy. Harry remained frozen, he had just had the love of his life jump him and he did not even get a key out of the deal. Then his rational mind caught up with him and he felt really bad. Ginny was still a girl and she was not the same woman he remembered. This girl had a lot more self-esteem and did not have the hero worship he remembered seeing in her eyes the first time. He liked this new spunky attitude in the girl. Almost all of the people that were on the platform had left already. Harry std around looking for his uncle. He could not understand where his relatives were. It was strange that they were not here to get him. Even in the old timeline they had always come to get him no matter how much they hated him. So why were they not here now? He thought they liked him a bit more this time round. He looked around one last time then started to push his trolley with his trunk to a more secluded space. The Weasleys and the Grangers actually did not want to go before they knew that Harry's relatives had come to get him. He had however reassured them that they could go and that his uncle could be there any time and was probably just stuck in traffic. Harry made sure no one was looking and then took out his wand and tapped his trunk with it to make the trunk small enough to carry in his pocket. He then walked out of the station, still wondering why his uncle did not come this time. It was little changes like this that worried him. If he was really 11 years old he would be in serious trouble right now. Being stuck alone in London at that age was not funny. Luckily he did not have such a big problem as that. He walked a few blocks away from the busy area and looked for an alley he could use. Finally finding one that was deserted, he quickly walked in. He picked up a piece of discarded rubbish and closed his eyes in concentration. Softly, he muttered, "Portus," and then tapped the junk with his wand. Smiling with satisfaction he disappeared from the London alley. He looked at his hand, staring at it not really seeing it. He shivered and his fingers trembled uncontrollably. Everything just hurt so much. He wanted it all just to end. It was not fair. But then again he had learned early on in life that few things were. He was stuck with a vindictive bastard as a father and he would just have to deal with it. "I hate him," he said, not even realizing he was verbalizing the forbidden thought. He would have to endure another round of training if the bastard ever hurt him. "I hate him, I hate him, I hate him, I hate him." He repeated louder and faster. Then he took a deep breath. "I hate him," he whispered once again with a sob. Images flashed in front of his eyes. His loving father coming to get him from the station, but the moment they were out of the public eye his father started to grill him for details of the year. Why was it that a mudballed, half BLD, a BLD traitor and near squib managed to get better marks than him after all the extra tutoring over the years? What happened to the special package? Did he give it to Scarhead? Why had nothing happened yet? Did he always display correct Malfoy conduct throughout of the year? All those questions were like the Spanish Inquisition. And just like those trials he was punished severely if he did not answer to the satisfaction of the monster that he had the misfortune to call father. He made sure that he did not make direct eye contact with his father when he answered. He could not risk his father finding out he was lying to him. He told his father that Potter had the gift and that nothing has happened yet, and that it was possible that it would take a little while to start working. His father was very annoyed at the lack of immediate results but let that matter pass. Unfortunately, he could not let the fact go that a filthy mudballed was supposedly better than his son. Draco had to survive one of those fun lessons of pain. He actually stopped counting how many times his father thought it was necessary to use the unforgivables on his son. In a brief moment of rebellion Draco wanted to scream at his father that he would not be able to achieve better grades in SCHL if his father kept frying his brain cells. Luckily he knew to keep that to himself. Now he was back in his room trying to ignore the pain and the shame. He was tired of his father always criticizing him and hurting him. He was tired of having to always acting like a bastard, just like the man he despised so much. He was just so tired of it all. If he could get away from it, he would do anything. However, he knew it would not be possible. Where would he go? Anyway, what would happen to his mother if he left this BLDY house? There was nothing he could do. He would just have to go on like normal. As he was thinking all this, he made sure his doctor was locked. Then he TK out the little BK that had caused him so much trouble in the year. He went to his desk, then TK out a quill and sat down. He dipped the feather into the ink and tentatively starting to write in it. Before he even knew it, he had written everything that had happened. His feeling, his anger, and his hate. It was almost as if he could not stop himself writing about all his frustrations, pain, anger. It was as if an external force was compelling him to write more and more. Pouring his soul out into this little BK. Sirius stared at the ceiling above his bed. The last few days had been so confusing. He remembered a flash of an old man and then he woke up to find Remus smiling at him. He did not know what to feel anymore. He felt relieved and grateful that he was rescued from Azkaban, however he also felt guilty at the same time. He felt he needed to be punished for letting his friends get killed, for letting that bastard of a rat escape. His thoughts drifted aimlessly. He had no purpose, he was just a burden, a pile of worthless flesh. He knew that he would not be able to show his face in public. He would be hunted down and taken back to hell and probably given the key, if he was caught. He still did not understand why Remus would risk so much to rescue him. If it was ever found out that the wolf helped him, he would be slaughtered like some wild animal. Nothing made sense. He did not know what to do, what to think, what to feel. Everything was just a huge mess. There was a knock on the doctor but Sirius ignored it. He just wanted to be alone. The doctor opened anyway and Remus entered. Sirius just kept staring at the spot above his bed. He knew his old friend would start speaking anyway. They had done the same thing for a few days now. Sometimes he would not be able to stop talking with his friend and he would laugh and think of the GD times. Other times, he would start crying and sob like a little child in his friend's arms. And other times like today he would just not have the energy to move. He would listen to his friend talk but would keep staring at the same spot. He hated that he had no control over how he acted. His emotions felt like a ping-pong ball. He was all over the place and he did not know how to get himself back to normal. He was afraid that he would never be normal again. Sirius, there is something really important we need to talk about, Remus said. Sirius just kept staring at the same spot. Sirius, LK at me. I need to tell you something important, the wolf said seriously. Sirius tilted his head to the side and LKED in the direction of his friend. Remus smiled at his friend a bit nervously and uncomfortably. Right, I don't really know how to tell you but, you have a daughter. Sirius stared at Remus and gave a weak smile, thinking that this was a prank to cheer him up a bit. Nice one MNY. He said with a hoarse voice but without any real enthusiasm. This is not a joke, Patty. Her name is Eleanor and at this moment she is anxiously waiting outside to meet her dad for the first time. How is this possible? Sirius gasped. I don't know Sirius, I thought you broke up with Rosie. No, we got engaged in secret, but I got scared she would become a target of my family so we staged a breakup. Remus snorted. The breakup was a really public and embarrassing thing, and they even went as far as hexing and cursing each other in the middle of Diagon Alley. Sirius ignored his old friend and continued to speak, not to explain to his friend but rather to figure it out for himself. Speaking his thoughts aloud, she went into hiding, far away from me, though it would be best if no one saw us together. How is this possible? How did you get into contact with Rosie, is she also here? Sirius, I'm sorry but I don't know where Rosie is. I found Eleanor by accident. But how? I mean, what happened to Rosie? Where did you? Sirius, calm down. Remus said to his anxious and confused friend. Calm down. You just told me that I had a daughter, but that you don't know where her mother is. That the woman that I loved is missing. How can I be calm? Patty, breathe, we will sort this all out. But first you need to calm down. I want to meet her, where is she? I will call her in a minute but first you need to calm down. I won't let you hurt her just because you are upset. Remus said without thinking. What do you mean I'll hurt her? I'm her father. Just because I was in Azkaban does not mean I'm some kind of barbarian. Patty, hush. She is an empath, and if she was to enter this room right now she would feel all your pain, anger, confusion and all the other things you are feeling at this moment, Remus tried to explain. Sirius took a deep breath to calm down. His poor little girl, of all the family talents to inherit she got the worst one. His cousin Bella also had that gift and she went insane even before she went to Hogwarts. His family members were cruel bastards and they twisted her gift and turned her into a homicidal maniac. He just hoped that they had found her before it was too late. He would not be able to handle it if his daughter, the only person he had left besides Remus, was insane or as twisted as his wicked cousin. He took another deep breath and slowly let it out. I want to meet her. Remus nodded and then he walked to the doctor. Perenelle was sitting in her garden at their summer villa. The bees were buzzing around the flowers, and here and there fairies flew. If she looked carefully she could see a number of magical creatures in the enchanted gardens. However, she was not noticing any of this, rather she was deep in thought. She was thinking about a powerful black-haired, green-eyed wizard. He was still such a young boy, but it was as if he had seen the world and lived through its torments. She just could not figure him out. He had so much compassion and it was clear that he cared greatly for his friends and classmates. However, at the same time it did not seem that he trusted anyone, especially adults. He was hyper-vigilant and had extreme reactions to unexpected stimuli. He also had an incredible amount of power with some pretty unique talents. However, he seemed to be in control of that power. Something that was impossible to do at such a young age. He was passionate, and a born leader. He also had a strong independent streak. All year she had tried to get through to him, to gain his trust. To find out how he had been hurt so badly. Yes, she knew he had been hurt, she was sure of it. Even if he never gave even a small indication of it, she knew. What intrigued her the most, however, was his admission that he needed a mentor. This powerful independent leader was desperately looking for some guidance and it would seem that no one had stepped up and taken that role. Not even Albus, supposed greatest wizard of his age, had seen the need. It made her so sad. She wanted to help Harry. She wanted to take away all the pain and the sadness. She knew that she would have to guide him. A person as powerful as Harry that was being neglected could lead to disastrous consequences. If only he would trust her enough that she could help him. So far she could do nothing but a few friendly talks. He would not allow her to help him with his dreams and other problems. True, Muggle psychology was effective, but if he would trust her enough, she could do so much more with her magic and empathy. She just hoped that he would learn to trust her in the months he would be staying with her. What is troubling you, my sweet? A voice said beside Perenelle. Oh Nick, you startled me, she said with a smile. Nicholas smiled at his wife and sat down on the bench beside her. You have been out here for hours. Perenelle took a while to gather her thoughts and then replied. I was thinking about Harry. I spoke with him before he got out of the infirmary. He told me some things that really made me worry for him. I know you can't tell me about your patient's secrets, but as he will become my apprentice, is there anything I should know so I can train him better? She smiled at her husband. He understood exactly what she wanted of him. He needs a mentor, not just a master to teach him nice magic tricks, but a true mentor and guide. Do you think I am still able to connect with a kid at my age? He asked with a grin. Nick, in the 600 years that I have known you, you have never grown up, of course you'll be able to handle one kid. She said with a fond smile. Watch your tongue, woman. He scowled at her. She laughed but then became serious again. Nick, he really needs us and I know you'll do a wonderful job. Helping him might be the most important thing you do in this life. Do you really think so? He asked soberly. It was not often that his wife was this solemn. Yes, there is something special about Harry Potter. I can't place my finger on it, but I can feel it. Then I'll just have to do my best. He said while taking her hand and linking their fingers together. The warden walked down the dreary desolated corridor of Azkaban prison. It was time for his monthly inspection of the cells. He was supposed to do it weekly but nothing ever happened in the prison except more of the bastards going insane, or if he was lucky, die. Why bothered exposing yourself to those dreadful dementors if it was unnecessary? The only reason he bothered doing it once a month was to remove the bodies of the guys that had enough and decided to kick it. This time he was lucky that his inspection coincided with the annual visit of the minister. Working at Azkaban was the most boring job in the world. He was sure he was banished to this place because he was tea-friendly with his superior's wife. There was no other explanation. Nobody got assigned to this desolated rock if they did not mess up big time in their other job in the ministry. The most exciting thing that ever happened in this place was when there was a visitor to the prison. Sadly, it only happened about twice a year, and that included the minister's yearly visit. It was strange to have two visits to the prison so close together. It was yet another cold and windy day, like almost every day was on Azkaban Island. The ocean currents smashed waves on the rocks that the prison was built on. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, hated coming to this god-forsaken place. It was the one duty that he disliked the most. But as minister he had to make an annual visit to the prison to oversee security. Not that he even knew anything about security, but the public needed to think that he was interested and that his yearly visit would keep them safe. Politics was a complex thing. You did not actually have to do anything constructive. It was more important to let your voter think that you were busy with doing things for their greater GD. So here he was in this awful place, walking from cell to cell, just so that he could report to the public that they were still safe and that he actually really cared and was actively involved in their safety. He had been here for an hour now and every cell was the same, slightly insane prisoners that did not even notice that he was there to inspect them. The warden opened the next cell drive with a rusty creak and stepped aside. He walked in LKED around and saw no one. It was time again. The wind was blowing. The wind, always the wind. They lived by the wind, and they died by the wind. They needed the wind. It was their main source of magic. Wind was power and energy. Without the wind they were powerless. With the winds that were blowing, everyone knew it was time again to continue the struggle. Years of struggle, years of anguish and pain, but it was worth it, as they would not be oppressed. They would fight the evil sorcerer that was trying to enslave them, but to do it, they needed the wind. The men stood in rows, feathers in hand, ready to catch the magic and energy. For weeks they scurried around gathering feathers, risking everything by robbing birds, nests, everything in preparation for the next time the wind blew. Eleanor took a deep breath, hesitating with her hand on the handle. She, however, did not enter the urn. She did not know what to expect. For the first time she would be meeting her father. Would he like her? Would she finally have a family member that loved her? Was he all right? Remus told her that he was still in a bad condition. She yearned to help him, to take all the pain, but she knew she was not trained well enough to help without causing even more harm to the both of them. She took another deep calming breath, exhaling it slowly. She readjusted her pendant to make sure that she would not be affected by his emotions. She slowly pushed the handle down. She hesitated again and then she hesitantly pushed the doctor open. She stared at her father sitting up in bed, and he looked up at her just as unsurely as she was looking at him. It seemed as if there was storm in his eyes. Even though the stone and runes was blocking out most feelings, she could see the conflicting emotions as his eyes. She felt a lot of sadness and regret, but at the same time she could also see the wonder in his eyes, as if he was looking at the most precious thing in the world. She did not know how to interpret everything she was seeing and feeling. His emotions were starting to mix with her own turbulent emotions and she was unable to separate her own feeling from her estranged father. She saw him move his arms hesitantly, as if he wanted to get up and come over to her, but then he thought better of it and remained on the bed. She did not even realize it, but she was mirroring his behavior. She had an urge to go over to him and give him a hug. It was the weirdest feeling. He was a complete stranger to her and she never touched anyone if she could not help it. She was already feeling too much of his feelings. If she was to touch him now it would simply be too much to handle. He looked at her with a smile on his face and tears streaming down his cheeks. As she looked at her father, the urge to go over to him just got stronger. They did not say anything, at finally meeting each other. It was as if they were both in some kind of surreal dream. She took a slow, hesitant step towards the bed. And then, before she even knew what was happening, she was in his arms, and they were crying and laughing all at the same time. Harry appeared at his home and cautiously walked to the front drive. He did not know what to expect. There was no reason he could think of for the Dursleys not getting him. In the other timeline, they despised him even more than in this time, but they had never failed to come and get him. He rang the bell, trying to be polite even though this was also his house. He did not want to surprise his relatives. Surprising Vernon could be quite hazardous to your health, especially if your name was Harry. He waited anxiously for someone to come to the doctor. He debated if it would be wise to ring the bell again. Eventually, Dudley came to the drive, he looked really cautious and almost afraid. A bit of relief felt over his face when he recognized Harry. "Hi, cuz," he whispered. "I think it would be best if you sneak in. Daddy is in the funniest MD. He is acting really strange." "Who is that, Dudley?" A call came from deep in the house. "No one, Mom, just some kids playing around," Dudley called back. "What is going on?" Harry whispered, having a really bad feeling. "Not here, let's go up to my room and then we can talk where he won't hear," Dudley whispered again. Dudley silently snuck up the stairs. Harry smiled when he saw this. The Dudley of his other life would never be able to pull this off. It was a wonder how much GD a few spells on Petunia had done her son. No spoiling equaled no mini whale. Harry quickly followed his cousin up the stairs and silently closed the doctor behind him. "What's up?" Harry asked anxiously, wondering what he had messed up in the timeline to have caused this. "I don't know. Daddy suddenly developed an extreme anger management problem. He hit a colleague at work and broke his hand. He is now on suspension. That's why he couldn't come and get you. He was still in the hospital getting a cast. I asked Mom how you would get home, but she did not seem to care either. I don't understand it. Before I went away to Smeltings, everything was still fine. At Christmas, I started to notice that their MDS were a bit off, but I just thought it was because they missed me. They bought me like a million presents and spoiled me rotten. Now obviously, I did not complain, but it was still strange. They have never treated me like this. When I got back from SCHL this term, things were a lot worse. I'm like the angel that can do no wrong and they blame you for everything that is wrong in this world even though you were all the way in Scotland at that special SCHL of yours. I'm really worried," Dudley finished his worried explanation. "This doesn't sound GD," Harry said to himself. "Where are your parents now?" "Mom is in the kitchen preparing a mountain of FD and Dad is in front of the telly being a grumpy bastard," Dudley answered with a frown. "If I have to eat another one of Mom's treats, I'll puke again. She is feeding me as if I'm a small giant. She just says a growing boy needs his FD. At the rate she is feeding me, I'm going to grow sideways and not up," Dudley complained. Harry suppressed his laughter and only a snort came out. "It's not funny. I have resorted to vomiting after meals just so that I won't burst from all the extra FD." "Wow, that doesn't sound GD," Harry said, now worried again. "I know, but it is the only way. If I don't do it I feel sick the whole day." Harry just shk his head, wondering why Petunia and Vernon had suddenly decided to turn into their old selves after all these years of behaving nicely. "I would suggest you find some place else to stay, it's not safe to be here. If Dad sees you, he will break your neck, and I mean it literally. He is blaming you for everything he did wrong at work. Mom isn't any better either, she gets this weird frown when she hears your name." "That doesn't sound GD," Harry said again with a frown. "Jump ship before they know you're here. I'm also trying to get away. So far, nothing's worked out, but I just can't stay here all summer. I'm willing to do anything just to get away. I'll even attend summer SCHL," Dudley said desperately. "Can't you just go to one of your friends?" Harry asked while he was thinking that he would have to ask Master Lee if he could stay with him or if he could go to Paranel's early. He wanted to keep the wards intact, but if not even Dudley wanted to stay here, he certainly did not want to either. The wards were not that important if he had to compare it with a hellish summer and possible bodily harm. Dudley's answer broke Harry out of his thoughts. "I can't, she won't take that as an excuse. She says that she has spent the whole year away from me and she wants to make the most of our time together." Dudley looked as if that thought was causing him pain. "I need a valid reason. I have even considered shoplifting and getting caught. Maybe if I'm lucky, I'll get to spend some time away from home as punishment." "Dudley, that is just the worst plan I have ever heard. I know things are King bad, but I don't think that plan is a GD one. I know, if it was any GD, I would have done it already," Dudley said with a frown. "If only I knew what happened to them to change them so much. I don't know, but I think I have a way to get you out of here." I'll just have to go and find some things out, Harry said. Dudley looked at him with so much hope in his eyes that Harry felt really weird. In his other life, Dudley had been his enemy. In this one, he was pleading with Harry for help and giving him warnings. "You did say you would do anything?" Harry asked to make sure. Dudley just nodded emphatically. "I'll see what I can do," Harry said, walking to the window. He needed a moment to think. He needed to work out what went wrong. This was not supposed to happen. Something big had changed and he had no idea why it was happening. It was pandemonium at the Ministry of Magic. Someone had escaped from Azkaban. Who could be powerful enough to do such a thing? Who was it? How could the people of the wizarding world ever sleep securely at night again? The ministry was abuzz with people spreading bits and pieces of the story and making everyone anxious with fear. Fudge tried to cover it up, but the news spread too fast. He then turned the whole event into a media circus. He wanted everyone in the wizarding world to see how much effort he was putting into catching the criminal and keeping them safe. In a huge press conference, it was announced that the notorious mass murderer and Death Eater Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban. Orders were dispatched to all the public places, and warnings and wanted poster were distributed. The Daily Prophet made a fortune with a 3-page exposé of the evil escapee. Mothers were overprotective over their kids and business owners were cursing because this would affect trade negatively. Even the Muggle minister was informed and the policemen were also looking for the criminal. An in-depth investigation was launched, but no one could figure out how the convict had managed to escape. Harry snuck back down the stairs, and as he headed to the doctor, he heard the main report on the news. What he heard made him freeze him in place, his world turning upside down. Breaking news: mass murderer Sirius Black has escaped from prison. He is armed and dangerous. Harry did not hear the rest, his head was spinning. Sirius escaped a year early. How? Why? When? How will this affect everything? Will Voldy come back a year early? They should give him the chair when they get him. The grumbled remark came from inside the urn. Harry's heart clenched together. Where is Sirius? Is he safe? Came the worried thoughts. He tried to focus again, but his world just did not want to turn right side up. What if I lose him again? What if things changed too much? Harry ran outside, not worrying about the noise anymore. He needed to get to Remus and tell him about Sirius. He berated himself. He should have told Remus that Sirius was innocent, but he had not wanted to involve him too much. He knew that as a werewolf, Remus would not be able to do anything, but he needed to inform him now just in case. He quickly ran over to Master Lee's house. He just hoped that Remus was there. Sirius and Eleanor were sitting on his bed in his urn. He could not stop staring at her. She was so beautiful, just like her mother. They had spent a lot of time together since the day of their meeting. At first, they had been unable to say anything, they had just stared and cried and laughed. To anyone walking past the urn, they would have seemed insane. Only after they had both calmed down did they begin to talk. Sirius told Eleanor about her mother, how they had met and how much he'd loved her. Eleanor told her father about herself and how she had lived before she met Harry. Sirius was outraged to learn about her mistreatment, but he was also amazed that his other ward, his godson, had found and rescued his daughter. It was too amazing to comprehend. He could not wait to meet Harry. While they were sitting like this, just absorbing each other's company, they heard an anxious call for Remus downstairs. They quickly got up to go see what was going on. Harry, calm down. What is going on? Remus asked the anxious boy that had just burst into the house. Harry took a deep breath to calm himself. Did you see the Muggle news? No, Remus answered bewilderedly, wondering what could possibly upset Harry so much. They say Sirius escaped, Harry said, wondering how he would explain to the wolf that Sirius was innocent and also how he knew this. Harry, calm down, there is something I need to tell you about that. Harry looked at Remus, wondering what his pseudo-uncle knew. Harry, I know you have probably heard that he was your godfather and that he was a criminal, but he's not. Harry's breath caught. Remus knew. He'd never imagined this when he was visualizing this discussion. How did he find out? He just stared blankly at Remus. Harry, he is innocent, and I broke him out of Azkaban. You what? Harry asked, confused. He is innocent and I broke him out of Azkaban. There is no need to be afraid, Harry. He is a GD man, and he wants to meet you. Quote, Harry did not hear everything. He knew Sirius was innocent and a GD man. He was more confused about what had happened to screw up the timeline like this. If Sirius could break out of prison earlier, then Voldy could be resurrected earlier and then everything would go to hell. He was not ready yet. His friends still needed to learn a lot, and he still needed to go after the Horcruxes. Things were not supposed to happen so fast. Cub, Remus asked Harry, concerned. It seemed as if the boy had frozen up. He walked up to the boy and gave him a hug. While holding tight to the boy, he heard him mumbling about how evil butterflies were and that they were minions of fate and that he wanted a word or two with the bi.ch. Remus wondered what was going through the boy's head. He was acting really strange. Just as he released the frantic boy, Sirius and Eleanor came down the stairs, Elking curious about what had happened. Harry turned around when he heard the steps. He stared at Sirius with wide eyes. He'd never thought it would be so weird and painful to see this man again. Sirius, he whispered with tears in his eyes. Then before he even realized what he was doing, he was holding the man in a vice-like grip, holding on as if for dear life, crying his heart out. All thoughts of how strange his behavior was were disregarded. He had waited 11 years to see his godfather again. He had missed him so much, but along with that feeling, he was also feeling very guilty. He felt guilty for killing him the first time. He felt guilty for leaving him in Azkaban all this time. He felt guilty for not telling Remus, and he felt guilty that he was worrying about the damn timeline when he finally had Padeft back. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, he whispered over and over again. Sirius looked bewilderedly over at Remus. What is going on? He mouthed so that the boy that was clinging to him did not hear. That is little Harry, and I think he is glad to see you, Remus answered, a bit confused about Harry's behavior. Sirius smiled and hugged the boy back while wondering why the boy was apologizing. Eleanor smiled at her father and uncle from the doctor. She did not go into the room, worried that Harry's emotions would be too strong for her to handle at this moment. Fred, George, Ron. The call came up the stairs. Go to Gnome the Garden. Ron frowned when he heard his mother's call. He had barely been back for a day and already he had to do chores. He was not used to being back home yet. Sure, he had missed his mother while SCHL was still on, but now that he was back home, he missed his friends. He missed Harry's guidance, his joking around with Neville, and he even missed Hermione and her constant flow of information. At SCHL, they were inseparable and unstoppable. He was amazed at how well he had done in his first year with the help of his friends. He held no illusions that he would have done this well without Hermione and Harry's help. He realized that Harry did a lot to encourage him and Neville. The dark-haired boy just seemed to know all their insecurities and had a way of dispelling them without any apparent effort. He still felt a bit inferior to his friends at times, but those moments were becoming less and less as he discovered his strengths and role in the group. He felt wanted and like a true friend. He was not just the sidekick of the great Harry Potter, he was a member of the now notorious Dream Team. He still did not really like the name, but the other students seemed to like to refer to them as such. In a way, it was nice to be part of something that his brothers had not had first. He was starting to build a name for himself, finding his place at Hogwarts apart from the image of his brothers. He was also relieved that he was not the first Weasley to fail. In the beginning of the year, he had been so afraid that he would let the family down. Every one of his brothers had been popular and successful. He did not want to be known as the dumb Weasley, or the one that had a free ride on the back of Harry Potter. He was proud of his achievements, and he knew he had worked hard to get the results he got. He wondered what adventures they would get up to in the next year. Ronald Weasley, come down this instant. His mother yelled again, forcefully pulling him from his musings. I'm coming, Mom, he called back as he ran down the stairs. When he got down, he saw his twin brothers already waiting for him. So nice of you to join us, Ronnykins. Fred said with a grin. Ron gave a shudder. The twins were extra dangerous after the helpful advice that Harry had given them. Knowledge was power indeed, and their use of this power was explosive, literally. Ron was really glad that Harry had not removed the magical trace on the twins' wands. If they could have done wand magic, they would have been impossible. As it was, they were already exploiting a LP hole to make potions. No wand required. Rule number 1. When being near the twins, do not touch or eat anything they offer you. He understood that, to them, it was innocent fun and he admitted to laughing at a few of their tricks, but generally he preferred to stay in his natural human form without wings, feathers or enlarged appendages. "Don't worry, Ronnie, we don't have anything planned for you today," George said with a smile. Ron just shook his head in disbelief. "Well, we have only been back a day, most of our stuff needs a bit of time to simmer," Fred said. "So never fear, tomorrow we'll be back in business," said George with glee. "Someone murder me," Ron murmured with an exaggerated sigh. The twins started to giggle maniacally. Ron walked outside to get away from the twin maniacs. Unfortunately, they followed him. They had to get rid of the vermin in the garden, and he knew if they procrastinated any more, his mother would start one of her really loud reprimands. He stopped and looked around the garden. "Silly buggers," Fred said as he saw some of the gnomes running toward them. "They always come out to watch when we start throwing them," George said as he picked one up and hurled it over the fence. "I wonder why they do it," Ron said, for the first time wondering at the significance of the gnomes' behavior. "Dunno, they're not really very intelligent," Fred said as he threw another one. "Stop slacking and start working, Ronnie." Ron just nodded and started to help, but something in the back of his mind was bothering him. He just did not know what it was. It was time again to try and break the bonds that were suppressing them. For weeks now they had been preparing, gathering feathers to harness the magic in the air. For years they had been fighting the powerful Krusty Picklechunks, a sorcerer that had been trying to enslave them. But all their efforts were hampered by the fact that they could not use any magic if the wind was not blowing. They had tried numerous ways to draw magic when the wind was not blowing, but the closest thing to success was using the giants' force when they threw them out of the garden. It was dangerous, but it was the only way to try and win their freedom. All of their bravest warriors ran up to the giants in hopes of gathering the magic they needed for survival. Most of them could not remember a time when they were free. Some of the tribe elders told stories of the olden times when Krusty Picklechunks had not yet risen. It was unclear how he rose to power, but it was rumored that he'd discovered a device to artificially create the wind, and so he had an unlimited supply of magic. He used this power to its fullest and quickly bent it to his will. Some of the weaker clansmen had flocked to his side in hopes of sharing his power. The minions of Krusty Picklechunks had betrayed their clan and enforced his rules. But the warriors of the clan would not stand for this travesty, and so the war had begun. Many warriors had tried and failed to find the device. Krusty Picklechunks stopped them each time. Many of the clan had started to lose hope, and over the years, more people submitted to his cruel reign. But the warriors would not give up. Someday, they would free their people. They were finally done with denaming the garden, and Fred and George quickly went up to their urn to check on their potions. Ron decided it would be safer to stay outside. Besides, there was a smaller chance of running into his mom and getting more chores if he just stayed outside. The behavior of the gnomes was bugging him. He had never before bothered to think about it. He usually just threw them as quickly and as far as he could to get it over and done with so that he could go back to playing or flying. But after all the time he had spent with Harry and Hermione, he had learned to analyze his surroundings. He couldn't just ignore this weird behavior. He needed to find out what was going on. He quickly looked around to make sure no one saw him and silently drew his wand. He slowly crept to the perimeter of the garden fence, making sure that nobody followed him. He could just imagine how his brothers would mock him if they found out he was tracing the gnomes to discover the secret behind their behavior. They would think him insane to pay the little buggers any attention. "Chieftain, one of the giants is approaching the camp," one of the warrior scouts reported. The battle against Krusty Picklechunks was once again unsuccessful. They just could not gather enough magic to defeat him. "We should evacuate to the underground tunnels. It is not safe here in the open," the leader of the clan ordered. "My lord, I have a plan that could possibly help win us the war," one of the advisors said. The chief looked impatiently at the warrior that had spoken. They had to evacuate before the giant got to them, and there was no time to make war strategies now. "We can speak of it after we are safe. We should retreat before the giant gets here or Krusty Picklechunks launches another attack. It is not safe here. But, my lord, if we could capture the giant and train it, we would have the upper hand in this war. It could be taught how to make wind. We could free our people if we succeed in this plan," the advisor quickly explained. "This is insane," one of the war mages spoke up. We have no way of succeeding in this. It would be suicide to try. Most of the warriors agreed. The giant is away from the others, so if we act quickly we can capture it before the other giants see us and try to stop us, the advisor answered. What makes you think that the giants are even trainable? If it got away, it would call the others and they would exterminate us. I know you want to try and find a way to defeat Krusty Pickle Chunks, but this is not the way. Time is almost up, we should go underground immediately. The chieftain watched his warriors, mages and advisors argue. He would have to make a decision quickly. This could be their best chance to gain freedom, but was the risk too great? Once Harry had calmed down, Eleanor entered the urn. She sat down beside Harry, who was sitting in her father's lap on the couch. She took his hand and gave it a little squeeze. Then she whispered in his ear, making sure her dad could not hear, "I'm sorry." Harry frowned at her. She gave a weak smile. "I know you have all these plans and that you need to be in control, but I could not wait, I had to tell Remus." Harry did not know if he should be grateful or angry with her. If anyone deserved to have some happiness, it was her. Who was he to keep the girl away from her father just because it did not fit into his plans? He would just have to accept that some things were not in his control. Anyway, he had never realized he'd missed Sirius so much. He smiled at Eleanor to reassure her that he was not angry with her. Now if only he could think up an explanation for his weird behavior. For now, it did not seem as if his godfather minded his death grip of a hug. Actually, it seemed as if he enjoyed it. "So what is all the whispering about?" Remus asked with a smile. The two teens just shook their heads and smiled. Harry and Ellie sitting in a tree, Sirius started to sing. "Dad," Eleanor protested. Harry just laughed. "Sorry, Patty, but I'm still in the girls are icky stage." "Now, why don't I believe you?" Remus asked with a wicked grin. "Probably because you didn't outright scream EEW, Sirius added with a grin, bumping Harry off his lap. Harry was caught totally by surprise and almost fell onto Eleanor. Harry grimaced at the two men from his place on the FLR. "Dream on." He then got up and found a new seat away from his flishly grinning godfather. "Anyway, there is something else I need your help with." Now that he was over the shock of finding Sirius, he remembered that he had promised to help bust Dudley out. "What's up, Cub?" Remus asked worriedly. "We need to find a way to rescue my cousin from the evil clutches of my aunt." The two adults stared in confusion at him. "Well, they are acting really weird and they did not come to get me at the station. When I got home, Dudley warned me to escape while I could and that my uncle would kill me if he saw me. He also pleaded with me to find a way to rescue him." Remus growled as he heard someone had dared to threaten his cub. "Wow, MNY, calm down," Harry said. "Harry, how can you possibly be so calm?" Sirius asked in surprise. "They threaten your life and you're all casual about it. You're getting off topic. I'm not the one that needs a rescue. I got out before they even knew I was there, but I am worried about Dudley. If we don't get him out the PR guy will either gain 100 pounds or develop bulimia." The two adults once again stared at him with confusion. Harry just shook his head and explained everything more thoroughly. "Dear Perenelle, would you mind if I started my apprenticeship early? Although I stated that I needed to remain with my relatives to maintain the protective wards, recent events have made this impossible. Furthermore, would it be a terrible imposition if I brought 3 more people with me? I know this is terribly rude to ask, but I'm in a bit of a bind and I can't see any other solution. I feel, however, that before you agree, you should know that one of these people is a muggle, another is a werewolf and the last one is a wanted criminal, so I would understand if you and Nicholas refused this request. Sincerely, Harry." "Oh, Harry, what have you gotten yourself into this time?" The 600-year-old lady wondered with a smile. She would gladly invite these extra guests. She knew the explanation for this would be fascinating like everything else that was connected to the green-eyed boy. But still, she wondered how a muggle, a werewolf and a criminal fit into the life of the boy who lived. Nicholas would not mind either. He had never bothered with ministry policy, so housing a dark creature and a criminal would not faze him at all. Actually, she thought he would appreciate the excitement. Life could get boring after a few centuries. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.